12-4 record in the month of February. Kings coach Mike Brown wins Coach of the Month. Mike Brown, of course, in his first year as Sacramento Kings head coach. This is his first award as the Kings head coach. Speaking of those Kings, they'll be back in action tonight against the Clippers. The Clippers come in losing 4 straight games, including one last night to the Golden State Warriors. Coverage begins with game night at 5:30, followed by tip-off at 7 with the G-Man. And speaking of bad luck, the Los Angeles Lakers continue to get more of that as LeBron James will now be re-evaluated 3 weeks from now. Of course, the Lakers still trying to make a play-in spot this season. Those are your headlines. Time to start the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, without Dave, and with me until 7 a.m. Everyone got all that? Right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone. When he's not on the microphone, he's playing a song. And when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
I need a flow chart, Jay,
A flow chart?
to follow all the moving parts.
We need to get a whiteboard.
Yeah, we do.
Whiteboards are like in radio studios, just everything.
And, this one was constructed at a later time, but, we got the, foam, egg crate foam, whatever that is, the majority, and then we probably could put it on that wall,
Yeah.
but, that's been a wall that's been for decorative, but it could be a decorative whiteboard.
Yeah, no, we have some really esteemed artists here at Sactown Sports.
Yeah, I wouldn't, there was a time where I used to, in the old building, write on our whiteboard, but my penmanship, I would say, on a 1 to 10 is a 5. It's fine.
It's better than mine, dude.
Total mid. Nobody would go, ew, I can't read that. To others would go, we could probably do better.
On a good day where I'm like taking my time, we're talking like 2.3. On a good day.
You have most recently been to school again.
I have.
Did you write notes or did you type notes? Like, I don't even know. What's the present day, or do people even take notes?
People take notes.
Okay.
I type.
Do more people, if you had a class of 100 or more
people are typing.
Okay. I figured.
Yeah, a lot of iPad action,
Yeah.
laptop action.
People do it on their phone too.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're phone
I
people.
gotta believe. I mean, it's just the way we are.
And even some iPad users, they'll write with the I would say 90 to 95% digital note taking.
Yeah.
Can you feel it?
I can feel it. Happy Friday.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Happy guess what? Happy game day.
Oh, it
Kings
is
are
game
back.
day.
Our Kings are back.
Do you think the NBA regrets scheduling games on hockey trade deadline day?
I mean, well, I'm looking at the rundown, Jay. Can we squeeze in any Kings and Clippers talk?
I'll try to. I'm
when Dave's here.
Oh yeah, it's
He's
all
coming
hockey.
in at 7. I mean, he has the takes of the hockey.
Yeah, Dave apparently he DM'd this to me, so it's not on Twitter, but he thinks there's going to be a big Sharks and Islanders trade today.
Oh, the history.
Yeah,
between the Sharks. I mean, honestly, that could be, and this is sad. I mean, because I know there are decent amount of people out there that like hockey. I'm not an anti-hockey person. I don't follow it. I'll admit it.
I don't either.
I'm saying it.
Really fun to watch in person.
Absolutely. But if we did the, how many hockey franchises can we name? That would be.
How many are there?
Yep.
I mean, I'm going to say 30 because it sounds correct. But
of course, Jay, there's 30.
Yeah.
And they play 8. Actually, they do.
They play 82.
No, is it 80 or 82?
I thought they played 82.
Yep. 84.
Sure.
They play all the games.
Right.
Where your hockey comes first.
Yes. Wayne Gretzky, he played hockey.
A great one. He
played
killing it.
I might be able to do this.
Okay, let's see if we can get that.
Edmonton Oilers.
Okay.
Los Angeles Kings.
Yeah.
I want to say he had like a season with the St. Louis Blues.
Okay, I can't remember if that's the right order, but yeah.
And then finished with the New York Rangers. I feel like that's correct. I'm going to look it up.
I don't think there's another team. I can't remember if it's Rangers to Blues or Blues to Rangers.
Rangers are the last team.
Oh, you're certain of that?
I'm positive.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go with your certainty because I am uncertain and believe you and accept your entry.
Here we go.
Yep.
Okay, so I forget his stint with the Indianapolis Racers.
Well, that was
the World Hockey Association.
Okay, but is that before he started?
That's before.
Okay, so that's fine.
So it was in this order: the Edmonton Oilers,
correct.
Los Angeles Kings,
You said that correct.
St. Louis Blues.
Correct.
New York Rangers.
No one else?
I am the hockey god.
All right. That's all we needed to establish. There we go. We've got it figured out. We do have a great show for you today. It is Friday. We have Kings basketball back. And yes, a lot to discuss. There's some acknowledgement and some awards going. Hey, funny thing happens when you win. You get attention. You get a stud rookie. You get a couple of all-stars. You get a coach that gets praised, a GM. I don't know what to do with my hands. I like all this positive talk about the Kings.
I know what I'm going to do with my fingers.
Yeah?
You ready for this?
All right, let's go. Fire away.
I'm going to lead us off.
Let's lead us off.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Well, we got ourselves a good coach. Mike Brown named Western Conference Coach of the Month. Well deserved. He's had a great year. He had a great February. Mike Brown just pleased with the way things are going.
Now is we've hit some adversity. We're 0-4.
Remember that?
And nobody's feeling good about that start. So in this business, you got to have a mental toughness, not just when you play the game, but you got to have a mental toughness to handle any type of adversity in front of you. And so for me, this is going to be a great thing for me to kind of watch us go through to see how we handle it as a group, to see if we're going to fight or to see if we're not going to fight. And if I had to bet, at least from what I experienced with this group so far, we'll come out swinging, but it's not going to be easy.
Coach was right, had a belief in his team, started 0-4. A lot of people were down on the team at the time, understandably. Jay, what I love is their only 4-game losing streak of the year. Get it out of the way early.
Yeah, and I wanted to play that clip specifically just because I want people to remember where we started to where we are.
Yeah.
12-4 month for the Kings and Mike Brown, just an outstanding February, winners of 4 straight since the All-Star break. I mean, did anybody in that moment when they were 0-4, because, you saw the world was on fire.
Right.
As it always is on a Kings losing streak.
Sure.
Think we would be here today where
No.
Coach Brown is accepting the Coach of the Year for February.
Yeah. Coach of the Month can lead to Coach of the Year, which he's one of the favorites. I think he's clearly a favorite. I love what Sam Amick said yesterday, that you can truly see in him the net results. And this isn't one of the other candidates right now is Joe Mazzulla from the Celtics. Mm-hmm. And I guess this is trying to take shade away or take some light away from him, but
which you're doing.
Yeah, they are a really good team and he's done a good job. But I don't even know how to differentiate. I think people are more impressed by the job he's done because of the circumstances he was thrown into.
Right.
We all know they had a good team and he's done a good job of that. But I think Mike Brown, there's clearly Mike Brown's fingerprints on this team. I think it's so identifiable to go, he's coached this team. They've improved. He's done a great job.
Right. Where it seems like Mazzulla just kind of took over where Ime Udoka started, right? Yeah. This is the defending Eastern Conference champion we're talking about here. I also think because Mazzulla was able to just basically come in there, do what he's done, and that team to continue to play at the level they play at, feel like that actually leads more credence to Brad Stevens getting more executive of the year looks than anything else.
Yeah, that's a good point. Lots more on Coach Brown coming up. Let's get to number 2.
Cut number 2.
Kyle Ledbetter back in our flagship studios, just relaying in my ear that 186-184 is the all-time scoring record in the NBA. Well, here we go. Ball game on the line. Second overtime. 6.1 seconds away from ending. Will the Clippers win it or will the Kings win it? Or will we go to a third overtime? Inbounds to Powell. Left wing. Up fake. Kicks it out to Batum. Launches for 3. Misses it. Rebound loose. Kings grab it. Malik Monk has it. And Sacramento, from 14 down late in regulation, has come back in double overtime to win one of the most memorable games in their 38-year history in Sacramento. 176-175 is the final score. You talk about making a statement. You talk about proving that you're worthy of title contention. What a victory this is for the Sacramento Kings. The second night of a back-to-back with travel. They come in here and they take care of business despite the fact that the Clippers rang up a season-high 26 made three-pointers. Sacramento ends up with 88 points in the paint tonight for a 40-point advantage. And they win this ball game in double overtime. The final 176-175.
Well, that was a week ago. Feels like a long time ago now, all of a sudden. And
Like a week today, right?
a week ago today, the best game I've ever seen in Sacramento Kings history. You can debate some other things, but just the back and forth, the drama the game had, the high-level basketball. And you're going to hear more about that. Dave and I had a chance to talk to Kevin Huerter last night. The Kevin Huerter show is going to come up today. He lived in it, played in it, said, he just never seen anything like that game. And we get to see it again tonight. I don't know if it'll play out the exact same way, Jay, because the Clippers – they are going to be very desperate. They need a win. They had another just brutal third quarter last night, and the Warriors just totally flipped that game around.
Brutal to the point that I want to say there was almost 8 minutes left in the game, and Kawhi and Paul George
Called
sit
off
out.
the jam.
Man, I watched a good portion of that game. The Clippers looked lost.
Took terrible shots, missed it. Remember when they made everything and it was all contested against the Kings? They were shooting open threes and couldn't make anything.
No, I think they went something in the second half, like 1 of 11 from 3.
Yeah. And they kept shooting them.
Right.
Like, that's all. Guys, you can drive.
Shot 3. There was one sequence last night where it's like they're getting rebounds. They're just passing it to Russ. Nobody on the Golden State is guarding him. They're just like, shoot it.
I think he shot the first 3.
Yep.
Terrence Mann got the offensive rebound. There was like a fraction of a second. It's like, Russ is open. I don't really want to. Yeah, let's make the right play. Back to Russ. Russ, with confidence, shoots again, clanks. Mann gets the rebound again. And I think there was a moment where Westbrook was open. And he's like, nah, we're done with you.
Third time will not be the charm for Russ.
Oh, my goodness. But this is still a really good team. Didn't play well last night. We'll see what tonight has in store. Cut 3. Nope. No time. Wave it off. It's like the Clippers. We folded the towel. We're not going to get to cut 3. It's about LeBron. He's hurt. Still hurt. We'll tell you more about that coming up when we come back. Standings watch, magic number, and standings watch. Wow. That's next.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender in the paint. Soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento. It's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
I don't know about you, but freshening up my house for spring is one of my favorite times of the year. That's why I'm so glad I made a stop at Kohl's, where I was able to save 25% off must-haves from Sonoma Goods for Life, like new decor for my living room and the softest sheets for my bedroom. Plus, I earned Kohl's Cash. So if you want to spend less on your spring home refresh, you know where to go. Select styles. Offer ends March 12th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
All right, back here on this Friday, little flip-flop of our schedules. Carmichael Dave will be coming in at 7 o'clock. Whole show will go until 11. Deuce and Mo, then at 11 o'clock. Nick and Rami at 2 o'clock. Kings basketball tonight. As the Kings and Clippers, busy weekend, really, tonight and tomorrow night.
So safe to say we're pretty much today live and local from like 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yeah, and you know what? I start your day, and I'll end your day.
Wow.
Yeah, right?
How about that?
Right? On this station, locally. Well, I can't say it was the first voice you heard because it was you, Jay. Would you like to come back and join Henry and I for the postgame tonight?
No.
You could be the first and the last.
I have to bring Isaiah. Can he get on the mic?
Actually, no. He will host. We'll watch, see what happens and ensues. What do you think Isaiah's breakdown of the game would be? Give us a quick reenactment.
Daddy, did De'Aaron Fox make all the baskets? Daddy, did Domas pass it? Daddy, who's number 8? Daddy, who's number 12? Daddy, is that Kevin Huerter? Daddy, Kevin Huerter play for the Kings? Something like that.
Okay, so that's coming up tonight on our post game. We do have a jam-packed day. Then Kings and Timberwolves tomorrow night. Woo! These games are coming fast and furious, and we're down to the stretch. And so, we heard. Standings watch guy, we heard you. You were around. You were very loud. But we see your standings watch, and we give you magic number watch. Well, I sure hope it ends on time.
Yeah, same, but we've seen it before where it doesn't.
Yeah, well,
recently,
right
in the
now,
last few years.
right now, this is going very, very well for the Sacramento Kings. Last night, there was NBA action. We warned yesterday about, the downfall of the Dallas Mavericks. They can't win. They're broken. They can't win with these two guys. To me, Jay, the whole swing for Dallas was the Laker game. They obviously played great here and lost. They've had a couple other losses in there, but they were up 27. Had they won that game, I don't think we're talking about Dallas this way, but they didn't win that game. They followed that up post All-Star break with a bad loss to the Pacers. But then last night, they were an angry team, and they were a good team, and we saw a really good version of Luka and Kyrie together, and they were awesome.
Embiid, a right wing three at the horn is no good, and the Mavericks come up, Brad, with one of their very biggest wins of the season.
Good version, 82 points between Luka and Kyrie. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good, actually. Yeah. I would say, first of all, that the YouTube is not hearing our magic numbers because I didn't have Oxen. So that's what's going on, guys.
Okay, it's coming back.
We'll bring it back for you guys. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Secondly, that was definitely the breakout game for them, right?
Yeah.
Are you convinced now? Because I'm still not convinced.
I don't know about convinced, but I mean, again, I think, you take anytime you do something significant, something that catches people attention, then right away people say watch out for this team. Like last night, the Warriors got a really nice win, beating the Clippers. They looked good in the second half, right? The Clippers had the lead. Now you're seeing, I wouldn't want to play this Warrior team. We just get too caught up in the most recent game. And so again, I think if Dallas plays at their best, I think there'll be a problem. I really do, but they have some issues like almost every team. So this was a team that did make the Western Conference Finals. This is a team when those two guys are going, Jay, will be great. A lot of people are still worried, much like the Kings, about their defense.
Yeah, and you should be. I mean, listen, Dallas had a great third quarter, right? I thought the Sixers were going to come back and win that game. The Sixers in the fourth quarter outscored them, and I just don't think you can count on Kyrie and Luka combining for 82 on a nightly basis. That's not going to be a thing. When you look at that, Bullock went for 15. Christian Wood went for 10. There's not a whole lot else there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if those guys combined for 70 last night, which would be really good, right? They still lose.
Right. Well, and
I still think, like, yes, Dallas is good. Like, you have Luka and Kyrie. You're going to be a good team.
Right.
They don't scare me, though.
And I could see that. But I think more games that they do like this would. So, again, I go back to if they had held on and beat the Lakers, and the way they played against the Kings the first time together, and last night, then you're looking at 3 games where you're going, man, that's a pretty good version of this team. And I know when they were here, I could see elements of what would be good. Those two guys spreading the floor and flooding the floor with shooters and hitting threes. That's what their DNA needs to be. But I'm going to go back to the trade deadline when phrasing was coming out. Hey, look, everybody got better. That was a lot of people's common phrasing. I think the phrasing needs to be everybody changed their team.
Yeah, or everybody acquired new talent.
Right. So is it better? To be determined. I think the excitement of hearing a name like Kyrie Irving, everybody would want to add that name or that talent to your roster. There is an adjustment. It takes some time. The Clippers added significant talent to their team. They haven't won a game since they've added Russell Westbrook. People go right away, Jay, it was Westbrook's fault. I'm not going to say that. It's figuring out how to implement him, where to use Plumlee, how to use Gordon, Bones Highland with what they already have. They're juggling, and it's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, but with the Clippers, I don't know how much time they have.
Exactly.
And that's with all these teams. And we talked about this leading up to the deadline, right? Why we didn't want to see the Kings make any core changes outside of, hey, we just really like these guys, number one. But number two, when you make changes to your core, that is an adjustment period.
Right.
There's no way for it not to be. And when you're in the last 20-something games of the season, you don't have a lot of practice time. So it's really hard to make those adjustments in practice. So you're basically using game time to do it.
Right.
I think the Clippers are the example of doing too much. I liked what they did at the deadline because all those guys were basically going to come off your bench, right? They're supplementary pieces.
Yeah.
You had a guy like Russ to your starting lineup. Again, I still think Russ is a very talented player, but to your point, that takes a while to adapt a guy like that with what you have.
Yeah.
And I think you're seeing that right now because I'm still of the opinion Russ is really good, but I don't think Russ really knows how to play where he doesn't feel like he's the number one guy.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is going to be an issue for the Clippers.
Yeah, and I think when you've played with a player for 30 games, 40 games, half a season, a full season, you just, in all the practices, you really know everything about him, where now if De'Aaron Fox just instinctually passes to the left to Kevin Huerter, like there's no, I don't know, there's not even a second, it's just second nature.
Right.
Like you just know, okay, something in the flow of our offense is going to happen, and it's not like I'm going to throw to Kevin Huerter and see what's he going to do here, because I really don't know yet. I haven't watched him enough. Like, imagine the Kings added Russ, and you're trying to incorporate him in the starting lineup. You take Huerter out, and it's Westbrook, and it's like, well, we know what he's done. We know he can drive and get downhill. Like, how do we do this? So let's pass it to him, and then what do we go? What happens next? And there's a lot of watching and figuring out.
Let's say in bizarro world, the Kings traded Kevin Huerter to the Lakers for Russ Westbrook at the deadline, right? This team is not 4-0 coming out of the break.
Right.
Guarantee you. They're probably 1-3, actually.
Yeah, where you go, man, you're at a Hall of Famer, which is factual, and there's some really good stuff for Russell Westbrook, but you're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, and the Clippers don't have time to figure it out. This is what's wild to me, and it really hit me last night when I saw in that Warriors game Kawhi and PG going out. I'm like, okay, they're about to go 0-4.
Yeah.
They're coming into Sacramento, second night of a back-to-back, which, should favor you, but hasn't favored the Kings all season. The Clippers have the Kings have an opportunity to have put 5 games plus the tiebreaker between them and the Clippers if they win tonight in an 8-game span.
Yeah.
That's wild.
That's unheard of.
And that just goes to show that this is why you don't make wholesale changes with 20-something games left.
Yeah.
Because things like this happen when you're trying to figure it out.
Right. I think these could benefit teams in the next year. So magic number last night, nothing changed with the Suns. Kings trying to keep that 3 seed. It's still 18. Again, what that means, Kings go 18-3. Phoenix isn't catching them. That's a big number.
These magic numbers, when your team is close to mine, won't last forever unless this Kings season doesn't end on time.
Some good auto-tune.
That is really good. So Suns, the magic number for the Kings that to keep that 3 seed is 18. On the Warriors now, who are the 5th seed, it's 17. On the Dallas Mavericks, who leapt back into the top 6, it is 16. And really for that play-in spot, the lowest spot at number 10, just 12. Kings just have to go 12-9. That's with 0 help. There's nothing else happening the rest of the way, which I promise you they're going to get help. People play head-to-head. There's just good things are ahead for the Kings. They just need to keep knocking these games down, keep racking up the wins, and things will look good. Their next opportunity is tonight. We'll take a closer look at the rematch of the Kings and the Clippers coming up on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports is your new home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Let's go Niners! Yeah!
Debo,
10, Debo, touchdown!
McCaffrey,
I'm just proud to be a 49er.
CMC!
Dynamite! Kittle.
And it is caught by George Kittle again.
They all live here. Sactown Sports, your official home for 49ers football in the 916.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Hands up. No fouls. No fouls. Yes. Great job. Timeout. Hello, Sacramento, and all you listeners, it's Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store. Did you know that when your feet are not properly supported, your whole body can become misaligned, causing pain in your feet, knees, hips, or back? Good Feet arch supports are designed to support all 4 arches of the foot, placing the feet in their ideal pain-relieving position and aligning the body from the feet up. Good Feet arch supports come in a wide range of over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes, so customers can be precisely fit with the arch supports that meets their personal needs. It's one reason why Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet Store. Visit the Good Feet Store now for a free personalized arch support fitting and then take them for a walk. Experience for yourself the pain-relieving comfort, balance, and support of Good Feet. In Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville, online at goodfeet.com.
If you're looking to get a new car, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Sure, you love your old car, but you know it's not normal to give instructions on how to open the window. It should be self-explanatory, but it's not. And notice how when you're in other people's cars, you can feel cushion in the seats? That's pretty nice, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new car. It's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Founded in Northern Ireland, PRG has grown from humble beginnings to become the top brand in custom golf accessories for most of the world's top 100 golf courses. PRG offers original designs as well as Arnold Palmer, Folds of Honor, collegiate license, and Major League Baseball product designs. PRG is the official supplier of the Ryder Cup. PRG is available at major golf shops, or PRG makes it easy to purchase directly for your individual use at prg-golf.com. prg-golf.com.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Goldfield Trading Post, Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, and Richard Wood Home Furnishings.
Hi, guys. It's Mark with Coastside Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our WAVE technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, but we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your life back. Call Coastside Medical Clinic now to qualify. 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. The good news keeps rolling in for your Sacramento Kings as head coach Mike Brown was named Western Conference Coach of the Month for February. The Kings went 12-4 in that span, and Mike Brown has the team on the verge of making the playoffs for the first time in 16 seasons. Speaking of those Kings, they're back in action tonight against the Clippers. The Clippers come in losing 4 straight. Game night begins at 5:30 right here on Sactown Sports, followed by the G-Man at 7 with tip-off. And bad news for the Lakers. LeBron James expected to miss at least 3 weeks with an injury. The Lakers currently sit 1 game out of the final play-in spot at 30-33. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, but no Dave. He'll be here at 7, so you're stuck with me and Jason right here on Sactown Sports.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Fox takes the dribble to the left, hesitates, in attack mode, drives inside, kicks to the corner. Here's Monk. He launches for 3. He's got the triple. This game's tied. 1 second to go. Inbound pass to Kawhi Leonard. A 60-foot 3 hits the front rim, and we're going to overtime.
Again, in a game filled with everything. That play right there is the one that's talked about. Malik Monk hitting the 3. What's not talked enough about is Kawhi's 60-foot heave. That would have been an all-timer had it gone in. It was front rim. You heard the crowd go, oh, he almost made it.
It wouldn't have been the most heartbreaking moment in Kings history, but top 5.
Yeah.
Top 5 most like Kangs moment.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, only that happens to them.
Yeah,
like, this is us. This happens to no other team, only us.
And I try so hard every time I'm on, to, especially with Dave, but even if other our fans, like, guys, each of these things are its own thing. It's like, and if the Kings ever lose a game like that, then it's the Kangs, and only it's like these things happen in the league. We just follow the Kings so closely.
Right.
But I will say on that specific night, I was so happy the Kings came back, And I want to say it was in the end of the second overtime, honestly, when the Kings finally got the lead. They went up one, had the ball. And, Fox kind of lost his dribble, split two, then threw up a floater. He was doing everything, but he missed it. He airballed it, timeout Clippers. I actually got a really sick feeling. I'm like, oh, no.
They got you.
And it wasn't because, hey, the Kings always do this. I just thought, man, they've kind of made it through all of this, and the Clippers have the ball last. And the Clippers missed. I didn't feel that way at the end of the first overtime when Paul George missed, or certainly I wasn't thinking Kawhi was making that 60-foot heave. But I thought in the end of the second, I just got a bad feeling. I'm like, oh, man, is this going to be –
It finally got you.
This way. Yeah.
It finally got you. I will say this about you, Jason Ross, of Kings fans / broadcasters, anybody associated with the team, you're the most even-keeled guy. You're not about jinxes. You're not about guys, it doesn't matter. The 16 years does not affect their current on-court product. But they finally got you.
Well, I wouldn't even say maybe you can look at it that way. I just looked at it on that night, the shots that were being made. I'm like, I think they've just numbered the odds. I'm like, man, if you scored with De'Aaron and it was that they were up 3, I'm like, they won't hit the 3. But because it was only 1, I'm like, the Clippers are going to find a way here.
You're trying to make it objective with, the way the shots are falling. No, dude. Yeah. 16 years of torture finally got into your gut.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. And I've seen the same kind of sentiment last night on social media, which, again, is just a very comfortable and safe place, where people saw what happened to the Clippers. And I will say it this way. Let's put it this way, Jay, where last night Clippers lost, had a really bad third quarter. So they're here tonight to play the Kings. Clippers are going to be angry. This isn't good. This team is going to take it out on the Kings. A lot of that was what I read. Whereas if we flipped it and the Kings had lost 4 straight coming into tonight, they're not beating the Clippers.
Oh, no, it's a 5. They're actually never winning a game again.
Right. Where now it's like, the thought is, I don't like that they've lost 4 in a row. I think they're going to, this team, they're going to take it out on the Kings. Again, it's just, it's funny. It's the world we live in. It's the reality of it all. It's about matchups, guys. It's about how you play on that night. The Clippers are really good. They're very talented. They haven't figured out ways to win games here lately. And what do we expect tonight? The Clippers, honestly, were a team that I think has really been trying to ramp up their defense. The irony of that is they played the greatest offensive game they've ever had, along with the Kings' greatest offensive game they ever had, one Friday ago in a treat for all of us, 176-175 in double overtime. Since that game, Jay, they lost a really brutal game in Denver where they came back but scored 124. That also was in overtime. They scored 101 the next game against against Minnesota and lost. And then last night struggled to get to 91. So their offense has really plummeted here for the last 4 games.
And just to kind of add some context to last night, because I know we're talking about that third quarter, which the Warriors just...
What was the score differential there?
42-16 in the third. The Clippers were up 11 at the half.
Yeah.
After the half, they had 35 total points in the second half.
Yeah.
I really liked what they did at the deadline. I love the Plumlee, Bones, Highland, Eric Gordon trades to solidify that bench, give it a little more firepower. The minute they signed Westbrook, I know I did the show with Whitey the next day, and we both looked at each other and we did an entire segment how this is great for the Kings. This is awesome if you're a Kings fan. It's not an anti-Russell Westbrook. He's washed. He's a bad teammate type thing. I think all of that is greatly exaggerated. Number one, it's just the idea that on the court, he is so difficult to work into a team situation because of how ball dominant he is.
Yeah.
And you're seeing it here. It's just not a simple thing to do with 20-something games left when you don't have time to practice, when you're trying to figure it out on the court. And it's like everything we said, it's like it's coming true right before our eyes.
Yeah. And then you go to why last night? Why 91 points? Well, remember they made a franchise record 26 threes against the Kings. If you didn't watch the game, people would go, oh, because the Kings don't play any defense.
Right.
Watch the game. No. I mean, there are more contested shots. You're going to hear this again from Kevin Huerter coming up on the Kevin Huerter show. Last night, Jay, they left Westbrook open. He goes 0 for 5. Norman Powell is a good three-point shooter. The Clippers are in the top 5 in three-point percentage. He goes 0 for 7. The Clippers went 9 of 43 from 3. I don't think they're going to do that tonight. They're going to still spread the floor and shoot threes, and it may not be an indictment completely on the Kings defense. It's just some nights you don't shoot it as well. They had a brutal third quarter. I expect them to shoot better than that. I don't think they'll shoot as well as they did against the Kings, but can the Kings offense keep the rhythm that they've been in? And oh, by the way, De'Aaron Fox looks like he's going to play tonight.
Yeah, he's pretty much confirmed he's in tonight. And that's the thing. I don't see this Clippers defense taking the Kings out of rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
And so I look at this like probably another shootout. And if it's another shootout, I think the Kings should be favored to win this ball game.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to ask a question of you and Dave in the next hour.
Okay.
But I just want to, again, lay this out because this to me is just wild. Coming out of the All-Star break, the Clippers were 1 game back of the Kings.
Yeah.
Within a span of 4 games for both teams, because the Kings have won 4 straight,
right.
Clippers have lost 4 straight. We talked about continuity there. The Clippers now are 5 games back of the Kings. They could be 6 games back of the Kings, but really 7 games back because the Kings beat them tonight. They win the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
The Clippers would have eliminated themselves from 3 seed contention, in my opinion, in a span of 8 days.
Yeah, and the fact that the Kings were the ones that did it, because let's remember, you're right, at the All-Star break, the Kings were only 1 ahead of them. The Kings won that weird game against Portland the night before, so it was 1.5. But had the Clippers won last Friday, a game that they had more control of than the Kings did, and no one was ever in total control, but the Clippers up 14 with 4 minutes to go, you win that game most of the time. They would have been within a half game. Instead, the Kings found a way to win. To your point, Jay, they go up 2-1 in the tiebreaker. Then, if the Kings win today, it's 3-1. Yeah, they are not catching the Kings at this point, if the Kings win today. And also, oh, by the way, if the Kings win tonight, Kings would be 12 games above 500. The Clippers would be 500.
Right.
A 500 team all of a sudden.
And not to keep putting, but Marcus Morris was out last night.
Right.
Zubac is out.
That changes things.
Kawhi Leonard's load managing tonight.
Is he out for sure?
According right now on ESPN, it has his status out. Leonard will not play Friday due to right knee injury management. That's from La Marie of The Athletic.
Okay, and I know last night there was a really odd quote. Now, again, this is me totally reading into things. When you're losing and having an embarrassing night like the Clippers did, they get, we talked about getting taken out of the game, waving the white flag, shots of Westbrook, shots of Kawhi, just look like their inner thoughts are going. I'm going, oh man, this is the kind of game that can like derail a team. And I go, well, that's one night. Like, don't get carried away. But I saw a quote afterwards where Paul George was something along the lines was going to say, I'm going to see how I feel tomorrow, whether or not I'm going to play. And I'm going, you guys are in a race. You're in a bad way right now, and you could fix it. I mean, the NBA, you can redirect. They could come in here and win by 1 or 15 and go, that was the game that turned us around.
Right.
But Kawhi sits. If Paul George is out, again, doesn't guarantee. Clippers still have good talent, but you're going the wrong way.
Jason Ross.
You got to play every game here, guys.
If Zubac, Morris, so Kawhi is confirmed out tonight.
Okay.
Load managing. Zubac's out, Morris out, Paul George out. Let's just say Paul George says, I'm not feeling it, right? Do you remember what happened earlier in the year when the Kings played the Clippers and they had all those guys either out or load managing? The Kings won by 30-plus points.
I do.
I am just saying the Clippers, you might as well mail it in if that's the case.
Be careful about that.
Oh, here it comes. It's getting you again.
No, not that. It's look at the depth. So let's do it. What would you start?
So you're looking, it's Russ.
Conley?
Norman Powell's day to day, by the way. We don't even know if he's playing
let's put him in.
So Russ, Norm.
Okay. Or Russ and Terrence Mann or Gordon, whatever. Those guys are all going to play.
Plum.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Batum.
Yeah. Okay. There's your starting
killer the other day.
Right. There's your starting 5.
Okay.
That doesn't really scare me.
There's a lot of experience. I mean, again.
Sure. I'm not saying there's not.
It would be one where you go, come on, Kings, take care of business.
But also, is that team feeling some type of way that 2 of your best players are like, yeah, no?
Yeah.
Does that make you feel good? This isn't like you have guys like on Portland the other night who came in with something to prove, like a Nasir Little or a Cam Reddish.
Right.
Like, what are these guys looking to prove?
Then you're playing Covington. You're playing
who is a shell of himself.
We'll see how it goes tonight. But if that's the case, Sacramento Kings take advantage of it. And remember, if the Kings somehow win tonight, now I think you've even got Minnesota that could pass them. Who's here? Minnesota plays tonight, and they're here tomorrow night.
If right now the T-Wolves are sitting in 8 at 32-32, they are a half game behind the Clippers.
Yeah, but if the Kings beat the Clippers, they would drop to 500.
Yep.
And if I forget who the T-Wolves play tonight. They play the Lakers? Yeah. If the T-Wolves win in LA, they would leave
the LeBron-less Lakers.
Yeah. My goodness. Lots to digest. All right, again, Carmichael Dave joins us at 7 o'clock. He will be here with me for the rest of this Friday show. Friday Fun and Games, the Kevin Huerter show coming up. And believe it or not, we are 27 days away from opening day. And the Giants, they'll be opening up at Yankee Stadium. Aaron Judge will be waving at them going, remember me, guys?
You going?
Yeah, let's go. I'm going to go.
Yes.
In New York to that one. But boy, do they miss Buster Posey. We'll explain for multiple reasons who's going to be the catcher of the Giants. We've got that and more next.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Your home of the Sacramento Kings. Nicely done, Harrison Barnes. Jason Ross here. And home improvement time, right? All the time. People are always thinking about, if you're a homeowner, what can I fix? What can I make better? ACR Solar and home improvements, home services, all the different kind of things that they can provide for you. Go to acrsolar.com and see what some of those things might be. Some of those projects you might try to take on yourselves, but some of them may be larger projects, larger things that you just can't do, or you've got some experience, but you're going to need some help. Well, I certainly couldn't put on a brand new roof on our house. Could have watched all the videos, I'm sure, but supplies, just no way. I wouldn't have been able to do it. I don't trust in myself, and I'd rather have an expert or experts that could do it. So with home improvements, acrsolar.com and home services, they were fantastic. We needed the new roof. They came in and did just an amazing job. For me, it was actually fun to be an observer, to watch the work, the craftsmanship, how they got it done. I'd never seen it in person like that closely. Behind the scenes of a project like that. And now, as the homeowner of the house that got the new roof, we're pleased. My wife and I, our family, we have got a brand new roof that looks great, better curb appeal, improve the home value of our house. And most importantly, with all this rain that we've had that's still coming here, which has been great for our region, we're stress-free. We don't have to worry about anything because no leaks, no issues, and we've got the roof that we've been waiting for a long, long time now going forward. So we're in a great position, but check it out. Think about your house. What improvements can you make? Check out acrsolar.com.
Rivercats fans, spring is in the air and baseball is back. Join the fun at our annual preseason party on Sunday, March 5th, noon to 3 at Sutter Health Park. Free entry, hot dogs, clubhouse tours, and fun for all. Meet Dinger and secure your tickets for opening night and more. You'll also get the first look at new Rivercats and Giants merchandise in the On Deck shop. Visit rivercats.com for details. Don't miss the Rivercats preseason party coming March 5th.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. Hey, small business owner, when's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs, but some don't check their rate often. Did you know rates can vary? In fact, taking 3 minutes to check your rate with Pi Insurance could save you up to 30%. Just go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for you with no hassle or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could save you money. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Yes, Carmichael Day with us at 7 o'clock. Did a little flipperoo this morning here. I went 7 to 11 yesterday.
You can't even remember it anymore.
I don't even know where I am. Today I'm going 6 to 10. Dave will be 7 to 11. Next week, everything kind of back to what we've been doing. 6 to 10. Jason Ross, Jay Mars, again, Dave here in a few moments. We had someone check in on the YouTube, which again, thank you for checking in. A lot of people doing that. That's been growing. We love that. That's our goal. And here at the station, we've been trying to grow year by year and just make improvements, all things local, get you guys excited about all the things that this area and just our talent here, different people. Adding the Niners is a huge get for us. And but just growing our YouTube page, growing all of our platforms, we really do sincerely thank you for taking the time for choosing us out there. But yeah, someone on the YouTube chat said, wow, the Kevin Huerter show, is that a thing? Absolutely, it's a thing. And it's going to be heard later today. Kevin Huerter, you'll see him, you'll hear him. We'll have that coming a little bit later in the show, which we look forward to. Always fun. Kevin's and there's some catching up to do, Jay. We hadn't talked to Kevin since the All-Star game, since All-Star weekend. He'll share his thoughts on that weekend, though. It was a huge moment for him, though he didn't live up to what his goals were. But then even he'll talk about last week's Clipper game, tonight's Clipper game, G-Man's 3000th, and there's a lot of fun stuff coming up with Kevin.
So what you're saying is the Red Velvet Lounge is open for an extended amount of time today.
It's extended. We go extra large. 2 segments with Kevin Huerter. We look forward to that coming up. Also, lots of different things to cover. Again, way more basketball throughout the show here. Just want to spend a few quick moments with the upcoming baseball season. There's been a lot of talk about the pitch clock and spring training and pace and all that stuff. And I good. I'll watch. Always looking for improvements in sports. But the other part about baseball, I think some of the charm is it can be the length of a season when someone's having a magical season. My team is the Yankees. Aaron Judge last year. I felt like I got on that pretty early. I'm like, man, he's doing something pretty spectacular. Then I was on home run watch, rise all year long. And that was fun for me as a Yankee fan, fun to watch him chase history and do what he did. But it's also sometimes like hearing about Aaron Judge a few years before that. It's like, is this guy going to be like the next great Yankee? And you in the Dodgers organization, every organization has that guy. And Jay, I would say while the Giants were at the tail end of winning World Series and kind of reforming what they were and still having some veterans, hey, watch out for this guy, Joey Bart. Joey Bats. Was he Joey Bats?
No, Joey Bats
the original
was
Joey Bats, but Jose Bautista.
Thank you.
But he didn't get that shared nickname.
Joey should have been Joey Syringes, but that's fine.
Wow.
But come on. Don't wow me.
But there's always that in every organization, and that's understandable. And you know what's going to happen? There's going to be some correct calls.
Right.
And there's going to be some misses. And I'm not saying Joey Bart is a miss yet, but he's been talked about for a while. And
the heir apparent to Buster Posey is quite something to live up to.
Absolutely. Huge shoes to fill, a big catcher's gear to fill. And I think people thought he could. And maybe, again, that his career isn't written, it isn't finalized, but so far that has been disappointing. He's been called up, he's been sent down, he's been called up, he's been injured, he's been bouncing around. And as of now, you would still think, based on what people thought he could be, that's his position until it's proven not.
Right.
Well, we're getting closer to maybe it's being proven not, which should be a little bit alarming for the Giants organization.
No, it should be extremely alarming. And this is kind of the last season because, I mean, they were talking about calling him up and having him be you go back to the
like
2020.
The face.
Yeah, but you go back to the 2020 season when Posey sits out, right? Everybody like, oh, this is the audition for Joey Bart.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, 2021, well, Buster's commanding that. Yeah. Buster's having an amazing season. It's not Joey Bart time yet. 2022.
But a year to learn, like, firsthand and be the backup and spell him, and that's fine. Then he'll be ready in 2022.
No. It felt like we saw a lot more Kirk Caselli than we did Joey Bart last year. And Kirk Caselli's a good defensive catcher.
Yeah.
2023, man, it's like, okay, there's no reason why this shouldn't be your job. But then Gabe Kapler comes out a day or so ago. This is an open competition. It's nobody's job right now.
Wide open. I don't know if that's being done as motivation or if that's just fact. Like, look, this job is open.
You have to, at this point, believe Kapler and more the line that it's fact, just because, again, had Bart even late last season went on some sort of run, I feel like the Giants would have probably had him marked in at catcher 1.
Yeah.
But they don't right now. So, I mean, I know he's looked pretty decent in spring training. He hit a bomb the other day. There's just, I mean, the guy, when you watch him at the plate, Jason, he has a good approach, beautiful swing. Like all the elements are there when you're watching him visually. It's just like, okay, can he get this done on a consistent basis?
Yeah, and some of the additions the Giants made to their lineup, I know they added Haniger from the Mariners, Conforto, a few guys like that, and you hope that Yastrzemski and some of the regulars, Crawford.
You need Crawford. Crawford to me is the one that has to, especially with with Correa not ending up there.
Oh man, yeah.
Like you have to. I don't think that Crawford's going to repeat his 21 season.
Yeah.
But you got to be better than he was last year.
For sure.
Injured most of he was terrible last year.
And Jock Peterson was a find early. Then he just kind of tapered off. And so, like, they need.
As a Dodger fan, I can tell you that's the story of Jock Peterson's career.
Like, he'll have a month where you just go, is there anybody better than Jock Peterson? And then you kind of go, what's going on with Jock Peterson?
But if that lineup is healthy, right?
Yeah.
And the Giants, to me, are obviously everyone's giving them the third spot in the NL West, which I think is correct right now on paper. Dodgers just lost Gavin Lux to an ACL injury for this season. They were expecting a big year out of him. And I was looking at the Giants lineup, if healthy, compared to the Dodgers lineup. I don't think the Giants lineup is that much worse. There's some good hitting in there.
That's the thing. I think the Giants, the last couple of years of trying to they're trying to be a good hitting team, contact team, as opposed to. They're not going to be leaving the yard a ton. They got some guys.
Haniger
they can.
We've seen Yaz lead the yard. Conforto can lead the yard. They got some Jock, and
but they're like 20 homer guys, not 30 and 40.
But if you have multiple 20 homer guys in a lineup, you're gonna win a lot of baseball games.
But you want Bart to be one of those pieces.
But that's where if Bart's that piece this year. And he lives up to the hype. Like, what are we saying? If Bart hits, well, give me a homer, 25 plus.
That'd be great.
If he hits 25 plus, you have a healthy Conforto, a healthy Haniger, which is knock on wood for guys like that. Yastrzemski kind of returned to form. You're going to get, Jock Peterson's going to leave yard 20 plus.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a team that in this expanded wild card era can compete for one of those last playoff spots.
Yeah, and in that park, how well does Manaea fit in? Logan Webb pitch, those kind of things.
And Manaea was talking about the other day, going into spring training last year with San Diego, like his fastball, his stuff just wasn't what it usually is. Mm-hmm. And you're hearing reports out of spring training that he looks much better this year. Again, Farhan Zaidi, for all the flack he's taking, is a smart general manager.
Right.
If Manaea is giving you anything in that starting rotation, you got to expect you're going to get some good stuff from Logan Webb. Again, this is a team that can compete for one of those final wildcard spots, in my opinion.
Yeah, and if Bart doesn't have the year that anybody was hoping for, I don't know the answer to this, but I wonder over the last 5 years, Jay, when he was the minor league prospect, what offers they turned down. Because, if you're ever talking to the Giants and, they're maybe trying to make a big move to hey, what will it take for us to get Joey Bart? And be like, oh, absolutely not. You're not getting him. And you just wonder, man, that's the kind of thing when you're running a front office, you go, this is who we're elevating as our future. And if they don't reach that goal, it's like, and now you would be selling low, obviously.
Right. To me, baseball is, as a GM, the most difficult of all the major sports because of that element. NFL, you don't have prospects. You don't have minor leagues.
Right.
You have it in basketball, but it's clearly not the same, right? It's not like you're drafting Keegan Murray and, hey, we're going to have this kid spend a couple years in Stockton to, get acclimated. These prospects can be so hit or miss because the other side of that is how many times have teams traded prospects that just ended up blossoming?
Yeah.
I can tell you, again, I always revert back to the Dodgers because this is what I know. They once had a kid named Pedro Martinez who had a lot of potential. You may have heard of him.
Uh-huh.
But, hey, man, we need some help at second. Let's go out and get Delino to Shields.
They got help.
Yeah. But
moved to Hall of Famer.
You moved to Hall of Famer in the process.
Pitcher.
Yes.
Yeah, and the thing is, like basketball, to your point, like you can go to a system. Like, hey, I got traded from this team and went to this system, and it benefited me. In baseball, the only thing I can think of is like if you're a true speedster, which they don't have many anymore, and then this team now believes in stealing bases, and you get put to that team, and now you blossom and steal 45 bags a year. It's like, all right, he was different on that team. But if you can hit, you can hit. You can field, you can field.
Right.
Like, there's not really a system thing.
It's a team sport, but it's very individual based, right? It's not like, all things considered, if you were to trade, just who is your favorite? Mariano Rivera, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mariano Rivera is saving games, whether he's playing for the Giants, the Yankees, the Pirates, the Brewers. It doesn't matter.
Just maybe not in the postseason.
No, but he's going to be great no matter where you put him. Is the point. It's not like he's going to get there Hey, Mariano, we run a different style defense here. You're going to have to pitch around it.
Right. Hey,
No.
Mookie Betts leaves the Red Sox. He's their future stud, goes to the Dodgers, their future. Like, he's a stud.
Yes, he's a stud. He goes there and wins a World Series in his first year.
Yeah, he knows how to play.
Right.
Yeah. It's we'll see what happens with the Giants with Joey Bart. Again, opening day, 27 days from today. Tonight, though, Kings basketball, it's back. Dave is back to be with us next as well. We got way more show. Kevin Huerter show, Friday Fun and Games. Stick around, won't you?
You wanted more Niners? Sactown Sports delivered in the biggest way. Catch every Niners game right here on the new home for 49ers football in Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hello, I'm Frank Cock with Retirement Security Centers with the weekly economic update. What goes up must come down, and what goes down may come up. U.S. Treasury yields are up this week with the 10-year Treasury touching above 4% for the first time since November. Rising interest rates increase the cost for consumers and businesses and are expected to slow economic growth. Higher yields may also lower the attractiveness of higher risk investments such as stocks, as more dependable investment options may be available. If some investors' inflation expectations bear out and it drops from 6.4% to as low as 3%, the real returns on those fixed income investments could be substantial. Manufacturing was up in China based on their official Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index reading of 52.6. A reading above 50 indicates economic expansion. The U.S. Supply Management Survey showed further domestic contraction due to higher costs of materials. With inflation staying up, U.S. manufacturing going down, and unemployment staying down, will this cause investors to see their accounts go down or up? How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Frank Cockrell is a registered representative of Lincoln Financial Advisors Corporation, a broker-dealer member SIPC and registered investment advisor. Retirement Security Centers is not an affiliate of Lincoln Financial Advisors.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Hands up. No fouls. No fouls. Yes. Great job. Timeout. Hello, Sacramento, and all you listeners, it's Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store. Did you know that when your feet are not properly supported, your whole body can become misaligned, causing pain in your feet, knees, hips, or back? Good Feet arch supports are designed to support all 4 arches of the foot, placing the feet in their ideal pain-relieving position and aligning the body from the feet up. Good Feet arch supports come in a wide range of over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes, so customers can be precisely fit with the arch supports that meets their personal needs. It's one reason why Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet Store. Visit the Good Feet Store now for a free personalized arch support fitting and then take them for a walk. Experience for yourself the pain-relieving comfort, balance, and support of Good Feet. In Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Goldfield Trading Post, Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, and Richard Wood Home Furnishings.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest, as in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Your home for the biggest matchups in the NFL. Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Sacramento Kings head coach Mike Brown was named Western Conference Coach of the Month for the month of February. The Kings went 12-4 in this span, and Coach Brown has the team on the verge of the playoffs for the first time in 16 seasons. Speaking of the Kings, they take on the Clippers tonight at the Golden One Center. LA comes in having lost 4 straight games, including one last night to the Warriors. Game night starts at 5:30 with Scott Marsh and Henry Turner, followed by tip-off at 7 with the G-Man. Speaking of LA, the other team, the Lakers, got more bad news as LeBron James will be out at least 3 weeks and will be reevaluated at that time. LA is currently trying to get into the play-in as they sit one game out of the final spot at 30-33. Those are your headlines. Time for the actual Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross right now on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
You know what I love and appreciate so much about you, Jason, but one of the things I really do enjoy is that you and I have the same volume levels. Exactly the same.
Yeah, because I just jumped over here and went,
right.
I don't know who was here. Rami was here last.
One of these days, we're going to have Rami on because Cattles doesn't go on any of the shows. And we're going to have to ask him about that. Like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Can we help? Because I have always wondered, do they actually have it loud or is it their headphones?
I think they have it loud.
I am Carmichael Dave. That is Jason Ross. And yeah, we're doing the Flippy Flu. I heard you guys on the way in.
Flippy Flu.
I will be here till 11. You will be here till 10, which is weird because this is the first what, Jay?
You never told him what would you like about me.
So I will be here till 11. Wow. You know, hey, I will say something about you that you'll find amusing. Jay and I were on the phone last night. And I forgot to, and it was great because Jay called me, and usually I'm the one that calls him late at night.
Yeah,
and he's like, "Yeah,
how can I help you?
Hey, hey, what's up?" No, that's usually what's up. I'm like, I don't want to be calling you right now. Obviously, I'm calling you for a reason.
No, there's times I know you're bored and you just want to call.
That's not entirely true. So I forgot to tell you that. Oh man, God, I wish I could. I would pay 25 American dollars right now if I could share why Jay called me last night. It honestly is one of the top 5 craziest things I've ever heard in my career when it comes to radio.
Wow.
That top 5.
Share, please, share.
Easily top 5. He wanted us to do the show on our heads today.
Yep.
For 4 hours. Yeah.
No headphones.
So I had a friend of mine who was in town and was listening yesterday. And he goes, dude, how long have you and Jay worked together? I honestly don't know, but like years. You guys hate each other. And I was like, yeah. But no, he's like, man, look, God, you guys are just. I said, nah, it's more of like a married couple kind of thing than, you know.
You know what it really is, though? It's chemistry.
Yeah. Yeah, there isn't any.
No, there is.
Jay,
I disagree.
I said, Jay doesn't. I said, Jay likes to keep me on a road.
Right.
And I don't like to go on that road.
Well, wait till 10 o'clock when you and Chris, that's true hate.
Well, that's right.
You get an hour with Chris.
Is it just me and Chris?
Yeah. You're going to miss me.
Where are you going?
I got to go do stuff. I got to go.
He's work. He's
APD.
Why aren't you staying until 11?
Because I don't want to.
That's garbage.
I flexed my power and got out of it.
Chris come in and you just come say, whatever you have to go do is not going to be more fun than being on the air.
You know what it is?
What?
Load management.
Yep.
Well, we got to find somebody to do, because here's the thing. Coming up at 9:50, whatever the heck, or 9:40 something, we're doing a Friday Fun and Games.
Correct.
And it's the first time that I'm going to do Friday Fun and Games. That's like, it's a Pavlovian rat thing. Like, now it's time for the weekend. But then it's like, no, today's Friday Fun and Games, and then there's another hour.
Mm-hmm.
So I cheated, and I scheduled a replay of the Kevin Huerter show from 10 to 10:30, and then
listeners, you're welcome.
And then celebrity.
It's really good.
It was actually really good. And then celebrity birthdays and the news and all that. So we have to find somebody to come in and do. What will you come back and do celebrity birthdays with me and Chris?
If you text me and remind me, sure.
Okay. Very nice of you. I know what we're supposed to do here. It's a Kings Clippers preview. So this will kind of tie in because not only am I a host here at the station, but I'm also a listener, and I will never shake the caller thing. And I will tell you that listening to you guys on the way in on KYMX HD2, whatever the.
How do you sound in HD?
You sound great.
Okay.
So it's kind of cool. it's a weird thing listening to our own show in the car, because for some reason it takes me back to when I was a teenager listening to shows on the station in the car. And I'm listening to you two, and I kind of allowed myself to just forget I worked with you guys and become a sports radio listener.
You guys are idiots.
And yes, and really you.
Me?
No, not you, Jason. You.
Me?
Stop tempting the fate of the thing on top of the thing, okay?
What are we talking about?
You were talking about Jason and how he's even keeled and all that, and the whole, like, how it got to Jason and
it's true.
Superstitions and
right.
Yeah, right. No. It's been 16 years. Can we not assume yet? Can we, or if we're going to assume anything, can we please assume that a meteor is going to hit Golden One Center and we're somehow going to miss the playoffs?
Can we know that before we enter?
I'd like to.
Here's what I'll ask as a listener: did I keep you engaged? Did you stick through and listen to the segment?
There's a dad joke there. I've been married, but yes, I
listened. I did my job.
But I don't know if it was because you were entertaining or because it was like work and I wanted to hear what you had to say.
It was because it was entertaining. Is the right answer.
Okay, I'm just saying. Can we not? I don't like that. Can we all assume we're not going to make the playoffs, please? I would like everybody to assume that everyone's going to get hurt. We're not going to make the playoffs.
Car?
We're all going to miss the playoffs. And tempt the thing on top of the thing with the thing of the thing. Throw some salt over your shoulder. We're all getting a little too comfortable around here is all I'm saying.
Where's positive Dave?
Yeah.
Well, literally.
I'm positive we're going to miss everything if we get overconfident. That's all I'm saying.
Because we're going to affect it.
Oh, now you're saying that.
Are we on the court?
Now you're saying there's
Are
no
we
such,
in practice?
Are you saying there's no such thing as jinxes and superstitions?
Here's the thing. Mister, there's no such thing as ghosts. If there's no such thing as ghosts, there's no such thing as jinxes.
That's a straw man. Probably not, but it sounds right. That's a straw man.
What if there's a ghost named Jinx?
Okay.
Right.
Let's talk some actual basketball then.
Fine.
Mr. Jinxie
Kings Clippers. Kings Clippers tonight.
I have a question.
Oh, I have an answer maybe.
The Kings can put 6 games plus the tiebreaker between them and the Clippers tonight. We're talking playoffs and not assuming. If they can do that, that's a big deal.
That's a huge deal.
Tonight a must-win game.
And I heard your stat about how in 5 days they've put 4 games on them or whatever that was.
7. It'll be 8 tonight.
Yeah,
it's just nuts.
It's pretty awesome.
But is it a must-win then? Like to literally put that much distance between you and a team that's expected to compete for a final spot.
I think I heard you say, maybe it was Jason, that if the Kings win tonight, the Clippers are effectively eliminated from the 3 seed.
Pretty much. I mean, it would be really difficult.
I mean, we're getting into like Hail Mary collapse versus like ridiculous winning streak type of stuff. I would tend to agree. In fact, I was watching the game, the Sixers Mavericks game last night, and the Sixers had a furious comeback and just. Who was it? Did either of you watch the end of that game?
Yeah, I watched a little bit. Yeah.
Who was the bonehead on the Mavericks at the end of the game that got the offensive rebound and then shot it with 2 seconds from the corner? It was under a minute. And,
wait, I didn't see that part.
Okay, it was under a minute. It wasn't Kyrie or Luka. It was under a minute, and the Sixers were like on a 12-0 run, and to get an offensive rebound, and Ding Dongle shoots it from the corner like with 23 seconds left on the shot clock instead of running the clock out. Now, obviously, I was rooting for the Sixers because of Dallas. Yeah. But in the case of the Clippers, like you said, not only are they how many games ahead if they win tonight?
They will go, what we said, 6
but
plus
7.
because you win the tiebreaker.
And it's not like 6, but kind of, it's literally 7 games because they have the tiebreaker. So they would have to make up 7 games and out of 20.
Yeah, Clippers, I think, have played the most games in the West, too. So, like, they're just running out of games.
Yeah, and it's really weird because, like you said, the Clippers, and by the way, chip in a chair, you get in the playoffs, maybe they figure it out.
Absolutely.
Russell Westbrook is now lost 16? Is that the number? 16
as a starter?
Starts?
Yeah,
something like that. And Jay, I heard you say as well as we recap the previous hour, because I was listening to that, it's just he's so ball dominant that it's tough to integrate at this point of the season. Just like Dallas is trying to integrate Kyrie Irving.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to integrate these folks, and which is why the whole Irving thing is so weird because he is going to be a free agent this summer, is that you need a preseason. Mm-hmm. You need a training camp and
time together.
Right. And just there's a reason why Domantas Sabonis is even more amazing than he was last year in limited time. They got a training camp. They got a preseason. They know that it takes a while for that to happen.
Yeah, they would only have 16 games left for the Clippers after tonight. Only 5 on the road. They have 11 at home. The last 16.
And what's even more amazing about that, Jason, we talked about this too. Kawhi Leonard's sitting out tonight.
Yeah. And Paul George might.
Yeah, he said he's going to see how he feels today.
Yeah, he says and it's just so hilarious. If I'm a Clipper fan, and by the way, not for nothing, the Clippers have never made the Western Conference Finals.
Yes, they have.
A couple.
I thought they. Was that the first time? Oh, you're right.
That was the first time,
but just once. Yeah.
They arguably have a worse history than the Kings do, and they're certainly in the running. We forget about it because they've been pretty competitive since the Blake Griffin Lob City days, but. I don't know, man. I understand load management, and I'm not trying to be, I don't particularly believe in I'm kind of in the middle of the old head take. And you're in this situation. You're no more load management.
I'm with, let's flip it and have the Kings current roster. And the Kings are in a spot where they've lost 4 in a row coming into tonight, knowing it's a big game. And we find out right now that De'Aaron Fox is sitting out because of load management.
Right.
How furious are we?
Very. Absolutely furious.
So you're a Clipper fan, knowing you got a good thing, knowing your team is not playing well.
Yeah.
And one of your key pieces is already out for tonight because of load management. You got injuries too with Morris and Zubats, and we don't know about Paul George. It's like, guys, you need to get out of this because they can still correct it.
Oh, that was the other thing is Jay was saying like, oh, and I appreciate you on this. He was like, oh, well, if they're out, the Kings win by 30. See, I'm old enough to remember when they played New Orleans without Brandon Ingram and Jonas Valanciunas and Zion Williamson got their butts kicked. I'm old enough to remember when Washington and Charlotte came in here and destroyed us. I'm old enough to remember when Portland got here like 5 minutes after the tip.
Are you old enough to remember when the Clippers sat a bunch of guys out earlier in the year?
Yeah,
Kings, they won by 30 plus.
I'm not saying
I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure.
Not saying it can't happen. Also, the Clippers are such an anomaly too. 15-15 at home. 18-17 on the road, 6-6 in the division, 19-20 in the conference. I mean, they are like a 500 team all the way across the board, but especially that home thing. What is that?
Well, it's the Lakers' home.
Home of the Lakers?
Yeah.
That's a great point. They're just kind of tenants. Either way, it's going to be, I think you might have the loudest game of the season tonight. I think fans are pulled back. You can just kind of tell they're pulled back by a slingshot. And Lil Birdie told me that good luck getting tickets the rest of the year. Good luck getting tickets for the entire rest of the year. We're looking at sold out games from here on out.
Well, and there's so much attention to tonight, but also, like tomorrow's important too. Like I don't want anybody to go like, oh, good, they figured it out, beat the Clippers. Like Minnesota's, if the Kings beat the Clippers tonight and Minnesota beats the Lakers, which is very possible.
Very possible.
Minnesota would leapfrog them, and now all of a sudden you got another team that's, I don't think Minnesota can catch the Kings, but they're going to do their best to do it. And you still play them twice. You're just trying to, again, knock off games, get wins, and shrink that magic number.
The only advantage the Kings might have going into that game, thank goodness, is the Kings will be on the second game of the back-to-back. And for some reason, that's good for them.
Yeah.
So we'll take a break. By the way, is Minnesota playing tonight?
Yeah,
they are playing tonight against the Lakers. We'll take a break. When we come back, Three for Madness. We got Kings. We got LeBron. And are we parking the car? Are we going to park the car in New Orleans? We'll tell you what we mean next.
Sactown Sports is your new home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Let's go, Niners! Yeah!
Debo.
Debo 10! Debo! Touchdown!
McCaffrey.
I'm just proud to be a 49er.
C-M-C!
Mike! Kittle.
And it is caught by George Kittle again.
They all live here. Sactown Sports, your official home for 49ers football in the 916.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right, coming up at the top of the hour, Kevin Huerter. I heard you guys talking about it, but it was a great visit. They're always great.
Yes, they are.
But we hadn't talked to Kevin in a couple weeks, so we cover everything, man. We cover his all-star experience, the three-point contest, what went wrong there. We talk about I think my favorite part was the G-Man conversation, what went into that, and being a part of that Clipper game and having an idea in the middle of it and dispelling the notion as well that there was no defense played in that game. Kevin's a phenomenal analyst as well as a player, and that's going to come up at 8 o'clock. We will repeat that again at 10. In the meantime, 3 for Madness. Jay Mars, question 1, please.
Assuming the Kings get their normal output from Fox and Sabonis, who do you think will be the third best player for Sacramento tonight?
So I'm going to go with what I think is the easy answer, but maybe not. Maybe it's just too obvious. But I think Malik Monk is a habitual player. And I think Malik Monk, when he's comfortable, is phenomenal. I'm going to call Malik Monk because he had 45 last time. And I think he's comfortable against the Clippers. And when Malik is confident, he's good. He's always confident, but when he's really confident, he's good. So I'm going to go with the easy answer and say, I don't think I'll have 45, but it'll be Malik again.
I think that probably is the right answer. I'm going to try the young fella, Keegan Murray.
Hey.
I think Keegan has become a little bit more aggressive. He's certainly doing things that he wasn't doing earlier, more ball handling, more aggressive basketball, more rebounds. But he gets pretty comfortable at home. I love personally to hear the Keegan Murray. That's pretty good.
That's better.
It's fair.
Murray.
So I'm going to go with Keegan Murray. I want Keegs to go off tonight. He's that third guy.
Because it's a home game, that would be the most fun.
Yes.
Because the fans by the end of the night are just like, okay, Murray.
No, they're into it.
Yeah, they'd be.
Yeah.
What's best is if he does go off, we likely get a post-game interview with him and some great sound bites.
Oh, for sure.
Can I just say I'm also here for, if we make the playoffs, I'm also here for national television, not just the ambiance, but also everybody watching the whole Murray thing the whole time. Like, how great would it be if he had an awesome game in the playoffs at home and everyone got to see it?
Well, we've talked about this, about what Doko will look like. I can imagine, sometimes sound travels different. There are little delays. I don't know if the doors will be open or not, but I'm sure there's going to be people outside.
Yes, there will be.
And, if you hear Moke do Keeg, I wonder if you'll also hear it from people outside.
I mean, I can tell you this. We talked about it the other day. There is work being done, and I'll leave the secrets and stuff alone, but there's 100% going to be viewing areas. Think Milwaukee when they were making their run as well. And you're going to have not just picture, but sound. I'm pretty darn sure you're going to have Murray's coming from outside. Number 2.
Question 2.
With LeBron set to miss at least the next 3 weeks, are the Lakers' play-in hopes officially cooked?
I think they're one back of the Pelicans. He's out 3 weeks. That's effectively with that 21 days. That brings him back sometime last week of
It's like
March.
9 games, dude.
Yeah. Yes, asterisk. Because how likely is this? Anthony Davis just goes on a bender over the next 9 days and just kills it, which he's capable of doing. Sometimes there's no addition by subtraction when you're talking about LeBron James. But I did like those moves they made during the trade deadline. I would say before the trade deadline, they're 100% cooked. I could tilt my head and squint my eyes and see a situation with LeBron out that they really kind of mesh around a healthy Anthony Davis and are able to pull it off. But I think the odds are incredibly against them, especially with the Pelicans seemingly waking up a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't think they're cooked because of LeBron. I was not a big believer the Lakers could even get into the play-in, but actually what's happened here lately, if you start to look at, let's go from 7 down to 13, because there was a thought of looking for the West is so good. It's really not.
Right.
The bottom part, 7, the Clippers 4-6 in their last 10, T-Wolves 4-6, the Jazz 4-6, Pelicans 5. The Blazers 3-7, Thunder 3-7. That 9 and 10 are both below 500.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really a big ask for the Lakers just to find a way to go 5-4 in the 9 games LeBron's got. 4-5, it won't even bury him. 3-6, I don't think buries him.
Wasn't it in like the last 5 years or something recent? Didn't every team in the top 8 win 50?
There was a couple years ago, yeah.
Yeah,
there was a year, I think someone won, this would be years ago, someone won 50 and didn't get in the top 8.
Bold prediction, that won't happen this year.
No, it will not. Hopefully we get 3 teams that get 50 wins.
Also, and I know we got question 3 here. I thought I was reading somewhere. I hope it's not old, but did you guys talk about the players of the month yet?
No.
So I believe it's Nikola Jokic.
He's good.
And Jalen Brunson. And it's quite interesting because I was looking at number breakdowns. I think how they figure out player of the month is very similar to how your credit score is determined. Nobody knows. You're looking at like, God bless Jalen Brunson, but like Giannis's numbers dominate him, and they didn't lose a game. Now the Knicks are hot. Milwaukee didn't lose a game, and he has it. I'm all for De'Aaron Fox being player of the month, but I think Damian Lillard had the best case, and you give it to Nikola Jokic, who has been very good, but I don't know, man. It's very, very weird. Number 3.
Question 3.
The Saints are reportedly ready to make a deal with Derek Carr.
Park in the car in New Orleans. That's what I was teasing.
Is this the best realistic scenario out there for Carr?
And obviously you're meaning like, is this the best game situation, most likely wins?
What I mean by realistic is like not the 49ers.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, well, the best situation is of like the teams that would be willing to sign him.
Yeah, you're correct, because the 49ers would be for all the teams in the NFL that have even questionable quarterback situations. There's no better one than the Niners, and that's obvious. Yeah, I think so, with Tua coming back and seemingly healthy. I will also say we're still keeping our eye on Baltimore and what's going on with Lamar Jackson right now, because that could shake up a lot of stuff. But again, Jay said realistic. No, I think Tennessee would be actually. I think Tennessee would actually be a better fit for him. And I think that's just a better overall team. I'm actually, Tennessee had a rough year, but I still think they've got a lot of good parts on that team. So, but New Orleans for Derek Carr, good for him. Find a spot, make it happen, Cap.
Division's very winnable. I think getting out of the AFC would be big for him. I think the best quarterbacks, top to bottom, are in the AFC. There's a lot of them in the AFC. I don't know what the winning avenue in the NFC is. That I think the Niners and Cowboys, Eagles right now still seem to be, and depending on what Aaron Rodgers chooses to do. But last year when he was in his own division, people thought he was the 4th best quarterback going into the year. Now he outperformed Russell Wilson. But yeah, I think just a change of scenery for sure. But if it's like the Jets, the Saints, the Titans.
What about Tampa Bay?
Yeah, there you go.
I think Tampa Bay would be interesting.
A lot of weapons around him.
It would be fun to see.
They sucked last year.
They did.
Not that New Orleans was good.
I blame their quarterback. What's that guy ever done?
Not that there's an opening there, but in switching conferences, I don't know why I thought this, but I'd love to see Derek in Detroit. I know they've got Goff. I get it. And Goff had a great year, nice comeback here, but Detroit's a fun team, man. Detroit is a fun offensive team. I really like that team overall, just the vibe and everything with it. And seeing Derek Carr on that team would be a blast. New Orleans is a great city. Derek Carr, Bourbon Street. What better fit?
And back with his first head coach for all 4 games.
Big Hoosier city, that New Orleans, by the way.
Did he sell out the Superdome?
Twice.
Wow.
We'll take a break. When we come back, Coach of the Month.
Yeah.
It's Mike Brown, and we'll let you know who the last Coach of the Month was for the Sacramento Kings. It was pretty recent. You might be surprised. We'll do that next.
Sactown Sports congratulates the G-Man Gary Gerald on 3,000 games as the voice of the Sacramento Kings.
It's just my pleasure to be able to call the action. I love the fact that I get the chance to do what I do as long as I have.
This is one of those magical moments. How good can it get? I'm high-fiving all the fans I can grab. Together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
Congrats, G-Man.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's finally Friday. We've got a cool start out there, but not as cold as prior mornings have been. Into the afternoon, we'll have partly sunny skies, light north winds, and temperatures in the low 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
When it's cold and rainy outside, everyone knows Bonnie is leading the way home. Right now, stay warm and cozy with a $79 furnace tune-up. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Schedule an appointment today at Bonnie.com.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relugolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. If you're a small business owner, listen up. Pi Insurance wants to give you one of those aha moments, the kind that could save you money. Workers' comp is probably one of the biggest costs you face. But did you know that insurance providers have flexibility in setting their prices? That's right. But many don't bother giving small businesses the savings you deserve. Instead, you can get lumped in with other businesses and overcharged. Pi Insurance was created to change that. With Pi, you get a quote tailored specifically to your business, and you could save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. Take 3 minutes to see how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or go to trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave from my good friends at American Energy. Right now, get $2,500 off a new HVAC whole system installation. Now is the time to replace that system. $2,500 off a new HVAC whole home system. 0% financing, payment plan options available. There's no reason to keep putting this off. Schedule today, 916-520-9990, and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports' IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com and sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's film at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Sacramento Kings head coach Mike Brown is your February Coach of the Month in the Western Conference. In that time span, the Kings went 12-4, and Brown has the Kings on the verge of potentially making the playoffs for the first time in 16 years. Speaking of those Kings, they're back in action tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers, who come in losing 4 straight. Kawhi Leonard out for the Clippers tonight with load management. Other injury details still remain for LA. The Kings and the Clippers start tonight with game night at 5:30, followed by the G-Man with tip-off at 7 p.m. Speaking of LA, the Lakers, more bad news as LeBron James will miss the next 3 weeks. The Lakers currently trying to get into the play-in, are 1 game out of the 10, sitting at 30-33. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Kevin Huerter at 8 o'clock, yeah. Maybe that's another thing we'll do this summer when basketball's over between basketball and football. Maybe an entire show spoken in like old-time 20s English.
I'm gonna have a task for you this summer.
Yeah, welcome back.
I want one show, just one, that you have to be. So 16 total segments. Baseball. Could be historical, current. You have to do an entire baseball show.
Why? Why would you do that to the audience, though?
because your pain is worth it.
Oh, you see that, and that's why the guy thinks that we hate each other. You enjoy torturing me.
And
I mean, I could do a whole thing. I'd be a lot of guests.
That's fine, dude. To me, it's a great show, and that's the thing. Your torture might end up being great radio.
What about this? Hey,
I'm here for the audience, not for you.
Would it be weird if we did a bit this summer, like if we did something like that, and we had Shoeless Joe Jackson on? But hear me out. Obviously, he's not available, right? But what if we had like Jay just do some like research on Shoeless Joe Jackson, and we interviewed him, and then Jay played Shoeless Joe Jackson like in a movie, but as the radio interview?
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
How would you know what he sounded like?
Oh, you just go back to was it Ray Liotta plays him in 8 Men Out, right?
No, in
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams. Who plays him in 8 Men Out?
John Cusack.
Is it John
I don't
Cusack?
know.
So
He's in that,
was he in 8 Men Out?
So would I be?
Oh yeah, he was.
Would I have to go with Liotta or Cusack then?
Liotta.
Okay.
Whose final movie was Cocaine Bear?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's his final movie. It's Cocaine. Ray Liotta's in Cocaine Bear.
Very poetic.
Very, yeah. Anyways, other things poetic. Coach Brown winning Coach of the Month. Now, Kevin Huerter's coming up with us at 8:00, and I think if Mike Brown were in this room right now, he would 100% approve of what, in fact, he'd say it himself. When Coach Brown gets accolades, and I think this is far from his last one this year, he is the presumptive favorite to win Coach of the Year.
Right.
This is Coach of the Month. But Mike Brown, who deserves all the flowers, but he is, as we'll talk with Kevin about, the head of the snake.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin goes into stories about like Jay Triano drawing up plays.
Right.
Obviously, Doug Christie's huge there, and Jordy Fernandez and that whole staff, right? Lindsay and everybody. But Mike's, it's kind of like when the front office, if Monty McNair wins Executive of the Year, he'll be the first person to say, well, Wes and the entire team of 30 nerds that he has. Wow. Well, no, I've seen him like, going off to like go eat the barbecue place, lunch and stuff. Like I'll see it. There's like a crew of like 12 of them. And when I say nerds, I mean that in an awesome way, like basketball nerds that are doing amazing things. Mike Brown wins this. He probably should have already won it, but whatever. That's great. Jason, I know that this team has stunk for a long time, but when I heard that he's the first Kings coach to win Coach of the Month since Rick Adelman, I went, God, like Mike Malone didn't get in there? Or we can't sneak in a Reggie Theus?
Well,
a Luke?
When you think that no other coach had a winning record, had a above 500 season, could they have had a month that was great?
Yeah.
I guess Gary St. Jean had that, but that's it. It's Rick Adelman twice, Gary St. Jean once, and now Mike Brown. That's the list.
The synergy is so weird too. We always, and probably I do it a little too much because not everything has to be comparable, but just going back to 98, 99 and the start of the Kings run and comparing it to this year, but it was also Rick Adelman's first year.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick Adelman came in here and everything changed. And when we would look back and talk about that year, a lot of times we would marvel at how quickly oh my God, here's Chris Webber, here's Vlade Divac, here's Jason Williams, there's Rick Adelman. Like they drafted Peja. Everything changed very quickly. It's incredibly similar in the sense that Mike Brown comes in after all the coaches we've had, and oh my God, Coach of the Month, probable Coach of the Year, at least the favorite right now, and playoffs. He if they hold on, will be 1-for-1 in playoffs.
Yeah,
he will have never missed the playoffs with the Sacramento Kings.
The difference to me between those two teams and the parallels are they're just striking how much they are right now. But that team was completely new.
Yeah.
Like completely transformed. There's a lot of new pieces to this team, a lot of them. But I mean, Fox and Barnes and Holmes. I mean, he's not a key piece, but Len was here. Like a lot of the pieces were here either at the end of the year or had been here for a couple of years. But then obviously you draft Murray and you get Huerter and Monk and Sabonis at the end of last year. So there have been changes, but that one was like a wholesale, just seemingly almost everything was different.
The only carryovers were what? Tariq and Corliss? Yeah, because Vlade, Chris, I'm talking about the starting line.
Yeah. And Jay Will was drafted.
Vlade, Chris, and Jay Will
came over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this year.
Well, the return technically Sabonis is a return.
Yeah, it's almost like I want to count Sabonis's.
But it's mainly De'Aaron Harrison, and then Holmes had been a starter. Yeah. TD.
What is I'm going to ask you, there's a lot of great things to talk about Mike Brown.
Mm-hmm.
What is, if I were to say, what impresses you most about Mike Brown this year? What would you say?
His consistent, and I don't know if messaging is the right term, but his consistent, message to the team. And I think he's hit all the right notes, the sweet spots all the time of calling that timeout early, unacceptable. Whatever we just did right then and there, unacceptable. That could be the first play of the third quarter. You're like, really? You just came out of halftime, you're calling it? He's going to do that. So that messaging too, with when we played the clip earlier, when they're 0-4. He's like, well, I believe we have a team that's going to fight. If we're not, we're doing some good things. We're going to get our way out of this. They got their way out of it. And then to the All-Star break, hey, we're going to have to play our best basketball, the push for the playoffs. Now, we've got 2 All-Stars. Putting all of that stuff out there to us, to the public, and I'm sure he was saying the same thing to what Katie told us the other day, saying that they showed film or a clip of LeBron saying, if you don't think this guy's coming for you, this guy you guys are now the ones that are being attacked. Look what you're done. You're a 3 seed. LeBron wants to be in the postseason. Luka, Kyrie, you are a target now. I just think everything he said, he's hit it at his sweet spot of his messaging.
Do you think he's a better coach than he was with Golden State or before that? Or do you think it's just the roster? And that's not a dig at him.
He's probably a better coach just over years of experience, but better than he's a different role than last year.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think he was a phenomenal coach last year, but he wasn't the head coach of the team. It is different.
Who is more responsible for the culture change here in Sacramento? If you had to give the defensive player the game chain, but it was the culture chain, him or Sabonis?
Him. Yeah.
It's
him.
So.
But I think it's the entirety of the staff. And the other part about that is credit to Mike Brown, comfortable enough. Some coaches may hire someone I'm not going to hire the guy that might take my job or I don't want to lose anybody. Well, I think there's a good chance that they could lose Jay Triano at some point. They could lose Jordy Fernandez. We already saw he was in the rumor for the job there with the Atlanta Hawks.
Right.
That's a testament to this team. Can't remember a time where the Kings really had an assistant, with the exception of Rick Adelman when Byron Scott was picked off of that assistant coaching tree. Terry Porter was looked at as well. They haven't had assistants that have been coveted before. Now you've got assistants because they've got a really good thing going and they want to figure out, hey, what is Mike Brown doing? And I think Mike Brown's been a good listener, from coaching under Pop, from coaching with Kerr, from being his own head coach. And he's implemented everything he's taken and tried to figure out what's best to change, as he said, the soul of this team, and he's done it.
When you look at, you mentioned Jay Triano and Jordy Fernandez. I know it's not,
and Doug could be a head coach
and
too.
Doug,
mm-hmm.
And I know that it's not the same because there's far more. I shouldn't say there's more positions because it's about the same amount of teams, but it's almost like in football, like with the Niners, the Eagles, here's something Kings fans also aren't used to. If you're good, you're losing coaches.
Mm-hmm.
You're not holding on.
People
to
want to know
staff.
what's the secret sauce.
What's the secret sauce?
Yeah.
And then you look at, when you talk about culture change and what Mike has done and what Sabonis has done. I'm actually more impressed with De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes. I think it's harder. I think it's harder for them.
Yeah.
I think it's more, and you can say something nice about somebody without taking a shot at somebody else. What Mike and DeMontis and Malik and Kevin Huerter have done is nothing short of miraculous. I think it's harder to be Fox and Barnes. This is the guy who said last year, anyone who's been on this team 3 years or longer needs to go because you have that stink on you.
Yeah.
You have that stink. It's not your fault. They've served their time in Shawshank. They need to be released. They need to go chase their careers. I think it's harder to be somebody who has, in De'Aaron's case, he doesn't know anything but the Sacramento Kings as a professional. Harrison might be harder because he knows championship with the Warriors and then had to go to Dallas and then came into this. But for them to be able to not not be dissuaded, not be discouraged, not put their heads in the sand, not demand a trade. In fact, the opposite, especially with De'Aaron coming out and saying, no, I want to win here. You talk about stories with this team this year. I think the resurgence, renovation, renaissance, whatever you want to call it, of De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes, they deserve it as much or more than anyone.
I agree. I think it's all collective from the people that have been here, from the top leadership to, having a front office, just the harmony. Again, we said it in the offseason when national media was talking about the Kings moves, like, all this stuff makes sense. Well, the making sense part now is fitting into a team that's winning, that's building confidence, that believes they're good, and night in and night out has shown us that they are continuing to get better, and with some good wins, some puzzling and bad losses too.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Dave, more times than not now, I have that feeling of when they enter a building, I feel like they've got an excellent chance to win. They don't win them all, but I feel like, yeah, why can't they win tonight? Why can't they win tomorrow? Like they're as good, if not better, than all these teams are playing, which is awesome.
We'll take a break. When we come back, let's get into the magic number.
These magic numbers, when your team is close to mine, won't last forever unless this Kings season doesn't end on time.
I don't know what to do.
That's the exact reaction I had in the first hour.
I feel like there's a little auto-tune in there too, but that's just me. My ears aren't what they were. I don't know. I don't want to say it. That, and then the thing where, there's teams above them and below them. We'll do all that in just 2 minutes.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Hands up. No fouls. No fouls. Yes. Great job. Timeout. Hello, Sacramento, and all you listeners, it's Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store. Did you know that when your feet are not properly supported, your whole body can become misaligned, causing pain in your feet, knees, hips, or back? Good Feet arch supports are designed to support all 4 arches of the foot, placing the feet in their ideal pain-relieving position and aligning the body from the feet up. Good Feet arch supports come in a wide range of over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes, so customers can be precisely fit with the arch supports that meets their personal needs. It's one reason why Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet Store. Visit the Good Feet Store now for a free personalized arch support fitting and then take them for a walk. Experience for yourself the pain-relieving comfort, balance, and support of Good Feet. In Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Hey, you want to be around people having a great time? You need to come check out Capital Casino, offering the most varieties of table games in the region in the friendliest environment. Come for the food, which is awesome, of course, and stay and play. Conveniently located in downtown Sacramento at 411 North 16th Street, right there in downtown Sacramento for over 20 years. Cap Casino, best food, best games, and of course, the best action. And please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, it's Paul George, everybody.
I felt like that was where my place was. Like, I had to be honest to myself that, like, in order for me to win at the highest level or get to where I want to get to, I don't think I'm the one guy. I don't think I can score with the best. I can take over games with the best. But I don't honestly think that's what my game is if I want to win a championship. I don't think that's where my place is if I want to win a championship. And I felt like I learned that. I played my best being off the ball, being, the second fiddle. I had my best career playing alongside Russ in that role. I don't have no ego when it comes to basketball. I just want to win.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's definitely the right things to say.
Yeah.
No Kawhi tonight. Paul George questionable, and we're calling him questionable just because of his post-game comments.
Yeah,
saying,
trying to figure it out.
Yeah, we'll see how I don't.
Guys need a win, Clips. You need a win.
Yeah, they do. So, do you have the data on the magic numbers?
I do.
These magic numbers.
Said it. I can't say that.
Is close to mine. Won't last forever unless this king season doesn't end on time.
Yeah, anyway. What are they looking at, Jason?
Well, not too much change yesterday as far as the ramifications of things. But again, the more games that get lopped off, it just becomes a little bit more difficult for these teams to catch the Kings. So the Kings currently in third. We know that at 36-25. 21 games to go. For perspective, that's a lot of games left. I mean, seemingly it'll go quickly, but the Clippers have, after tonight, they'll have just 16 games left. So it's going quickly here. Let's see. So the Suns did not play. So the Kings' magic number to keep that 3 seed stays at 18.
18.
So
18
wins, 3 losses for the Kings, 18-3 the rest of the way. That would be, I don't think they'll do that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think they're going to go 18-3.
I agree with you.
But if they do, they will at least be the 3 seed. But I think if they go 18-3, they'll catch Memphis.
I think if they go 18-3, they have an outside shot to catch Denver, weirdly enough.
Well, let's see, 18. Well, let's do that really fast. Let's do optimistic 18-3 for the Kings. That gets them to 54 wins. Denver. Well, here's how you do it. Could Denver go 10 and what's the rest of that?
Let's see, 54, 64, 63. So they have 19 left. So they
10 and 9.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Denver would have to go 10 and 9 to tie, but one of the Kings' wins would have to be against Denver in game 82.
That's the last
and so they'd be head-to-head tie. Kings would then. That's how they get it at 18-3.
Yeah,
so Denver's looking pretty good.
retract. Yeah,
that shows you how difficult it is to really move up consistently. Yeah. So anyway, magic number of 18 stays the same to be the 3 seed. To be the 4 seed and hold off the Warriors, it's 17. So now you're talking about 17-4. Again, that's with just your own fate, 17-4.
Have you at all? I asked you this about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was right after the trade deadline. Have you adjusted your expectations? I think you and I both agreed that the most likely seed for the Kings by the end of the year was 4.
That's what I said then too.
We both said that.
I'm really thinking about 3 though.
So am I.
I want them to get to 2.
Yeah, of course.
3 is going to be difficult to hang on to, but I think the numbers are still in their favor as good as Phoenix is.
Yeah.
And I think Phoenix, I'll put it this way. If the Kings if everything stayed exactly as it is right now, I would be really worried about Phoenix. Why I like that for the Kings is to face Phoenix, it would be in the conference finals. And I would sign up for that now.
I would 100% sign
If you're telling me you're going to lose to Phoenix at some point, but it's in the conference finals, okay. Yes, please.
Incidentally, only Toronto and Philadelphia have a tougher remaining batch of games than the Kings. Also, nobody plays more games than the Sacramento Kings. Only Sacramento and Memphis, by the way, have 21 games left. Everybody is between 20 and even 18. Actually, the Clippers have 17, as you mentioned.
Right.
The 4th toughest schedule remaining, though, belongs to Phoenix.
Okay.
And then the 7th toughest, the Clippers. The 9th toughest, the Golden State Warriors. So a lot of that's playing each other is the deal, but yeah.
So then you go down to 6, which is the spot that clinches. That's now in Dallas. The Kings' magic number is 16. They could influence that in a couple of different ways too, because they still play Dallas one more time. We talked about that with the magic number of Phoenix being 18. You play them twice. If you beat them twice, you shave 4 off that. That's just a huge swing.
Wow, yeah.
And then the number of the kind of the emergency, things have fallen apart. Can they just hang on for the play-in game? And the 10th seed, the last of the play-ins, the magic number is 12. But that doesn't clinch a playoff spot. But that,
there's a lot, and we talked about this. There's a lot of dominoes to fall, I think that the more than likely the first domino will be they've clinched. Well, I don't know. It's going to be very close. The first domino will either be they've clinched a play-in spot, or they've clinched 500, none above 500.
Oh yeah, this is going to go pretty quickly.
It's going to all go. Yes, it's going to go pretty quickly because we're going to be seeing a lot of for the first time in. Then they've clinched a playoff spot, and that's going to be the big one. That I think will be the biggest domino of all. Is they're in the playoffs if again that happens, and then obviously they've clinched home court, and I think at least a couple of those, and we talked about it. I think Monday. I think there's a couple of those. Certainly the playoff one. If any of those really happen on the road, we need to start organizing. We need to go greet them at the airport.
Yeah.
They need to feel that.
I would say I agree with that. And the other part, I think to me, where I've changed my expectations, I really think it will be hard to lose the 3 seed. But if they drop to 5, that's disappointing to me.
So
that's to me where I say that in a way of like, keep that in perspective.
Yeah.
A level of disappointment, not like this team's failing. It would mean they would have had to have played less than they've been playing. 2 teams would have to have overachieved, which is very, very possible. I think one can do it. And I still think it's Phoenix. But, the Warriors have done some good things here lately.
Yes, they have. And they're getting Steph back Sunday.
Yeah, but I mean, that's 5 in the loss column, and that's a lot with not that many games to go. They're going to have to play at an absurd level. And again, with people playing each other across, to not have home court would be frustrating. I guess disappointing would be the right phrase. But again, think about saying this in October.
I was going to say, I don't disagree with you. So let's put that at the beginning.
Yeah. And even if that happened, then it's like, well, go win as the 5 seed. Go beat 4.
But you just said not even basic.
Yeah.
That if the Kings finish the season, which they would be above 500, they make the playoffs. They don't make the playoffs as the 8 or the 7 or the 6 or as a play. They make the playoffs as a 5.
Yeah.
We're at a spot right now where that would be disappointing.
Today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously we get there where after we get over that disappointment.
Oh, that lasts for 5 seconds.
Go.
Yeah, because the opening of that road trip on the first game, it's like, let's go. Let's see if this team can win one of the first 2, then come home and watch Golden One go crazy.
Those are your magic numbers. Let's get to tonight's standings watch. Pelicans, Warriors. Warriors obviously on the second night of a back-to-back, still favored by 4 over New Orleans. That's a couple of teams in contention below the Kings. You've got the Timberwolves visiting the Lakers. The Lakers are favored by 1.5.
Okay.
I find that a little bit interesting. Portland visits the Hawks, but I don't think we're worried about Portland anymore. The Suns are in Chicago taking on the Bulls.
That'd be great if they got help there. I don't think that'll happen, but that'd be great.
I don't either. Jazz Thunder, again, a couple of fringe teams there that I don't think we necessarily have to worry about, but I'll bet you that's a fun game.
Yeah. I mean, Jazz right now currently 9th, though, or tied for 9th. So, I mean, that's a team like if they slip up, because that's a team I still don't think is a great team.
Right.
But here they are still in the mix. And at some point, if the Lakers go in, someone in that bottom, New Orleans, Minnesota, Clippers, even Jazz, has to fall out. So we'll see.
And you might be wondering, well, hold on a second. You got the number 3 seed taking on a team down there in the Clippers. That's a marquee matchup, 7 o'clock. How is that not your ESPN game?
Yeah.
This is one of those times where I go, yeah, it shouldn't be the ESPN game because it's 7 o'clock on ESPN. Break out your second screen. The Grizzlies visit Denver.
Yeah.
And so the Kings are in a situation right now where they are favored by 6 points. Denver is favored by 5 points. So all we're doing is just simply going by what Vegas is saying. If Vegas were to hold up, the Sacramento Kings would be 1 game out of the 2 seed.
Yeah.
1 game out of the 2 seed, by the way, on a nice fat winning streak. And Memphis turns around and on Sunday goes down to LA and plays the Clippers. Then they play the Lakers. And then they've got Golden State back-to-back on Dallas and then Miami. So it's a stretch.
Yeah, if we go optimistic, pie in the sky, everything went great this weekend, when we are back on the air at 6 o'clock on Monday morning, the Kings could be tied for the 2. If they beat the Clippers, if they beat Minnesota, this is all on the positive side. Memphis loses to Denver, very possible, and Memphis loses at the Clippers, also possible. Kings are tied for 2 when we crack the mics open 6 a.m. on Monday morning.
So are we thinking about this wrong? Why should we be getting greedy instead of worrying about why is it? And I can only think it's PTSD, and obviously we can all speak to that. But it is kind of interesting that we're talking more about teams that are 4 games or more behind us in the loss column instead of talking about the fact that, like it or not, believe it or not, screw the fact that the Kings have been making distance between the folks behind them. The Kings are chasing down the Grizzlies.
Yes.
They have chased down the Grizzlies almost completely. And by the way, not for nothing, and I don't know if this is going to affect anything, things aren't exactly hunky-dory in Memphis right now.
Yeah.
They're not exactly smooth in Memphis right now. So maybe it's okay to change that thought process, and we are the hunters as well as the hunted.
Yeah, at one point Memphis had that long win streak. I think they were 31-13.
Yeah.
So I mean that's a team killing it. 18 games above 500, and they're 7-10 since, and that's with winning their last 3 games. So yeah, it's not all as smooth, and they've missed Steven Adams, and they're still fantastic. But again, I don't think that's. I mean, is that crazy to think the Kings could win tonight, could win tomorrow? Memphis loses those 2 games, and by Monday morning they're in a tie for second.
We'll take a break with this comment off the YouTube chat from Jason. I can't do my work. This conversation is insanity. I love it. Some of the sentences being said are so foreign to my ears after all these years. Jason, you and us too, brother. We'll take a break. Go ahead, Jay.
One more YouTube comment. Chris Guerrero wants to do a duet of these magic numbers with me. Your thoughts?
I would be for that, and this is no offense to you, and you know that you're going to be on my side. I would be for a Chris Guerrero Mike Barnbaum duet. Then
that would blow me out of the water.
100% in. We'll take a break. Hey, don't go away. When we come back, it's been a couple weeks since we talked to Kevin Huerter, so we're giving you a double show of Kevin Huerter. The next 30 minutes. The Red Velvet Lounge, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, right up next on Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports league.
Us right now. It's been a while. joining us right now. It's been a while. A lot of stuff to catch up on. He is home. He is hopefully rested and ready for a fun weekend of basketball at Golden One Center tonight versus the LA Clippers. Boring games with the Clippers so far this year. Hopefully they can entertain us at some point this year. Brought to you, all of us, by Jiffy Lube. Kevin Huerter, what's up, buddy?
How we doing? You say it's funny you say it's been a while, and it's already March. Like all these weeks just jumble together. I couldn't tell you if we did this last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, yesterday. Don't know how it's March already. It feels like February just started, but here we are. We're at this point in the season.
I mean, you're a busy dude. You went to I mean, we go all the way back. I'm glad you said that because it is funny how the mind works. So we wanted to start out by leaving off where we left off, which is your weekend in Salt Lake City. But to you right now, does that seem like 2 weeks ago or does that seem like 2 months ago?
Feels like a month ago at least. Like it feels like so much has happened since that weekend that it's just like I think we've only had 4 games since All-Star break. It feels like we've had 10.
Wow.
So I swear. But that's, like I said, that's where you get to this point in the season and everything is downhill past All-Star break, but it's just like you play so much so quickly.
Well, so fill us in. Best, worst. What was the best part of being a part of All-Star Weekend and just the whole weekend for you?
I think the best, like obviously it's just like the aura of being there. Like you can feel it's like a different level of excitement, like the hotel to the players that are there to the fans and the experience and every brand that's in there. Like you could tell it's just the biggest single weekend of the year. It feels like during the NBA season that it's just a lot of fun. It's super fun to be a part of. There's a lot of different moving parts. You're pulled everywhere. There's so many media things you have to do. There's a lot of appearances and there's so many people there that want to meet with you, and there's meetings, the NBPA. There's so much going on in the weekend that it is a lot. Like it's definitely not you're kicking your feet up in Salt Lake City and hey, it's All-Star Weekend, let me just show up for my event on Saturday or Sunday. Like it's a whole week-long thing. That part is like you need a vacation from your vacation. You go to All-Star Weekend and you're like, all right, now let me go get away for a couple of days. But it was super fun to be a part of. Obviously outside the competition, I had a lot of fun. Just being able to experience it for the first time in person after so many years of obviously watching on TV, that it's something I get to experience again.
Well, let's talk about the competition because I only wanted it because I know you want it and it's fun and there's pride and I know how competitive you are. So I totally get it. But I get the results weren't what you want. Was the process fun for you?
It was, after I think our last game was Tuesday in Phoenix. I got to stay here. My dad came into town. He had some other things, but I was practicing for a couple days, shooting off a rack. The process of going there, practicing, and they had like a warehouse. They had a court and a warehouse, or their conference center and a back room that you got to go practice on, and then obviously before the competition you had time to practice. So the process of doing it was a lot of fun. It was obviously my first time. I had been in a 3-point competition in high school. That was actually during Final Four weekend. So it was like my second-ish time preparing for something like this. Thought I prepared really well. Actually, obviously everybody does really good behind closed doors. And obviously the competition, I didn't start out great. I remember Tyler Hero got off to a bad start and he was able to find it late. He got hot. And I remember thinking it's super important to obviously start off well. Like that gets your confidence going, and it's once you fall behind, it's super tough to catch up. And I think I missed like my first 7, and I think my 8th was the first one. And the way that I had practiced it was shoot, watch the ball go up, and then immediately go into and find the ball for your next rack. And as I'm pulling back the next ball, I can see the previous shot either miss or go in. So it's all like there's a process to doing it, and it all happens super quick, obviously, if you need to make your time. And so the competition just went, and it was like before I knew it, I was on the opposite elbow shooting the 3-point or the 4-point shot, whatever it was. And you look up and you're like, damn, I only got like, I don't know what the number was, but it's like I haven't made anything so far. Getting to my Moneyball rack, and it just like continues to just kind of like just couldn't find it. Like it wasn't like it was one of those things where I knew I was missing or I felt off or like I was all over the place. Like I was shooting normally, going into my next shot, looking up, and it's like, all right, miss. All right, go to the next one, next shot. And all of a sudden you're on your last rack. And so it all for me, like it happened super quick. There was like such a long process, and it was, the excitement of being in that competition for, to me be out there for 70 seconds doing this competition. All of a sudden you snap your fingers and it's over. For me right away, I think the second I went to the bench, it's like, well, damn, I can't wait for this next time I get to do this. Like next time is going to be a lot better. So it was a lot of fun. Like I said, the experience of doing it, obviously I wish the results are different, but it was just one of those things like it was before I knew it was just over with.
So from when that ended to, I can't remember when you guys had to report, like maybe Tuesday. I can't remember when you guys had to be back here. What did you stick around there? Did you get any chance for a break? How did you spend the rest of the time?
Yeah, I had family come in. I had college friends come into town, so I got to spend some time with them. Went over to Vegas for like 36 hours just to get some sort of break with my college buddies. Lost a lot of money really quickly. And we
nice break.
Yeah, we had practiced Tuesday night, so I came back Tuesday morning. So I got a couple days. I think I got 1 day off of not shooting, I think was the final day. Like, so it was really like 1 day off from the court. So that part was that was brutal. Like even mentally, like going into it's like sometimes you just need like the mental break of getting away from the game, not as much the physical. Like we get in such a rhythm with our bodies that it's, if you take too much time off, you come back and you're sore and you feel out of shape, and you're not, maybe you're muscle wise and fatigue wise, you're not in a great spot. So it's super good as your body to just kind of think of like a train. It's slow and steady all year long. Your body's in such a good spot. It's really like All-Star break is your mental just break from the season and just let me get away, let me decompress. It's you need the break. And for me, it was my first experience. You can kind of see why there's guys like LeBron and Luke is going to be one of those guys, and Kevin Durant. That's kind of like All-Star break becomes, I don't say a chore, but the excitement of your 12th time isn't nearly what it is your first time, because the 12th time you're like, man, I'd love to just like go kick my feet up and do nothing. So it is a lot, but you get back and by the time practice was coming around Tuesday, I was ready to go.
Kevin Huerter Show brought to you by Jiffy Lube. One of the great things about being able to talk to you is we say things on the air and then we can actually go to the source. There's the pride from the fan point of view of having representatives, and everybody was there. In fact, even Harrison was there doing Players Association meetings. Everybody in the starting lineup was there. But I worried, and I said this, I was worried because you guys, knock on would have been by far the healthiest team in the NBA so far. You're playing a lot of minutes. And from a straight up basketball point of view, I wondered, hey, I want him to go. I also want him to be on a beach for, a week. It's interesting how you explain that, though. In some aspects, physically, you're saying it's maybe better to have a little bit of a schedule and not just have a week off, at Sandals, surfing.
I do think that. Like, I think that's the case in the off season too, that it's never really good to just take a week and do nothing, where you completely pull away. You don't do any sort of body movements. You don't stretch. You're not on your feet. For me, I found personally in my experience, and from I think most of the other guys, like when you do that, you come back and you're always sore, and it takes a little bit for your body to adjust back into how much it takes to do what we do every day. That if you kind of try to stay and you do a little bit each day, those things add up, your body stays in the right spot. And then you come back Tuesday and you haven't lost a step. You don't feel weak. You don't feel fatigued. That it is like All-Star break. They tell you like, hey, take a couple days, make sure you get away, make sure you get to a beach, but like, make sure you work on your body. You're not sitting there and you're taking 5-6 days and you're sipping on margaritas and maybe you're not getting the same sleep you used to, and you're not doing anything for your body. That's like for the level of athlete that we're all at, especially at this point in the season, it's never good to just fully peel away.
Well, then you get back to work, and it's 3 and 4 nights, 4 and 6. I mean, they put you right in the grind. And Dave alluded to it earlier. I mean, the first game was the Blazers. It was a win. It was awkward a little bit the way that one played out. But then if we go to last Friday, I know you tweeted after the game, the highest level of basketball that you've ever been a part of. And as fans, I mean, it wasn't just the end of regulation. It wasn't just overtime or the second. From the first quarter on, Kevin, that was unreal basketball. What was it like to be a part of that? And how soon in the game did you realize, I think we're onto something pretty special, both us and the Clippers.
It was honestly right from the start of the game. It was just like the shot making from both sides. It felt like both teams came out hot. I'm not sure what our percentage was in that first quarter, but it felt like offensively we got off to a good start. And we know what their roster is. We know they got potentially 3 or more Hall of Famers on that team. And they need to start just like we do. They need to keep winning to keep pace with the rest of this pack. So we knew how big of a game it was going into it. And I felt like we got off to a good start. We were moving the ball. We were making shots. And it was a tie game where we were down. And so right away, that's like, okay, that's a bad sign. Like if we're shooting like this, it's tough to keep up. Like it may not go our way. And like both teams just all game, no matter both teams went to their bench. Obviously our bench all year has proven and has been a really nice weapon for us. But our bench came in playing well, making shots, moving the ball. That right away, the lazy fan is like, wow, there was no defense played in that game. And that's where like I challenge people. Like I've challenged friends to go back that said they haven't seen is like go watch that game. Watch like the level of shot making, like any open shot, like everybody was making. And so you get to the end of regulation, it was 150 to 150, let's call it. But like you look at everybody's percentages, like 4 for 7 from 3, 3 of 4, 5 of 6. Like everybody on the court who played contributed something. And those overtimes, I mean, there were so many moments where we could have packed it in, even in regulation. I'm not sure how many we were down with 3-4 minutes to go in that fourth quarter, down 11 or 12, and made a run to tie it. Right away, we have all the momentum. They kind of responded early again in the first overtime, and we came back. And it's almost like it's expected from De'Aaron at this point, even though that's not a fair thing to say. In my opinion, we expect De'Aaron to do that because he's playing at a insanely high level, and his shot making in all these games is just extremely high level basketball. So, but he's come to like, it's been a thing that we can quote unquote expect as teammates and as fans. But like Malik, I think in a large part in that game was the one who's truly just making so many plays and carrying us and made big shot after big shot. And where it looked like they may be able to pull away, he comes down and he made a 3, or he really went 1-on-5 and scored a layup. Like Malik was really the one that kind of felt like he was willing us to that win. And then, no one remembers those games unless you win. And so to be in a double overtime game for as high scoring as it was, and to grind out, a back-to-back, a win in their gym with the excitement of Russell Westbrook joining their team and all those guys that have over there, for us, it had to have been the best win of the year so far.
It's the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're going to pause here real quick, take a break. When we come back, we got to finish this conversation about one of I think, the greatest regular season game perhaps ever played. A really nice award for Coach Brown, and, of course, tonight's rematch with the Clippers. It's the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're right back on Sactown Sports. Welcome back. It is the Kevin Huerter Show. All right, welcome back. It is the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Carmichael, Dave, Jason Ross, and, of course, Red Velvet himself, Kevin Huerter. We're talking about the Clippers game. I think it's the best regular season game ever played. Obviously, I'm biased. And to your point you made, Kevin, earlier, which I thought was great, the lazy take that there was no defense. I think a real good way to look at it, or at least how I did, is not that long before that game, you had a very similar score in the All-Star game. And there was no defense in that game, but you had similar scores. When you look at how the All-Star game was played, for example, and then you look at how you guys played the Clippers, I think that tells you all there is about how competitive it was, how high level it was, how much there was defense. But Malik and De'Aaron and Kawhi and you all these guys, you guys were just like unconscious for over an hour.
It was the efficiency of everybody on the court. Just I keep going back to the level of shot making for everybody that was on the court, the creativity, the plays, the execution. Like we give a lot of credit. Jay Triano, both of those timeouts at the end of the games, we came out of all our ATOs and scored. And he was the one in the huddles drawing them up. That's really something kind of Mike has trusted with him over the course of the years. You can see at the end of games, as the game's going on and Mike's standing up and Jordy's on the sideline, usually Jay is sitting down in his chair and he's drawing stuff up on a clipboard. We call timeout and boom, it's his time with the huddle. So you give Jay a lot of credit. Those were his plays at the end of the game. All of them we scored on, but it was the full course of the game from both teams. Like we can give the Clippers their respect. Like Nick Batum came in and felt like he hit every single corner three he took. Yeah. Like Kawhi, I couldn't tell you how many times he made jumpers over a hand, and it felt like HB was doing a great job on him all game. You look up, he was 38 points, and it's just like that was the type of game it was. Just both sides of the ball just playing at a super high level.
So for Dave and I think it's right. I think it's the best game we've ever seen. I think a lot of people say it's the best game they've ever seen. It ended up being game number 2,999 for our friend and Kings broadcaster, Gary Gerald. The next game, you guys are in OKC. I know this is your first year here, Kevin, but Dave and I have known G-Man for so long, worked closely with him, and it meant a lot for us. I know it meant a lot for him, but you were new to this. What was the locker room scene? We've seen the video. From our view, it was incredible, but G-Man getting the chain and just that whole reaction. Take us in the locker room, what it was like for you guys.
G-Man is great. G-Man, he's with us every trip, obviously. He's been in the organization longer than anybody, right? It's everybody in that room. There's been a lot of different people that cycled in and out of that locker room between coaches and players and training staff. And there's one guy that stays the same, one guy that's always there on every road trip, and that's G-Man. So we won that game. I think we knew it going into it. They usually do a pretty good job of telling us when there's somebody's hitting a milestone or getting some sort of reward. So G-Man before the game, it just said like, hey, this is 3,000. We better win this. And so we went into it. Obviously, it was the first game of that 2-game set. And afterwards in the locker room, there was people that were deserving of the defensive player of the game chain. But that night was all about G-Man and got his jersey. Obviously, we got a win on number 3,000. And he's a young guy though. Hopefully, he's got at least another 1,000 more.
There you go.
I think Jason said it the best, and we talked a lot about this. In fact, we had Gary on, and we talked a lot about how there's so many special things about this team, and I think maybe the most special to me, other than winning, is a lot of you guys are new to Sacramento. You're new. Malik Monk's new. Mike Brown is new. A lot of the staff. I mean, there's so many new players and personnel, but the way you guys not only just embrace the city, but also embrace what we've been through as fans, understanding what it means for a guy like Gary Gerald to see more losses and more losing than anyone. It's like you guys have this understanding, or have really worked to have this understanding of what you're on the precipice of, which is breaking a 16-year playoff streak, and just how much it means to this is a one-horse town, just what it means to this community.
It does. I've talked about it before. Just the positivity and the positive energy that we can feel from the city and the fans has been everything. And it's easy to have a good culture when you're winning. And there's a lot of people here that have come from a lot of different places, both winning situations and losing situations. And we're trying our best to obviously change the culture and change the trajectory of where this organization has been for the last 15, 16 years. But it's easy to do, obviously, when we're winning. So we haven't lost sight of that. We still feel like we have a lot of building left to go, and we still have a lot of things left to prove this year. It's we're 2/3 of the way there, and obviously put ourselves in a really good position. But we know the job's not finished, and we know the ultimate goal, not only this year but years to come. That just the positivity and the support that we felt from this whole entire city and the fans, to me, I've said it, has been the single best thing since coming to Sacramento. I I think tonight is going to be electric. We were just on the road and in OKC, and I know situations are different, and we're on the road against the Clippers, and LA is a dual team town, and the Clippers don't always have the best fan situation when you compare them to the Lakers, and I think we're really excited for what tonight's going to be, and how the fans are going to support us coming out, and when we've been back home, especially coming off of the All-Star break, that really the rest of the way here, hopefully till the time that we officially clinch, I think is going to be electric here down the stretch.
Kevin, I'm curious about one thing that you guys are doing so well, better than anybody in the league. It's your offense. And I know the Clippers coming into that game, we referenced that a couple times, how great the game was. They were playing pretty good defense. They were making that a point of emphasis. Yet you guys score 150, let's say, in regulation, still get 176. Kind of in your words, why is your offense, seemingly just so foolproof here? Why do you guys click so much offensively?
Just the flow, the pace, the unselfishness that we play with, really 1 through 10, the guys are in the rotation. It's something that we talk about. We drill, we practice, playing at a great pace. We're a young team. We got a lot of young bodies getting up and down the court, make or miss from other teams, being unselfish, playing inside out. It's all great things, all stuff that we've really preached since the beginning of the year. And you've seen it. Like, it doesn't really matter guys going in and out of the lineup. We didn't have Fox in that second game in OKC. He's arguably our best offensive player, and we can put up 120 on a team that's supposedly, especially the second half of the year, been one of the better defensive teams in the league. People would be surprised in OKC. So that is our strength. Obviously, we know we have to pick up the other side of the ball, and it's only going to make our offense even better. But it's a super fun offense to play in. There's a lot of accountability in it. There's a lot of different moving parts and different things we can do in our offense that we know really night in and night out. We could hang 130 on a lot of different teams and give ourselves a really good chance to win.
It's the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. You got a fun weekend now. You look ahead in the schedule, and Jason and I, every morning, we're doing magic numbers. We're counting down. We're going to be on the road with you guys for the most of the last couple of weeks, doing the show live. Everybody in this town is really beginning to build, but there's also, Jason's better at this than me. For me, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm just waiting. I'm superstitious. There are 21-year-old people that were 5 the last time this team was in the playoffs. They have no memory. But for you guys in the moment, is this just like, is it game to game? Are you aware of the whole, we could clinch the playoffs soon? Is it all about a title? Is it all of them? How do you keep your focus?
Yeah, I think, team mindset right now. I think it's finishing, obviously, what we've done out strong. We know each and every night, at this point especially, we're playing teams that are looking for our position, looking for that 3 seed, looking for home court advantage. I think, obviously, we're looking to stay where we are. It'd be great if we can catch Memphis. I don't think we can catch Denver at this point. But, we're trying to obviously catch Memphis, not trying to lose our positioning in the standings. But we're pretty locked in. It's not something that we talk about or we're starting to get excited or take for granted where we're at. I think that we know the task at hand. It's, every night we got to go in and we got a job to do. This could very easily spin the other way. I think there's only 4 games that separate us and the 10 or 11 seed. So it's a bad week can really, ruin the progress that we've done all year. So we're trying to stay consistent, trying to lock in, just go game by game and continue to stack wins.
I get the feeling Coach Brown, congratulations, by the way, the coach of the month, won't let you guys wander anyway. If he senses a mindset shift, how quickly does Coach kind of redirect that?
He hasn't needed to be honest. He's all business, most of the time, Coach Brown, but he really hasn't needed to. It's, as players, like I said, we know exactly where we are. We know where we sit in standings. We know the teams that are behind us and the schedule we have left. So as player-wise, we have all the motivation we need to obviously finish the job here.
Yeah. Have you heard his Keegan Murray impression, by the way?
I haven't. I heard there was a video of it, but I haven't.
Okay. You should ask him about it.
Okay. I go find the video.
Yeah.
First coach of the month since Rick Adelman. That's how crazy that is. And you mentioned earlier, Mike Brown gets coach of the month. He obviously deserves it. He's the odds-on favorite, literally in Vegas, to win coach of the year. He deserves it. My rule is anytime you, in your very first year, help your team break a 16-year playoff streak, you get coach of the year. But you made a point earlier. It's Mike Brown, and he's going to get the flowers. But it's everybody else. It's Jordy, it's Jay, it's that whole staff. It seems there's really this great team where it's like the royal coach, not just he's the head of the snake, but it's a whole snake.
It is. It's top to bottom. It's Monty, it's Wes, it's Mike, it's our training staff, it's our assistant coaches, it's our players. It's all stuff that goes in to have a winning culture. It's the stuff that the great organizations do, the stuff you hear from organizations like the Spurs. They've done it for so long, and the Miami Heat and Golden State Warriors, and now hopefully the Kings are mentioned in the similar circles. It's a true top to bottom thing, and it's something we've been. We started the year off our very first team meeting. I think everybody in the organization had to sign a piece of paper that everybody was bought in and fully a part of doing what it takes to be a winning team and to end this drought, and nobody's wavered off of it.
All right, we'll finish with two quick things. Number one, I don't know what the rules are, so let's just say for fun, are you beginning to, or have you started to center in a little bit on college basketball, and will you be filling out a bracket or 12 this year?
I do. I still follow the Terps pretty closely. I always do a bracket. For me, March Madness is one of the best times of the year, especially the first weekend. Like you just get 16 games right in a row on the same day, or 2 days back to back. So I will be watching. Can't tell you who I have yet for a national champion, but give me a couple weeks and I can let you know.
Jason Ross has one of the he is the chairperson of maybe the longest running bracket pool from the station. We've got several members of your organization, which we won't name, in it as well. So we'll have to send you one. It's all for fun, Kevin. Of course, no money involved whatsoever.
I was gonna say, what's his payout looking like? What are we thinking here?
I mean, attaboys.
Fun bucks. Yeah.
And lastly, because this is the first time it's made an appearance on the Kevin Huerter show, or at least the first time I've noticed it, but how are we doing on that hoop in the background? I mean, is pretty good, pretty high percentage, the dunks.
This is like this is my office room. So you see, I just got a ball over here. Behind this cabinet over here. So you just get the casual, every couple minutes you turn around and take a shot.
Yeah.
But it's there. That thing has traveled with me now to, I guess, my second city, but I've lived in like 4 different places, and it was in my first apartment. So keep on making the rounds.
So that's a gamer hoop right there. It's there.
That's been there. That'll always be there as long as I don't break the rim.
Good luck tonight. If the game is half as entertaining as the last time you guys matched up, and I know Kawhi and PG and everybody played last night, and I say this as a Kings fan. I hope they're nice and tired when they come into Golden One, and you guys can win by 30. Either way, we know you've been busy. It's been a while, so we appreciate your time, and we look forward to talking to you again next week.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Hopefully it doesn't take us 2 overtimes to get this W, but we'll take in regulation.
Yeah. That's Kevin Huerter on the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We will be right back.
Not as cold as prior mornings have been. Into the afternoon, we'll have partly sunny skies, light north winds, and temperatures in the low 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
When it comes to your sewer, what goes down must come out. Get a detailed video inspection absolutely free with any sewer drain cleaning, and keep life flowing in the right direction. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Hottest ticket in town. On Wednesday, March 8th, for the first time ever, AEW Dynamite and Rampage make their way to the Golden One Center in Sacramento. Don't miss the fallout from Revolution and what promises to be one of the biggest shows of the year. Don't miss MJF.
I'm a generational talent.
Jon Moxley.
Get in the ring with me. It's dangerous as all hell.
Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, Saraya.
I am the revolution.
Bryan Danielson, Claudio Castagnoli, Jamie Hayter, Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. Eddie Kingston, Orange Cassidy, The Acclaim. Everyone loves The Acclaim! Swerve in Our Glory, Hook, Hangman Page, Jade, FTR.
Top guys, out!
Tony Storm, The Lucha Brothers, Wardlow, Darby Allin, Sting, Chris Jericho, and the Jericho Appreciation Society.
And that's entertainment.
And many more will be there live. Don't miss AEW Live at the Golden One Center. Tickets are on sale now. Go to AEWTix.com now. Cards subject to change.
After 11 years on KHTK and a 6-year hiatus, Talkin' Money with Jeff Tarbell returns Saturdays, 10 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports.
Talkin' Money!
The clock is ticking. Get off the bench and head down to Fasteners Tool Outlet, where you'll find the lowest prices on Milwaukee power tools and so much more. Why pay more at a big box store? Get a triple-double at Fasteners Tool Outlet with weekly and monthly offers, including up to 50% off select hand tools, batteries, power tools, and fasteners. Whether you're looking for a Festool sander, a Saw's top table saw, or a Milwaukee impact driver, Fasteners Tool Outlet has the tools you need to do the job. Make a slam dunk with Fasteners Tool Outlet, 6701 Power End Road, or on the web at fastenersinc.net.
The Mega Chevy Used Car Superstore has one of the largest selections in the area. Over 275 available vehicles, including a great selection of GM certified. And if you're selling, Meda Chevy is buying. See them all at MedaChevy.com. Find a new road.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Paul George shakes, moves to his right, jabs, baseline floater, got it, and he's fouled by Terrence Davis. Clippers have now equaled their biggest lead of the ball game. It's 141-129. It'll be an and one for the Clippers after the Kings had closed to within one at 130 to 129. That was less than a minute and a half ago. It's now 141-129. Kings push it back. Monk stops, fires for three. He's got the triple. Karan Luke takes time out. Still 3.5 minutes to go. Back to single digits. It's 145-136. As Fox drives inside, puts it on the glass and scores, and Fox has got himself a 6th consecutive game where he has scored 30 or more. 31 for Fox. He comes up with a steal. He tight ropes into the front court. He's got a layup for 2 more. That makes it 147-140. 2:20 to go in regulation. Bangs into Fox 1, picks up the dribble, throws, steal coming up, Keegan Murray, pass intended for Westbrook, to the rim, two-hand flush, Keegan, it's 147-142. Now comes a double team blitz, Sabonis, pass goes over to Powell. Powell digs in the paint, gives it up to Westbrook, crosses inside, layup, scores it off the dribble, Westbrook. It's 151-148, 15.2 to go as Mike Brown calls time out. What's the ATO after timeout play? Inbounds to Fox. Shakes, drives it inside. Up and down move. He scores. Now the Clippers get the ball. Kings are going to have to foul. In the backcourt, Westbrook wrapped up. Fox takes the dribble to the left, hesitates, in attack mode, drives inside, kicks to the corner. Here's Monk. He launches for three. He's got the triple. This game's tied. 1 second to go. Inbound pass to Kawhi Leonard. A 60-foot three hits the front rim, and we're going to overtime. And he gives it up, driving Westbrook, drops it off the baseline. Kawhi launches, bounces once, twice, 3 times, and it falls in. Slowing down with each bounce, back iron, fell in. comes Kawhi off the drill, drives it inside. Floater off the dribble, in and out, no good. Rebound cleared by Monk. Sprints up the floor, splits two defenders, goes strong for the two-hand hammer. Oh, what a drive up the floor by Malik Monk, who now has 33, make it 35, I believe. Powell drives inside, up and down, move off the rim, no good. Ball tipped out of the wing, and Fox has it. Fox cruises up the right side of the floor, puts on the brakes at the free throw line, gives them up. Rocks, fires for three. He's got another one. 45 points from Malik Monk, and the Kings are right back in it, trailing by one. Batum to Plumlee, left away, Fox with a steal. Fox now heads up the floor, 40 seconds to go. Everybody's on their feet here in Southern California. Fox off the dribble, he scores the 15-footer. The Kings have taken the lead, 36 seconds to go. It's 176-175. De'Aaron Fox has 42 points with that hit.
And that's it. Kings would go on to win. The Batum miss. I think Mark Jones said it himself. That was the voice of G-Man, the Kings from the Tomb.
Yes.
And we've got round 4, 3, 4, fourth, right, tonight? Yes. Round 4, round 2. I mean, what do you do for an encore? I guess
beat him again.
No Kawhi. Maybe no Paul George.
Yeah, we don't know about that. Zubats and Morris missed last night. There was some concern about Norman Powell, too, who got banged up last night. So, yeah, Clippers aren't obviously going to be at full strength. I think it's the deepest team in the league. And the one thing I'll say, I was trying to say this earlier, not even it's not a Kings reflection of the jinx or when people don't have teams. This is not what I'm trying to refer to. It's if you heard the post-game comments last night from Ty Lue, he mentioned their team's toughness probably 3 times or lack thereof.
Wow.
So when you kind of go to that card, again, a team that's good. The Clippers are good. They're not playing well. They've had close losses, again, in this 4-game losing streak. I mean, they did historically great things and lost by 1 to the Kings. So someone had to lose. Yeah. They lost in overtime the next game to the Denver Nuggets in Denver, who've only lost a couple games at home. So as rough as it may feel, but the coach is calling that out. Like, I would be surprised if we didn't get a strong effort, a desire to win type of game. Doesn't mean the Clippers win, but the Kings better be ready for whatever version of the Clippers there is out there.
I when I was coming in, for those just joining us, you took us till 7. I'll take us till 11. We're kind of doing that flip flop. I came in right when you guys were having a conversation. It was something about wouldn't that be top 5 most Kings thing? And was that if the Batum shot had gone in?
No, it was if Kawhi Leonard had made the 60-footer. So Monk hits the one to tie it in regulation, and then it just seemed like a throwaway. We're going overtime.
Right.
Well, Kawhi Leonard shot it from 60 and hit the front of the rim.
Yes, he did.
If he makes
he did.
One of the great shots of all time, but it goes against the Kings.
I agree. It would have been top 5 all-time Kingsy thing. As a matter of fact, I think obviously we know what number 1 is, and it happened in the playoffs against the team that wears yellow. But yeah, after all of that, and then Kawhi does that. But, it's important to remember, it's kind of like we said the other night with Tony Brothers being so terrible, but yet it was only a 1 foul separation. It's important to understand that. I always go back to the Marcus Smart, was it last year or the year before, at Arco off the front rim, and it just balanced on the rim and fell out. And I remember you saying when we came back on the air the next day, it was like, well, what if that had gone in? Our show has completely changed. It's literally a centimeter one way or the other determined everything. Same thing there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same thing there. And the Kings, believe it or not, do get breaks every once in a while.
Right.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, they've created a lot of them, but they do get some breaks too.
We will take a break. When we come back, couple of questions for Jay. I would like to know who's hot and who's not. Although I think it's funny. I was reading this morning. This is how dumb I am. It's like 4 a.m. I'm by myself. I'm reading the rundown. Who is hot and who is not? We don't do contractions here. It's like The Office. Yeah. Well, we're going to figure out who it is. We're going to figure that out next.
Sactown Sports is your new home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Let's go, Niners! Yeah!
Debo,
10! Debo! Touchdown!
McCaffrey.
I'm just proud to be a 49er.
CMC!
Mine! Kittle.
And it is caught by George Kittle again.
They all live here. Sactown Sports, your official home for 49ers football in the 916.
Do you know what the 3 biggest problems are that people have with most plumbers? Think about it for a minute. You could probably write this list yourself. They don't come when they say they will. They charge you more after the job than they quoted you up front, and they don't fix the problem right the first time. Who has time for that kind of aggravation? At Bell Brothers, our plumbers are completely different. We'll be there on time, right when we say we'll be there, and we give you a firm price in writing before we start. And all our plumbing services are backed by our 100% satisfaction guarantee. If you're not happy, you don't pay. For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customers. Call Bell Brothers right now for all your plumbing needs. Our number is 916-444-1234, or you can find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The team at M&S Auto Group loves it when our repeat customers tell friends about their great car shopping experience with us. We appreciate that. And if you're a newcomer, welcome. M&S Auto Group has over 300 super clean cars, trucks, and SUVs, and lots of 4x4s and American muscle cars for those who work hard and play hard. El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. M&S Auto Group, the intelligent car buying experience. MSAutogroup.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual Pi customer.
As a small business, we're always looking for ways that we can offer the quality product and get some cost savings.
Meet Michelle from J.J. Pfister Distilling Company, a small business in California. When looking for workers' comp coverage tailored to the company's needs, she discovered Pi Insurance.
We heard about Pi Insurance being geared for a small business, gave Pi a call, and ended up switching.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypi.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate, so your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
We saved about 30% off of our workers' comp insurance when we switched to Pi.
It's as easy as pie to get the savings you deserve. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Air and Solar, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who is of the hot?
This weekend. This weekend's hot, baby.
Why?
Are you excited? You got big plans, Jay?
No, it's about to rain. I stay indoors.
You got Kings tonight,
Yeah.
Kings Saturday. John Jones makes his return Saturday. You got the Arnold Palmer golf tournament. There's so much sports going on this weekend. I'm making a beef stew. Back to you. Who's hot?
The stew.
Yeah.
It is.
I just really feel like I'm not following that up with anything.
You want to come over and have beef stew with me?
Nope. I'll give it a shot, though.
Okay. Who's hot?
The duo of Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic.
Big win for them.
Last night, they combined for 82 points. The rest of the Mavs, 51. Also, Kyrie Irving, by scoring 40 points, that's the most points ever in a game by a teammate playing alongside Luka Doncic.
Interesting.
Who's not?
Who?
The Kings' opponent tonight, the LA Clippers. They're 0-4.
They're due.
Since the All-Star break. What's worse, Kawhi Leonard in those 4 games, talk about not taking advantage. 30 points, 1.5 steals, almost 1.5 blocks, 60% field, 63% three. Also, Kawhi Leonard not playing tonight. He will be managing his load.
So isn't it interesting? It's probably not that interesting. Kawhi Leonard's 31 years old. He's been in the league since 2011, so that's 12 years. Kawhi Leonard is a 2-time champion. He's a 2-time Finals MVP. He's a 5-time All-Star. Accolade after accolade after accolade. And Jason Ross, to this day, when I hear or think of the name Kawhi Leonard, the very first thing 100% of the time I think about Is Jody Bacon trying to pronounce Kawhi Leonard in our draft preview? Kawhi. She mangled it so badly.
We used to have that audio for a long time.
We had it forever, and it sickened me when we had the Great Purge that we don't have it anymore.
The Great Purge of 07.
Yeah, poor girl was doing. She was doing all the previews, reading them off. I think it was for Grant and Mike back in the day. And then she got to Kawhi, and no one had prepped her on it, and it was Kawhi. San Diego State's Leonard.
Yeah.
Leonard. 3 in the key for tonight. Jason Ross, take it away.
We've got not one, but a twofa.
Is tonight's game, would you classify it as a humdinger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Humdinger.
I'm ready for it.
So we got some humdinger of 3 in the key. Let's go, guys. Dave.
Yeah.
Me. Jay. Ready to participate. Let's start with the guy who had an unbelievable game just one Friday ago against the Clippers. One of the best we've ever seen from him. His career best, 45 points, Malik Monk. What is his encore? We're just looking for points from Malik Monk tonight.
I'll say 18.
18. That would be an excellent night.
That would be.
I think that's a good number. I am going to go with 16. Jay Mars.
I think he's going to come out hot, just not as hot, obviously. I think a solid 27 for Malik.
Wow.
Hot, but hey, speaking of humdingers, congratulations to Dinger, the mascot for the River Cats.
Yeah.
Has his own plane.
Wait, what?
Dinger, the mascot, is on the side of an Alaska Airlines plane that was at Sac Airport yesterday. They tweeted it out and everything. There's a picture of Dinger on the side of an Alaska Airlines plane. There's no more to that story. I just saw it and was like, hey, look.
Good for Dings.
Good marketing.
There's not a Slamson plane.
I mean, is Dinger the most recognizable River Cat figure ever? Ever, right?
And have you seen that figure?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Why is there not a Slamson plane? At least their plane, they have a Delta plane that they use all year. Yes. We had Airball one.
Yeah.
Why not Slamson one? Roar. Back to you, Jason.
All right, back to me. All right, next up, we are going to look for Russell Westbrook's field goal makes along with attempts. I will go first in this one. He's going to go 6 of 14 tonight.
That's a good guess.
Jay Mars.
7 of 18.
Okay. Carmichael Day.
I will go 8 of 15. He's actually going to be above 50% tonight, which is weird because did anybody catch the video of Draymond Green covering Russ
or not?
Russ is at the 3-point circle.
Yeah.
Draymond Green, who is guarding him, is in the paint, and there is just an ocean of parquet, if you will, between the two of them. And Russ doesn't. You got to shoot the ball there.
Well, it was
Shoot
funny.
the ball, man.
Did you see Draymond's post-game comments because he was asked about that? And he was like, when you're playing the game, you're taught to shoot the ball when you're open. But when you're open every time, you have to start questioning yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he should question that. Last one of our 3 in the key. Jay, you lead us off on this one. It is the always popular call your shot.
Ooh.
For tonight.
Fun.
Random stat, anything you observe that's going to happen tonight.
All 5 King starters will finish in double figures with scoring.
Okay. Dave?
I would say. Sorry, I'm blank. Give me a second here because I'll explain to you guys during the break. I thought there was some breaking news. I don't think there is. Tonight's random. I will say that let's say Davion Mitchell scores in double figures.
Ooh,
I hope you're right.
Back-to-back games. He's only done it 6 times, so that's a good one. I'm going to go. He's going to get it tonight. Sabonis will get that triple-double.
Nice. He's going to cheat on the old double-double, huh?
Yeah, just upgrading.
We love unfaithful Domas.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
All right, ready to do this all over again, but with Saturday night?
Yeah,
because there's another home game, and we got another one to cover. So let's go with the T-Pups in here tomorrow night. Dave, you lead us off, and we're going to look at just rebounds between the 2 big men. Rebounds for Sabonis versus rebounds versus Rudy Gobert. Or is it Gobert? Do they call him Gobert?
Gobert?
Yes, no, Gobert.
So you want rebounds for both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go Sabonis first, then Gobert.
I'm going to go 16 for Sabonis, 12 for Gobert.
Okay. I will have 13, and I'm going to go 19 for Gobert.
Wow.
Jay Mars.
Go 17 for Sabonis, 13 for Gobert.
For Gobert. Okay. I will go first on the second category of 3 in the key against Saturday night's game against the T-Wolves. The last basket made. Who makes the last field goal? I am going to pick my guy, Chimezie Metu. J. Mars.
Call him Mezzi. Chimezie Metu. J. Mars. Who will it be?
Terrible. It will be Luca Garza.
I will say Anthony Edwards.
Edwards. Ant-Man.
Ant-Man living in a movie.
And the last one. Wait, can you do that again? All right. And the last one, J. Mars. Again, call your shot Saturday night. What happens? What's weird? What's different? What's out there?
Naz Reid plays 30-plus minutes for Minnesota.
He's good.
I like him.
Yeah.
As a friend.
As a friend. In the friend zone?
He's in the friend zone with
All right,
me.
Dave.
Sorry.
Call your shot.
Call my random shot. You know what? I'll say this, and this is Mike Conley will score double figures because he always kills us.
Does he?
He just, I feel like he does. Maybe he doesn't.
Okay.
I feel like Mike Conley is a Kings killer.
All right. And I'm going to go with Ant-Man.
Ant-Man living in a
I'm
movie.
gonna get that. Edwards will have 40-plus.
Wow. Does he hate the Kings or does he hate the Kings?
I'm just glad D'Angelo Russell isn't on that team anymore. I'm tired of him.
Well, I'll tell you this. Actually, the last game D'Angelo Russell played against the Kings, he was terrible.
Yes,
he was.
But that was an anomaly from what he normally does.
Yeah.
Normally, he scores like 50 points in 12 minutes.
How do you think Russ will do tonight? You know, he shoots the 3-ball well against the Kings, weirdly.
Okay.
This year, he's like shot the 3-ball. I think the first game with the Lakers, he was 4-7. Then the next 2 games, he came in, he was like 2 of 5.
Is this bad?
Yes.
Like, I've long thought, you know, the whole Russell, Harden, Luka triangle, right? Is it bad that, like, and I hate this, like, I'm kind of starting to feel bad for Russell Westbrook. Like, it's getting overboard on him.
I think he gets a bad rap. I think that's fair.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
They go too far.
Yeah, I think it's going too far.
But you won't feel bad for him tonight.
No, at all. I want to be miserable tonight, but I feel like Russ.
I don't think Russ sucks like people try to make him out.
He doesn't.
He doesn't suck. He's still a good player. It's just he's not a number one option, but it still feels like he thinks he is, and that's where the issues come in.
And like, what? That's a tough transition for someone who once upon a time was arguably the best player in the league.
MVP.
I mean, the whole averaging a triple-double thing's pretty darn good. And he did it multiple times. And now he's on that precipice of, you know, sometimes your brain doesn't want to tell you what your body's telling you, which is, and the sad thing is that honestly, if Russ could just hit a jumper,
right?
Hello,
right?
He's phenomenal.
Kind of reminds me of OKC Houston Rocket Carmelo Anthony.
A little bit,
yeah. You know, there was a clip early in the game that was going around social media, very early in the game last night, where one of the national writers or somebody that covers the league broke it down and said, if Russ doesn't take these shots, it's not going to work with the Clippers. And they showed the little clip where he caught one at the 3-point line, looked, moved it, got the ball back as he was cutting in more like not quite the foul line, but it was his shot to take and he passed it again. So the point of that tweet was he's got to take those shots.
Yes.
Well, then later in the game, Jay and I referenced the play in the third quarter, or was it fourth? I don't remember which, where he's wide open for 3. He needs to take the shot. He does, misses it. Terrence Mann gets the rebound, throws it right back to him with some reservation. He's like, I don't think he's going to make it again. Russ boldly goes, I'm going to make it this time, and miss again. And they got another offensive rebound. Then at that point, they're like, no, we're not giving him the ball back again.
And by the way, was wide open for a third shot.
He was. So it's like, wait, he's damned if he, you know, he's got to take the shots. Well, he didn't take those before. Then he takes the 2 and misses them. It's like, well, I mean,
is it as simple as, hey, Russ,
just make them.
You're 34. You'll be 35 in November. Spend the offseason and do nothing but work on your jumper. I mean, I know that seems simplistic.
I feel like Russ is the type of player that probably does work on his jumper. It just doesn't translate.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Like the first game he played against the Kings that last Friday night, he was really getting downhill and driving to the basket and making plays. And to Jay's point, he actually did hit. There was a 3 in the overtime. I'm like, oh, good. Well, leave him up. Oh, man, really?
Yeah.
He made it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
tends to happen.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully tonight he's 0 of 90.
Okay.
We'll take a break.
Dare I say this? He goes 0-90, Kings win.
I think you're absolutely right. When we come back, hey, yet another voice of your Sacramento Kings. We've heard from Katie this week. We've heard from Kenny this week. We heard from Kevin Huerter today. Kyle Draper
Drapes
joins us to break down tonight's game.
The only place you'll find Kevin Huerter is Sactown Sports.
Huerter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Huerter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, guys. It's Mark with Coastside Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our WAVE technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, but we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your life back. Call Coastside Medical Clinic now to qualify. 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Goldfield Trading Post, Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, and Richard Wood Home Furnishings.
KH2KAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the flagship station of your Sacramento Kings.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, happy Friday. I am Jay Mars. Sacramento Kings head coach Mike Brown is your Western Conference Coach of the Month for the month of February. In that span, the Kings went 12-4, and Brown has them on potentially being, or breaking, I should say, Kings postseason drought after 16 years. Speaking of the Kings, they're back in action tonight when they take on the LA Clippers at the Golden One Center. The Clippers come in losing 4 straight and will be without star Kawhi Leonard, who is load managing tonight. Coverage starts at 5:30 with game night, followed by tip-off at 7 right here on Sactown Sports. Speaking of LA, the Lakers get more bad news as LeBron James's injury will now be reevaluated in 3 weeks. The Lakers trying to get into the playoffs, or play in, I should say, sit 1 game out of the 10 seed at 30-33. Those are your headlines. Back to Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Johnny Gill bringing us back. Sactown Sports. You can get your text line. Get your text line. Yeah.
All right, over here now.
916. Oh my God. I just almost said my cell phone number. Dear Lord. 916-339-1140.
Don't know your cell phone number.
That'd be a fun weekend. You said you don't know?
No, I mean, I just.
Oh, yeah. I have the memory app.
Yeah.
I know the first 3 numbers in your cell number by heart.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to say it.
No, that's fine. Mine's an easy one. Like, it's a pretty. Anytime I tell someone, it's a very straightforward. Like, oh, that's a good number. Don't ever change it. I go, well, I won't. Let me see how close you get. Yep. Yahtzee.
Joining us right now. This is what we call a radio Yahtzee.
Yeah.
Joining us right now, voice of the Kings, and Canine Killer. The back and forth.
Oh, yeah, crushing him the other
Kyle
day.
and you can feel the palpable
Yeah.
disdain between the two of them each and every time they're together. It's incredibly entertaining. He is our friend and yours, Kyle Draper. Good morning, Kyle.
Fellas, what is happening? What is happening? It's a beautiful day out right now.
Right now?
Now.
Yeah, it's going to be like raining for the next 7 weeks.
Exactly. I'm trying to take advantage. See, man, that's the problem, Dave. You're my guy, but you're too negative, man. You're too, it's
negative, Dave.
Dude, enjoy this day, enjoy what we have today.
I mean, hold on. Wait, I'm pulling up a clip right now. Hold on. Wait, is this Kyle? This is Kyle yelling at the entire audience after a Kings loss. That's why you're my guy, man. I feel your pain and you feel mine. How much fun do you having with it? We had Kenny Thomas on. We have him on every week, and we were joking about your guys' back and forth. And obviously, you have to have chemistry to be able to do that. You have to have a little bit of trust to be able to do that. But it's fun to watch. You guys are like an old married couple. And I mean that. I mean that in the nicest way. How much fun is it working together?
No, it is fun. It is fun, and it took some time to develop that chemistry. But you guys know how it is. When you're on there, it's never personal.
No,
it's just two guys giving each other crap, giving each other mess. And I'm a big believer, especially with these pre and post game shows. I like to inform, but at the end of the day, it's entertainment, right? And that's why TNT's inside the NBA. We really don't tune in to hear their basketball knowledge. Let's be honest. We're not watching to see Charles Barkley break down the 2-3 zone or, somebody's game. Those guys are entertaining. So that's what I try to do with Kenny, and we're in a good groove right now.
Well, and Kyle, tonight you have a different role in the call of the Kings and the Clippers. Last Friday was an all-timer. I don't know how tonight's going to go. We know the Clippers are a bit desperate for this one. Fox should be giving it a go. What are your expectations, at least leading into tonight's game?
I think this is going to be a tough battle, tough contest. First of all, we know the Kings struggles when they face a team on the second night of a back-to-back. I mean, it just seems like we let our guards down. And the Clippers are a wounded animal right now. They desperately are in need of a win. Just think about it, guys. Last week at this time, they were the 4 seed in the Western Conference. And so they're reeling right now. You guys mentioned Ty Lue, in his post-game comments, and I think we'll see a fiery Clippers team. With that being said, our guys are playing with supreme confidence right now, a supreme chip on their shoulders. And so I expect another thriller. I'm not predicting 176, 175, but this should be a playoff atmosphere at Golden One tonight.
So knowing that and knowing how that last game went, after you get off the phone with us, are you going to be mainlining like herbal tea, throat lozenges? Are you going to be? I would, honest to God, love to see. Could you imagine Kyle or anyone in that position hooked up to one of the blood pressure monitors?
Oh, that'd be fascinating
that they
to see. Yeah,
have on the bottom right of the screen. I mean, you got to, just like players, you got to prepare for tonight mentally and physically.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to prepare for a great game, a great atmosphere. And trust me, I'll be having my herbal tea and getting the voice ready and making sure the pipes are ready to go. It's funny because I was listening to you guys replay G-Man's calls from last week, and it gave me chills, man, and just reliving that and hearing G-Man on the call. So I'm hoping for another epic one tonight.
Kyle, looking at this team kind of big picture where they are now, they're in really good position to break that drought. But, if you look at other things, what people will say when you start to look at maybe what's not going as well, they'll point to the defense. But, we're this far in, and no one's trying to convince anybody that this is great defense, but their numbers get better as the game goes along. I feel like they get the timely stops. We just talked to Kevin Huerter, and he talked about how the defense late in the fourth quarter of that game turned it around. What do you think about this team's defense, and will it be good enough for them to kind of have any punching power in the postseason?
Yeah, I think so. When you look at it, I think the numbers, don't always tell the full story, because we've seen the Kings play defense when they need to. And I think it was at least a few games ago, they were 8th in fourth quarter defensive rating. So when the game matters most, they're able to clamp down and get stops. With that being said, when you look at this Clippers team that we're facing tonight, they used to be a great defensive team. Since the trade the defense has really fallen off. And I think if any team tries to outscore the Kings and get into a shootout with the Kings, then, they're in for a rude awakening. And so I just think, this team, depending on the matchup, I used to think this Clippers team would be a tough matchup, but I'm not afraid of the Clippers anymore. Memphis, if we got Steven Adams back, could be a tough out. But, I think the Kings match up with pretty much everybody, in terms of offense. And you don't want to get into a high-scoring shootout with this squad.
Can the Kings make noise with that offense, or ultimately is that defense in the playoffs the Achilles heel as we get closer? What's your overall feeling on that?
Yeah, I think, if they are going to get bounced in the playoffs, we're going to look back at defense. I don't think we'll look back at them not being able to make shots or not being able to score enough points. I think, if you allow a team, to shoot 60+% from the field, to knock down 23s, even though the Clippers did that last week, when we played them, I just think, we've seen it before when teams come in the Golden One Center. They get confident, they start feeling good, they start knocking down some shots. And if that happens, you're liable to be beaten by anybody. We've seen it, whether it's Charlotte or Washington or the Lakers or even a shorthanded Sixers team. And so I would love to see fourth quarter defense at some point in the first quarter, so that, you don't have to grind it out and you can start feeling good and play with the lead. And if the Kings have a lead, I just think it's going to be hard for teams to come back against them.
Kyle, in your time here, you've seen a good chunk of De'Aaron Fox's career. He was a good player, certainly when you got here, but he's different now. I mean, just completely different. Thought of league-wide, certainly here. What are you seeing from De'Aaron? You talked earlier about team confidence. I don't know that there's a more confident player than De'Aaron Fox right now, but what do you see now from De'Aaron?
I think he's being empowered not only by his teammates, but the coaching staff as well. And, basketball is an interesting sport, guys, because I think confidence is so huge. And a lot of guys have confidence in the NBA. But when night in and night out, you step on the floor, you're the best player out there, or you can get any shot you want. And we've seen players, whether it's Tatum or Devin Booker or whoever it may be, Donovan Mitchell, when they get that confidence and that Superman kind of belief in themselves, it's hard to turn that off. And so right now what you're seeing is De'Aaron Fox has no doubts when it comes to his game, whether it's shooting the ball, shooting free throws. There is zero doubt that he's, if not the best player, one of the best players out there on the floor at any given time. And I think that's just, he's been empowered by Mike Brown, the coaches, and also his teammates.
You're not that far removed, as we're talking to Kyle Draper, voice of the Kings, right here on Sactown Sports. You're not that far removed from Boston and the Celtics, and you were there during that resurgence and really the beginnings of what they are now. I know there's differences, obviously, but are there any similarities in what you saw in Boston and what you're seeing here in Sacramento?
I will say, when you look at it, a young core, whether it's Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum, we have a young core. I still consider Domantas Sabonis young, 26 years of age. He still has several years of great basketball ahead of him. I think you have a coaching staff that empowers its players, that listens to its players. Don't underestimate that, guys. When a player has a coach that they not only, believe in, but also trust, and that's what we have with the players and Mike Brown, you can do some great things. And so, I think one thing that Boston team needed is seasoning, some heartbreak, which they went through, and now you see them right now. And so I think the Kings are sort of in that early stage. But I will say with that Boston team, they did not get used to success. Like, they didn't get satisfied and get fat and happy with reaching the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, those guys put in the work and grinded every single day. And you're seeing that from the Kings this season. I'm excited to see how it translates the rest of this season, the playoffs, off season. And then you come back next year and we're talking 3 seed. Why not 1 or 2, And so right from the jump. And so I think that's where the Kings, are sort of, trending on that similar path as Boston. Sure, we need to, I think, still add another piece to get to that level, because, those two guys in Boston are pretty much unstoppable, and our Kings guys are getting there. But I see some of the similarities.
Kyle, yesterday, Mike Brown named Western Conference Coach of the Month. Well-deserved, incredible job he's done, the entire staff. You kind of referenced him and them and the empowerment that they've given the players. Just seeing him now, full season here in Sacramento, and you get to talk to him all the time and know him. What do you think his role has been in this team's success?
I just think, this drive for excellence, drive for perfection that Mike Brown is instilling in this team. I was worried about Mike Brown earlier this season, guys, I'll be honest, because they practice a lot. Like, he works those guys a lot. And I'm like, man, we can't sustain this. The guys are going to get burnt out. But sure enough, when the players buy in and then you have success, and so I give Mike Brown a lot of credit, but I also give these players a lot of credit because they want to be coached. They want to be pushed. There hasn't been any pushback about the number of practices and the hard work that they have to put in. And so I just think it's sometimes in life and in the NBA, it's like a perfect storm all at once where, the coach, the players, the organization, everybody is in sync and in line at just the right time. And that's what we have with this Sacramento Kings team.
What's going on with the dog?
No, I'm out walking.
Okay.
And somebody's dog is. And then I got two dogs about to pass me, so it might get a little rowdy out here. Just so you know.
Last thing for you, we do a thing before games called 3 in the Key, where we try to make different predictions. One of those is random thing. It could be, I think mine was Davion Mitchell will have 10 points, or it could be Alex Len will play 5 minutes or more. Give us off top of your head, which is always how we play it. Give us could be anything, Kyle, a random prediction for tonight.
A random prediction for tonight. How about Domantas Sabonis will finish the game 3 fouls or less?
Oh, that's actually really good.
I was wondering. I thought God was going to be like, Domantas Sabonis will have a double-double. No, that's 3 or less. That's really good.
We're putting that down. That's big time.
Hey, and if that happens, mark down the win too while we're at it.
Yeah. You know what? We're going to recap on Monday, and if you nail that, you will. I'll just say this right now: you automatically win the prize, which is it's a handful of Mountain Treks trail mix that I got from Sam's Club right here, and we will mail it to you.
Great. All right. Hopefully I get that.
Take care. I apologize in advance for Katie, and tell her hello. We'll have a wonderful weekend.
All right, guys. See you soon. Thank
you. That's a heck of a bold call right there.
I actually really like that.
Yeah.
He had
I
me
thought
in
he
the
was
first
going to
half.
do double-double as well.
That's what I thought. And we were going to be all polite and be like, okay. And Carl.
3 fouls or less. He has that like the first 2 minutes.
He already has 2 fouls right now.
So he only get 1 more.
Wow. We'll take a break. When we come back, 60-second break. It's a super duper quick break here. And then we're going to get not just to Mike Brown and congratulations he receives, but maybe update on some of these potential coaches. Let's look back at who they were thinking of hiring and also why you don't break news off the text line. We'll get that to you next.
Sactown Sports is your new home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Let's go Niners! Yeah!
Debo,
10, Debo, touchdown!
McCaffrey.
I'm just proud to be a 49er.
CMC! Dynamite!
Kittle.
And it is caught by George Kittle again.
They all live here. Sactown Sports, your official home for 49ers football in the 916.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-401-6681. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 for free advice on your situation. 800-401-6681. That's 800-401-6681.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Welcome back. Did you already light the beam? What's going on over there?
Beam's lit, baby. I feel like this thing is insane. This has been in the corner. Oh, sorry. This has been in the corner all week.
Put it right under you.
Yeah, you can kind of see that in the YouTube chat. We're talking, for those of you listening, we're talking about it's a light that's been in the corner all week, and it's like a giant, what would you call it? It's a floodlight?
Sure.
The giant floodlight, and honestly, I was just going to mess around and have it in my face the whole time, so like I'm super lit and you're not. Looks like I'm telling ghost stories, though.
You're lit.
And this is right around when Jay gets mad, because if there's a
Hey, how'd you know?
If there's a toy in the building.
Yeah. You like to play with toys.
It's like my child. I tell people this all the time. If he sees something, he can't help himself but grab it and see what it does.
You know what? I have a certain zest for life, and I'm sorry about that. Never grow up. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that might not work out well these days.
I thought, aren't they back?
Kind of.
I thought they were back with Geoffrey and everybody.
Geoffrey.
By the way, the peach tree in my backyard that I thought died, Jeff Peachtree, he's back and sprouting leaves. It's like a great
much like the
story.
Kings, right?
Much like the Kings.
The front office is all coming together.
All came together for him in the off season, and they made a coaching hire, and
Thank goodness.
Are we ready to say that was a good hire?
Yeah, I'll go with it.
Are you ready to make that
100%.
statement publicly?
100%.
Wow.
Yes, on this very radio station.
Okay. So Mike Brown gets Coach of the Month,
Yeah.
and that's just fantastic. Not just is that great for him, but we do want to try to recognize Jay Triano, Doug Christie, Lindsey Harding, Luke Laux,
Jordy
Fernandez, thank you, and the whole staff. I'm so afraid I'm missing one. Davis Dolkus. Just everybody on that staff, and as Kevin said, Kevin Huerter earlier, who you will hear again here in about an hour, it really does start with Monty and Wes and that team all the way down the support system for the Kings, but it could have been a lot different.
Yeah,
it could have been a lot different. There were some names, Jason, that the Kings were looking at when they were hunting around for a coach, and
yeah, what were some the expanded list was names like Will Hardy, Darvin Ham,
Steve Clifford,
Mike D'Antoni. I think the last three, though, if I'm not mistaken, was Mark Jackson,
Mike
Steve
Brown,
Clifford,
Steve
and
Clifford.
Mike Brown.
Yep.
So D'Antoni, I think, was intriguing. There was a name. He's won a lot. Great offensive mind, right? That's been something. But is that what the team needed? You know, the thought was there was different there. Steve Clifford has now had a second chance with Charlotte. That's been disappointing. And I don't know. You got to put the same coach in a different situation to see if it would be the exact same here. I don't know. But this is a tough job here. It had been, right? Who's going to be the one to turn it around here? 16 straight years. There's been some talented players, not enough. There's been some bad drafting over the years and so on, and mismanagement of things. But I don't know. Mike Brown has just hit all the right notes. But I think Mark Jackson could have done a good job. I think some of these other guys could have done a good job. But a good job is one thing. Mike Brown, I think, will be Coach of the Year and has done an amazing job here.
The chicken and egg thing that we'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
Would Will Hardy have the same record?
I don't know.
Would Steve Clifford?
I've been impressed with Will Hardy at Utah, though.
Too. I think he's done a phenomenal job with, to be honest, less than what Mike and his staff have, but that's not any fault of Mike Brown and all that. I think it goes beyond. Let's be honest. If we're being truly 100%, as the kids say, if we're keeping it a buck, there have been some things Mike Brown's done this year that I didn't like.
Yeah.
Very early on, I thought his challenges were a little off. I think sometimes his rotations can get stagnant. I think sometimes he gives people a little bit too much rope out there. And I also think sometimes there are end of game plays that either aren't called or could be called differently. Now, you could also make a very good argument, and maybe I'm giving him way too much credit, but I acknowledge that it's there. Well, maybe his early season challenges were a way of bonding with the team to show the team that he has their back. Remember, he got ejected early in the year. Remember, there was not once, but I believe twice within a very quick space at the beginning of the year that he went public as
Right.
to how the team, and this is a guy that
Very
knows-
public.
very public. And this is a guy that went from a team that maybe gets the most calls in the NBA and the Warriors. When you're a dynasty, that's what happens. So he's going to recognize it better than anyone coming into this situation. He's not the only one. Kevin Huerter talked about it too, where the Kings would get no respect. They get less than respect. So you could poke some holes if you're really looking for it in a long season, in a 60-plus game season so far. Of course, Mike's made some mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
I think perhaps, and I want to say for me, the Mike Brown story started when I almost pooped my pants. Let me take you back to media day. We're sitting there. You and I are doing the show. I think it was a break. And all of a sudden, I hear this god-awful roar coming up literally about 5 feet away. Come to find out, it was Mike Brown roaring at somebody else who roared for some TV stuff, but it was right next to us, and I remember jumping. And then I looked at the clip. You've all seen the clip of Mike Brown yelling. And it was one of those, like, I'm serious. We're here to do real work. We've got all this in front of us, but I'm going to smile. Sometimes I'm going to laugh. It's okay to have fun. And I don't know if it tweaked your ears as much as mine during the Kevin Huerter interview. But did you catch him saying everybody had to sign a pledge?
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe I'm under a rock. I haven't heard that before.
Not from this group. I've heard it before from other teams, but I didn't know that these guys did that. Like basically committing that they're all in.
Yeah. And I'd love to get a hold of it. I'd love to read what that is. Mike Brown is a better culture changer this year than he is a coach, and he's been a damn fine coach, but he's done what's seemingly impossible.
Yeah. And then you get to something that Kyle just told us that, look, even Kyle was going, man, I can pay attention to what he's done. I see some early season success, but also just the way the NBA goes, you really have to massage and manage egos and, maybe take it lightly. Maybe every once in a while you push a little harder here. It's like, man, he's working them hard. They got some really lengthy practices, even long film sessions. Some coaches believe, look, I can make the same point in 20 minutes that I might make in an hour. Well, if you're asked that, can your boss is meeting with you and has to tell you something important, if it's done in 20 minutes, much more tolerable than an hour.
Yeah.
But so you start having more hour meetings and more coaching sessions and more longer practices. That's a commitment. But the team seemingly has stayed committed. That sure looks like they're having fun. And of course they are because they're winning. But even inside that, celebrating successes for individuals, the chain, the beam, they're soaking all of this in. And then when they reinforce it, all the fans just jump on top of that and just get attached to them even more.
And honestly, does it seem, let's just be honest. Is there anyone you can call out and you go, they haven't bought in?
No.
The whole team's bought in.
Right.
Maybe somebody hasn't bought in and they're just not playing.
Well, yeah, you could see I don't know. I maybe people are better at faking it in some sense. But when you have a moment where you see the player of the game chain, that's a very individual award. It's done for a team defense. And maybe there's the entire team's in the picture. There's 5 or 6 people in there that didn't play a minute. And they look like, I'm still posing.
Sure.
I'm with my guys. We're having fun. This is the locker room. They're tricking me if they're not having fun.
It's easy to buy in, as Kevin Huerter said, when you're winning. It's easier to change the culture. It's also easy to buy in when you're getting $2,500 off a new HVAC home system installation. Let's be honest, 0% financing, payment plan options available. There's no reason to keep putting off making your home a place of comfort for you and your family. Plus, get a free whole home air purification option on select systems. Hey, it's all the time in the world. No, it's not. It's a limited time only. Don't settle with a high quote from the other guys. Get a free quote. That's 2 syllables. Free. On your system from your second opinion partner, American Energy Heat and Air. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. Their goal is quite simple. They don't want to meet your expectations. They want to exceed your expectations because they value your experience. They want to make your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value and make sure you're safe all winter and all summer. Yeah, that's right. Things can go awry if your system's not ready to go and tuned up and in shape. That's why I've had them out to my house. Call today to schedule your appointment. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. AmericanEnergyAir.com. That's AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. When we come back, tonight in the NBA. Tonight in the NBA. And also, again, I didn't get to it last time, why you don't break news off the text line. We'll do that next. And I want to say, for me, the Mike Brown story started when I almost pooped my pants.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender. In the paint. Soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento. It's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
If you're looking at golf watches, the Garmin Approach S62 is a great start. This watch does pretty much everything except hit the shot for you. The large color touchscreen, readable in the sun, quickly gives you yardages to greens, hazards, and doglegs. You want distance to a specific spot? The touchscreen gives you that flexibility as well. With more than 41,000 preloaded courses and a battery life of 20 hours in golf mode and 14 days in watch mode, the Garmin S62 packs a lot of features into a pretty package. AutoShot game tracking records distances for analysis on Garmin Connect. The plays-like distance adjusts for up and downhill shots. Hazard View gives critical information on each hazard. You can keep score on your watch, and when you sync the Garmin S62 to your smartphone, you'll get notifications for incoming calls, emails, and other alerts. You can even customize the watch face with any photo from your mobile device. Find yours at your local pro shop or learn more at GarminGolf.com. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Experience. Yes, Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Individual rates, coverage, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. Hey, small business owner, when's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs, but some don't check their rate often. Did you know rates can vary? In fact, taking 3 minutes to check your rate with Pi Insurance could save you up to 30%. Just go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for you with no hassle or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could save you money. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi, or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I am Jay Marr. Sacramento Kings head coach Mike Brown is your Western Conference Coach of the Month after the Kings went 12-4 in February. Coach Brown has the team on the verge of their first playoff appearance since 2006. Speaking of the Kings, they're back in action tonight against the Clippers at Golden One Center. LA comes in having lost 4 straight games and will be without star Kawhi Leonard, who is load managing this evening. Game night starts our coverage at 5:30, followed by tip-off at 7 with the G-Man right here on Sactown Sports. Speaking of the other LA team, the Lakers will be without LeBron James for at least the next 3 weeks. LA is 1 game out of the 10 seed in the play-in race at 30-33. Those are your headlines. Back to Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
And I want to say, for me, the Mike Brown story started when I almost pooped my pants.
Okay. You did say that.
So juvenile, Jay. Breaking news, by the way.
I'd be juvenile if I was in New Orleans, but
That's
not.
a good point right there. We have the breaking news.
He doesn't know the reference, but that's okay.
Breaking news sounder.
Oh, you want me to play it?
Which, please?
When it breaks,
We have it first.
it's Sactown Sports breaking news.
Yeah, according to, we have 2 TVs on here, both on national sports stations, and we'll just kind of mimic what they're doing right now. Breaking news: Aaron Rodgers has still not made a decision. Aaron Rodgers watch continues. Like, they're not going to run it if people don't care about it. So obviously there's an audience for this. But is there any more dumb, inane, stupid, pull out the thesaurus, I need Mark Jones right now to give me 50 more words for dumb thing on sports radio / TV than this incessant every single year Aaron Rodgers watch? You know what I hope happens? I hope he goes back to Green Bay like he does every single year. How many times have we been down this road?
I'm confused. Like, legitimately. Wasn't the whole purpose of the darkness retreat was to come out with clarity?
Yes.
So one of two things is happening right now. A, he didn't get the clarity, which makes the retreat, I guess, not what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it's a scam.
Or two, he has the clarity. He just wants to play everybody right now.
I just, and I blame him a lot of it. Like, I don't blame anyone for wanting to take their time, assess their situation, figure out where they want to work, move their family, whatever. But he does this every year. Like, by the way, does he only sign 1-year contracts? I know that's not the case, but
he's still under contract in Green Bay.
Doesn't it seem like every single summer it's what's Aaron Rodgers going to do? He's going here, he's going there, he's going to San Francisco, he's going to Tampa Bay, he's going to blah, blah, blah. And then Aaron Rodgers has announced that he's going back to Green Bay for a 77th season. Great, awesome, super awesome content.
Also, if he plays 77s in Green Bay, that's a record.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of breaking news, by the way, I just want to I would like everybody to stop sending me this, and I'm going to shout out JR because he's a big part of the show, longtime listener and all that. I love him to death. But there was a moment earlier we were doing a segment, and all of a sudden, you probably catch it on YouTube, my eyes bugged out. I thought we had just gotten some breaking news. And that breaking news, sometimes we'll see it on the text line. People will get it because we can't surf the internet while we're doing a show all the time. Was that Ja Morant was suspended indefinitely by the Grizzlies. Now, that did not happen. That's not true. It did not happen. I cannot be more clear about that. But JR sent it to me. I've had several people send it to me on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've seen it all over the place. Again, didn't happen. But it's just with everything going on with Ja lately,
it feels like a possibility.
It's just believable enough to be real, but it's not. And the way I know it's not, here's my rule. When you're getting your breaking news from a website or a Twitter account called Butt Crack Sports, and I'm not making this up, this isn't one of my Daveisms, literally the link JR sent me, because I said I haven't seen that from a credible source at all. So the link he sends me is the Twitter account of Butt Crack Sports. Now,
yeah, they fill the gaps.
I'm just saying, maybe don't believe Butt Crack Sports.
Yeah, to each their own.
I mean, TMZ,
yeah,
credible.
Which there was a time, remember, that was kind of a punchline. Oh, TMZ, that, they get it right.
Credible.
No,
almost all the time.
I like to believe guys who, when breaking down head coaches start it like this.
And I want to say, for me, the Mike Brown story started when I almost pooped my pants.
Butt Crack Sports.
I mean, since we're talking about Butt Crack Sports.
Sorry for being honest. Tonight in the NBA, Blazers at Hawks. Do we care about the Blazers anymore?
Nope.
Suns at Bulls, we certainly care about.
Very much care about the Suns.
Take a look at what this. It was 4 points earlier was the line. I always like to look because it tells me if someone's hurt generally. The line is now down to Phoenix by 3.5.
Okay.
I feel like that's low.
Yeah, the Bulls beat somebody recently that surprised me, but they've been disappointing. That's a disappointing team with talent, but it'd be nice for them to help out, right?
Yeah, it'd be very nice for them to help out. Also, it's looking more and more like Paul George will not play.
Really?
I only say that because the line on the Kings-Clippers game has now gone up 1.5 points since 7 a.m. When I came here, it was 5.5 points. It's now up to Kings favored by 7.
Okay, because Kawhi was known last night,
yes.
right? Okay.
Yes. I'm not saying Paul's not playing, but we have him after the game saying, I'll see how I feel.
Yeah.
And the line is now moved up 1.5 points in favor of the Kings. And generally, Vegas is really good at knowing these things, unless something else, has gone on as well. That certainly points to Paul George maybe sitting.
Hey, I will admit it with no science background, no medical background to my behalf. I think they're mismanaging this.
I completely agree with you.
And I thank them.
Remember when
not this game specific, the season. That's my opinion.
Remember when Larry Bird played with not
even.
He didn't have a spine.
Yeah.
Domantas Sabonis has a broken thumb.
Are we I'm saying the collective we of the Kings, are they mismanaging Harrison Barnes?
Apparently.
Why shouldn't he be sitting out?
Yeah, manage the load. You should. I mean, somehow the team that has, by the way, actually, have the Sacramento Kings had one load management game all year? Not one for anyone. I don't think they have either. And weirdly enough, they are by far the healthiest team in the NBA. Huh. Also, I guess we should probably shout out the training staff, because I know in years past, like, I'm like, dude, who is the training staff? What is wrong with them? It's weird. Shout them out, man.
Shout out.
What a wonderful job they've done. Elsewhere in the NBA tonight, Grizzlies at Nuggets. That's your game of the night.
Yeah. Go Denver.
Go Denver. We are all Nikola Jokic fans tonight. Always Michael Malone fans. Denver favored by 5. Nikola Jokic currently averaging 24.6 points, 11.7 boards, and exactly 10 assists a game. How about that? Pelicans at Warriors. Golden State on the second out of a back-to-back, and it looks like they're going to get some help, according to Chris Haynes and others. Steph Curry will return on Sunday in L.A. versus the Lakers.
How about that?
How about that? Shout out Mel Allen. Speaking of those Lakers, T-Wolves, they will take on L.A. That's significant for a number of reasons, including the fact that Minnesota will be here tomorrow, as both Minnesota and the Kings playing a back-to-back. I really wish it was Sunday, not Saturday they were playing. Like, have the game tonight, then no game tomorrow, get a day of rest, and then play Sunday, so you can make room for the UFC Saturday, and then you can watch the final round of the Arnold Palmer, and then go right into the Kings game.
Yeah, it would help the T-Wolves, too. They play tonight, so both teams alleviate back-to-backs. Let's do here's building the perfect Kings weekend, Dave. For just the Kings, strictly for Kings glasses, through Kings glasses. Kings win tonight. Kings win tomorrow night. Clippers obviously would lose tonight, but then you root for them this weekend to beat Memphis.
Yes.
You want Memphis to lose tonight as well.
Yes.
So they would have 2 losses this weekend. Somehow Chicago beats Phoenix, and then Dallas beats Phoenix on Sunday. If we're in here on Monday, then you're talking about the Kings tied with Memphis at 2, more ground gained on Phoenix. You're thinking at worst you're going to be the 3, but still then you're fighting for the 2. That would be an absolute dream weekend for the Kings.
I mean, we talked about that earlier, Jason. The Kings are just 2 games back of the loss column of Memphis, but it seems like all we're talking about, and by the way, I completely get it, I'm guilty of this, but all we're talking about is a team that's 4 games in the loss column behind them, instead of talking about the fact that they have effectively just about tracked down the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yes. So Kevin Huerter even said it with us. He's like, well, we're really looking at the 2. I don't know that we can get 1. Like, he's even mentioned the 1 seed. I'm like, well, I don't think they can get there, but they've got to think that way.
If the Kings are, again, we're getting every time I start to do this, but I think this is also interesting. The top 6 in the Western Conference are all on a 1 to 4 game winning streak. Nobody's lost. They just keep beating the heck out of each other. Kings have won 7 of their last 10. They have won 4 in a row. They have the 3rd longest winning streak in the NBA. They're undefeated coming out of the All-Star break. And this just in so far, Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox looking pretty darn good, staying pat at the trade deadline. Yes. And not to say that they wouldn't,
Yeah, I think they wanted to make some moves, but they were also, Monty said it the last 2 years, look, we had to improve the team, change the team. This is not a change of the team. They liked what they were. If they could have made the move that they wanted, they would have, but they didn't make it happen, and go forward with what you got.
Coming up next, it's a weird first for this show.
For you.
For me.
Yeah.
Because Jason is leaving after this next segment. I will be taking you all the way till 11. And we're going to have Friday Funny Games.
Yes.
But Friday Funny Games will not be the end of the show.
Yeah. I'm excited about this one. This is a different one for you and Jay.
Well, I am excited too, and so should everybody else. Stay tuned. We're right back with Friday Funny Games on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports is your new home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Let's go, Niners! Yeah!
Debo.
Debo 10! Debo! Touchdown!
McCaffrey.
I'm just proud to be a 49er.
C-M-C!
Dynamite! Kittle.
And it is caught by George Kittle again.
They all live here. Sactown Sports, your official home for 49ers football in the 916.
Cell phones. They're attached to us every day. Mine is for sure. It's a necessity we all count on. The other thing we count on is our money. So why should you waste paying more for the same exact thing? The AstroTurf is greener at Consumer Cellular. Save up to half on your wireless bill, unlimited talk and text, flexible data plans, starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone, keep your number. No contract, no activation fee at all. Get the exact same coverage as the major carriers. Backed by 100% risk-free guarantee. It's easy. Here's how to start saving right now. Pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, and say the keyword The Herd. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from Consumer Cellular. Dial pound 250, say the keyword The Herd, limited time, get $25 off your bill. That's pound 250, keyword The Herd.
Hey, you want to be around people having a great time? You need to come check out Capital Casino, offering the most varieties of table games in the region in the friendliest environment. Come for the food, which is awesome, of course, and stay and play. Conveniently located in downtown Sacramento at 411 North 16th Street, right there in downtown Sacramento for over 20 years. Cap Casino, best food, best games, and of course, the best action. And please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The team at M&S Auto Group loves it when our repeat customers tell friends about their great car shopping experience with us. We appreciate that. And if you're a newcomer, welcome. M&S Auto Group has over 300 super clean cars, trucks, and SUVs, and lots of 4x4s and American muscle cars for those who work hard and play hard. El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. M&S Auto Group, the intelligent car buying experience. MSAutogroup.com.
Founded in Northern Ireland, PRG has grown from humble beginnings to become the top brand in custom golf accessories for most of the world's top 100 golf courses. PRG offers original designs as well as Arnold Palmer, Folds of Honor, collegiate license, and Major League Baseball product designs. PRG is the official supplier of the Ryder Cup. PRG is available at major golf shops, or PRG makes it easy to purchase directly for your individual use at prg-golf.com. prg-golf.com.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Goldfield Trading Post, Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, and Richard Wood Home Furnishings.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
All right, final segment of the show, and we're all going home.
Jay and I will be done.
I don't remember the last time I was on after 10 a.m. Like, for real. I don't know that I have.
Didn't you guys go 7 to 11 one of the days during the All-Star break?
I was gone.
No, I mean, before that. Well, there's other portions of the All-Star break.
No, me and you at 7 and 11.
That's what I thought.
You and I did?
No, me and him.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you guys did on that.
No, you know what? He's right. We did have a day where we went 7 to 11. Remember the phone call you got in the 6 o'clock hour?
Oh, okay, there's that day. That was funny. Friday fun and games. Jason Ross, as you get ready for the weekend.
Yes.
What's going on today?
All right, we're trying something different today. We'll see. This could be a hit, could be a miss, but you got to try things, right, to learn and see. I am so impressed, Dave, with you and Jay. We've had some incredible banter with you two guys.
Thanks.
The back and forth, it's being talked about a lot.
Yeah, it's talked about.
I'm going to put you guys to the test. We're going to do a little role play.
Oh, God.
Yes. So here we go. I've got 3 scenarios.
Yeah.
First one, you ready?
I'm at a disadvantage.
Dave?
Yeah.
You are Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, okay.
You are in your darkness retreat.
Uh-huh.
Jay Mars, I need you to be a nearby camper.
Uh-huh.
And you see this cabin that said Aaron Rodgers, who's being played by Carmichael Davis in.
Hi.
But the scenario is, Jay, you need to explain to Aaron Rodgers that Cocaine Bear is outside. Go.
Aaron, I know you're in there. I see the sign. I don't know why they put the sign up when you're supposed to be not seen. Aaron.
want?
The Cocaine Bear.
What?
He's outside. Cocaine Bear is chasing. He's coming for the darkness of your retreat.
Are you sure, man? That sounds like
Bro.
That sounds like some George Soros.
I
thing.
literally just watched the bear do an 8-ball. He's on the way.
Yeah, I'm not getting the vax. It's not happening.
Aaron, okay,
Not happening.
I agree. Listen, we're free thinking right now, okay?
Joe,
Aaron!
Joe, it's Aaron.
Aaron!
Hold on a sec. Joe, hey, have Jamie bring up that clip on people coming to the door. Because, yeah. Oh, you're okay. All right, bye. Sorry, that was my friend Joe Rogan.
Aaron, what's that smell? It's pungent. What is that?
I can't smell. I've actually put black licorice up my nose because they say it helps you center.
Wait, that's Mississippi Himalayan. Yeah, okay. We gotta get the bear.
Did Olivia Munn send you? Did Olivia send you? Olivia
Aaron,
sent you, didn't she?
Focus. Cocaine Bear is like literally 10 feet from the cabin.
Don't come in, man.
I think that's what we got to do. We got to bring him down.
Hey, Bear. Yo, Bear. Yo, Bear.
I'm dead.
I missed Devontae.
Wow. All right. And scene.
And scene.
I think we capitalized that one. Jay, did you get eaten?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Wow. And Aaron Rodgers didn't really seem to care.
Oh, man. I'll eat the bear.
Okay.
I'll fight a bear.
Scene 2.
Aaron Rodgers.
Jay Mars.
Yeah.
You are from the Midwest. You are a father of...
Can I be from the South? I do a better Southern accent.
Well, you're a father. You're a lifelong Chicago Cubs fan.
Oh, wow.
But your job with your 3 baseball-loving boys has moved you to Oakland, right next to the stadium. And all you love is baseball, baseball, baseball. So you've got that as you've now transferred to Oakland. Carmichael Dave.
Yes.
You are 22, fresh out of college, and your first job is as A's season ticket manager. You are trying to pitch to Jay from Chicago to purchase tickets to the Oakland A's for the season. Go.
Get your A's season tickets, yeah.
Season tickets. Oh boy, me and my boys just love baseball, and we're right across from the stadium. Hi, can you tell me more about the season tickets here?
I sure can. You ever seen Major League Baseball players before?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
You're not gonna hear.
Oh,
you're 22.
Oh, sorry. Hey, man, you're not going to see any Major League Baseball players here.
What are you talking about?
Well,
it's the A's, and they play in the American League West. It's Major League Baseball.
They play. They're pretty much gone. They're pretty much in Vegas. But what your season?
We literally moved across from the stadium.
Hey, Chad.
So we can go to the games.
Hey, Boomer.
Oh.
Listen to me. You like hot dogs?
Love them.
Well, ours are kind of crappy, but they're cheap. Do you like rats and ferrets and raccoons?
Oh, no.
Hey,
no.
we got those too. Come and watch some half-ass single-A baseball.
Wow, are you selling tickets?
Well, I'm just. Hey, listen, I'm not going to be controlled by the man.
Okay, I mean, we were hoping to see Major League Baseball, but boy, we're just big baseball fans. Well, we'll take some single A season tickets. How much are they?
We've got for you single A tickets, and what this is going to do, this is going to get you upper level. Okay, you and your boys. It doesn't include parking. It doesn't include food, but you got upper level at the beautiful Oakland Coliseum for the low price of $55,000 because we're all about value here.
Well, my boys just love baseball, so I'm gonna have to take a second out of my house. What kind of so like in Chicago, we have really great fans, and when they're in the upper decks, they do things.
Hold
and
on,
they get everyone going.
What is a fan?
A fan is someone who we show up to the games. And
we don't have any of those.
What?
There's no fans here.
I thought I saw something on the internet last year of fans in the upper deck. What were they doing?
Oh, yes, Mr. Fisher. What? Yeah, yes, sir. Yes. Oh, you're paying me again in pistachios? I thought that was just once a year. No cap? Okay, thank you. I'm 22. We don't have fans here. We don't believe in fans.
No, I saw on the internet there were fans in the upper deck last season.
They're all wearing black and orange now. There's another team across the way.
They were doing some ritual, some Oakland ritual up there. And I just want to know
waving goodbye to all the talent. You're killing me.
Remember when the thing in the upper deck happened last year? And
what thing in the upper deck?
Oh, David, you suck at this.
What thing happened in the upper deck?
I don't know. It just went viral on the internet.
I'm completely lost. Is it one of those things where you're putting me in a bad spot? Oh, that thing happened in the upper deck. I forgot about that one.
So wait, Jay got eaten by the bear. Dave, I don't know that you sold a darn ticket.
No, because I don't care. I'm 22 years old. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
You just got pistachios.
Yeah.
All right, last scene. Here we go. This is the one we saved for the end. Carmichael Dave. You are Carmichael Dave.
Oh, God.
You are, unfortunately, something happened to you at the end of your RV trip in 2013. You've been in a coma. J. Mars, you are present day J. Mars.
Okay.
Carmichael Dave has just awoken.
When did I?
You've been in the coma since the RV trip.
Okay, so at some point during the RV trip.
At the very end. It's a weird story.
End.
Nobody's followed it, but you're in a coma.
All right.
You just woke up today, March 3rd,
Gotcha.
2023. J. Mars, you're present day. You're there. Telling you've seen a suddenly alert Carmichael Dave. J. Mars, please explain the present day Sacramento Kings to the since a coma of 2013 Carmichael Dave. Go.
So I'm doing this as myself, right?
Correct.
And I'm doing this as
I'm going to start throwing in things that you have to explain. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, hey, Dave, we don't really know each other.
Yeah, aren't you that guy that wears the jacket on Twitter that shows up? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He works at the
jacket's gone.
hip-hop station.
The station's gone too.
What? Okay,
it's 2023. It's been 10 years.
Wow. Did we? Oh, wait. Did the Kings go to Seattle?
They did.
Did my wife find somebody else?
No.
No?
No.
God dang it. My kid's still around?
Yes, they're down the hall.
Okay,
they wanted me to talk to you first
I don't
because
really care.
they didn't want to break the news to you.
Yeah, I don't care about the kids. So the Kings stayed?
No.
What?
No.
They left?
Binding was actually binding.
No, come on. We had it.
First and goal on the one, it got punched in.
KJ said, let him be perfectly crystal clear. I mean, we got Burkle.
No, he left too.
No, we didn't.
He left.
No, we had Burkle and Mastrov.
We had Burkle twice.
Here we
actually
stay.
in the last 10 years, and he left.
Here we stay.
Yeah, they stayed all right.
The Sonics Gate guys won. You're telling me
they won. Arco Arena stayed. It's still here. We get about 4 events a year. Big events there. We got high school graduations. I think there was Sac State still use it, and hey, CIF championships.
Where's the big gold 6?
Nobody knows. But the Sonics Gate people found out that you were awakening, and they asked me to present you with this. So there's a kid named De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
This is his jersey. He's the star of the Sonics. He has literally brought them on the cusp of the NBA finals.
Where's Sean Thomas?
Sean Thomas has moved to Pakistan.
Why is present day Jay making up everything?
Right.
Because I'm a troll to that person.
You're just trolling me?
This is taking a different turn.
I gave half my life for the relocation. I just woke up from a coma and you're messing with me?
Yes.
And my wife didn't move on?
No, she's stuck by your side. I saw Sean Thomas going, to pick up the kids for school a couple times, but that's, I'm sure it's just.
Wait, what?
No, never mind. Anyway, so yeah.
Wow, the voice of the valley.
Wow, so I'm going to switch it. If you weren't trolling, Jay, please explain to 2013 out of a coma Carmichael Dave that there's a beam coming out of the Kings building.
All right, so good news. Actually, great news.
Yeah. Well,
I have good news and I have bad news. What do you want first?
The Kings left. My wife left.
Hey, buddy, you're not on the radio. We're just talking. Can I explain this to you?
Yeah,
Thanks.
please.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Yes.
The bad news is since you've been in the coma, Kings haven't been in the playoffs yet. It's been 10 years.
Well,
you missed nothing.
I mean, we had this 6-year drought that was really bothering me. You're telling me it went longer?
Yeah, it's at 16 now.
Wow, the Maloofs must be ticked.
The Maloofs own a sports team, but it's in Las Vegas and at hockey's.
The Maloofs?
Yeah, it's a whole different story.
Okay.
Anyways, but I have good news. The Kings are on the brink of breaking that playoff streak this season. Do you want to know why?
Why?
A beam.
Like a 4x4?
No.
Like a smile?
Like a laser beam. Like a shark with a laser beam, but on top of the stadium. And it's like galvanized the fan base. More so than the whole relocation thing, actually.
I want to go back to sleep.
And every time the Kings win, this big old beam lights up.
How's my breath?
Out of Arco?
No. So, hey, get this. They got the new arena built. Golden One sponsored it.
Golden One, the credit union?
Yes.
What are they doing?
They're sponsoring arenas that have freaking beams on them.
What happened to Power Balance?
Power Balance actually is going to be resurrected, I'm heard, in a couple years.
This bracelet I'm wearing is full of crap. I've been in a coma for 13 years.
So I hate to break it to you, and we'll end here. That bracelet is why you went in the coma.
That's actually a good story. Wow. The bracelet put me in the coma.
It wasn't the RV.
Thank God. By the way, Jose on the chat, I enjoyed him getting really angry at my imitation of an A season ticket salesman.
Like how you were pawning him outside of the season tickets here.
I mean, are they really?
So many people purchase season tickets that way.
I think they're
MC said I should have smothered you in the coma.
MC probably thought that while I was in the coma, I was injected with some sort of nanites and then woke up, and now I'm working for George Soros trying to sell A season tickets.
Well, I heard that is a side effect of the Power Balance bracelet.
All right. Well, I've got an hour with Christopher Lott. Nothing sounds better than that going into the weekend because Jason's leaving, Jay's leaving. Not really. Jay will return for celebrity birthdays in about an hour. Coming up next, we're going to re-rack. If you missed it earlier, Red Velvet Lounge, Kevin Huerter, we got it for a whole half hour. Yes, is that me being lazy? No, that's me bringing you fantastic content. It starts next.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for
That's
free.
right now. It's been a while.
Yeah, add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions,
joining us right now. It's been a while. A lot of stuff to catch up on. He is home. He is hopefully rested and ready for a fun weekend of basketball at Golden One Center tonight versus the LA Clippers. Boring games with the Clippers so far this year. Hopefully they can entertain us at some point this year. Brought to you, all of us, by Jiffy Lube. Kevin Huerter, what's up, buddy?
How we doing? You say it's funny you say it's been a while, and it's already March. Like all these weeks just jumble together. I couldn't tell you if we did this last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, yesterday. Don't know how it's March already. It feels like February just started, but here we are. We're at this point in the season.
I mean, you're a busy dude. You went to I mean, we go all the way back. I'm glad you said that, because it is funny how the mind works. So we wanted to start out by leaving off where we left off, which is your weekend in Salt Lake City. But to you right now, does that seem like 2 weeks ago, or does that seem like 2 months ago?
Feels like a month ago at least. Like it feels like so much has happened since that weekend that it's just like I think we've only had 4 games since All-Star break. It feels like we've had 10.
Wow.
So I swear. But that's, like I said, that's where you get to this point in the season and everything is downhill past All-Star break, but it's just like you play so much so quickly.
Well, so fill us in. Best, worst, what was the best part of being a part of All-Star weekend and just the whole weekend for you?
I had the best, like obviously it's just like the aura of being there. Like you can feel it's like a different level of excitement, like the hotel to the players that are there to the fans and the experience and every brand that's in there. Like you could tell it's just the biggest single weekend of the year. It feels like during the NBA season that it's just a lot of fun. It's super fun to be a part of. There's a lot of different moving parts. You're pulled everywhere. There's so many media things you have to do. There's a lot of appearances and there's so many people there that want to meet with you, and there's meetings, the NBPA. There's so much going on in the weekend that it is a lot. Like it's definitely not you're kicking your feet up in Salt Lake City and hey, it's All-Star weekend, let me just show up for my event on Saturday or Sunday. Like it's a whole week-long thing. That part is like you need a vacation from your vacation. You go to All-Star weekend and you're like, all right, now let me go get away for a couple of days. But it was super fun to be a part of. Obviously outside the competition, I had a lot of fun. Just being able to experience it for the first time in person after so many years of obviously watching on TV, that it's something I get to experience again.
Well, let's talk about the competition, because I only wanted it because I know you want it and it's fun and there's pride and I know how competitive you are. So I totally get it. But I get the results weren't what you want. Was the process fun for you?
It was, after I think our last game was Tuesday in Phoenix. I got to stay here. My dad came into town. He had some other things, but I was practicing for a couple of days, shooting off a rack. The process of going there, practicing, and they had like a warehouse. They had a court and a warehouse, or their conference center and a back room that you got to go practice on. And then, obviously before the competition, you had time to practice. So the process of doing it was a lot of fun. It was obviously my first time. I had been in a 3-point competition in high school. That was actually during Final Four weekend. So it was like my second-ish time preparing for something like this. I thought I prepared really well. Actually, obviously everybody does really good behind closed doors. And obviously the competition, I didn't start out great. I remember Tyler Hero got off to a bad start and he was able to find it late. He got hot. And I remember thinking it's super important to obviously start off well. Like that gets your confidence going. And it's, once you fall behind, it's super tough to catch up. And I think I missed like my first 7. And I think my 8th was the first one. And the way I had practiced it was, shoot, watch the ball go up, and then immediately go into and find the ball for your next rack. And as I'm pulling back the next ball, I can see the previous shot either miss or go in. So it's all like there's a process to doing it, and it all happens super quick, obviously, if you need to make your time. And so the competition just went, and it was like before I knew it, I was on the opposite elbow shooting the 3-point or the 4-point shot, whatever it was. And you look up and you're like, damn, I only got I don't know what the number was, but it's like I haven't made anything so far. Getting to my Moneyball rack, and it just continues to just kind of just couldn't find it. Like it wasn't like it was one of those things where I knew I was missing, or I felt off, or like I was all over the place. Like I was shooting normally, going into my next shot, looking up, and it's like, all right, miss. All right, go to the next one, next shot. And all of a sudden you're on your last rack. And so it all for me, like it happened super quick. There was like such a long process, and it was, the excitement of being in that competition for, to me be out there for 70 seconds doing this competition. All of a sudden you snap your fingers and it's over. For me right away, I think the second one to the bench is like, oh, damn, I can't wait for this next time I get to do this. Like next time is going to be a lot better. So it was a lot of fun. Like I said, the experience of doing it, obviously I wish the results are different, but it was just one of those things like it was before I knew it, it was just over with.
So from when that ended to, I can't remember when you guys had to report, like maybe Tuesday. I can't remember when you guys had to be back here. What did you stick around there? Did you get any chance for a break? How did you spend the rest of the time?
Yeah, I had family come in. I had college friends come into town, so I got to spend some time with them. Went over to Vegas for like 36 hours just to get some sort of break with my college buddies. Lost a lot of money really quickly. And we
nice break.
Yeah, we had practiced Tuesday night, so I came back Tuesday morning. So I got a couple days. I think I got 1 day off of not shooting, I think was the final day. Like, so it was really like 1 day off from the court. So that part was that was brutal. Like even mentally, like going into it's like sometimes you just need like the mental break of getting away from the game, not as much the physical. Like we get in such a rhythm with our bodies that it's, if you take too much time off, you come back and you're sore and you feel out of shape, and you're not, maybe you're muscle wise and fatigue wise, you're not in a great spot. So it's super good as your body to just kind of think of like a train. It's slow and steady all year long. Your body's in such a good spot. It's really like All-Star break is your mental just break from the season, and just let me get away, let me decompress. It's you need the break. And for me, it was my first experience. You can kind of see why there's guys like LeBron and Luke is going to be one of those guys, and Kevin Durant. That's kind of like All-Star break becomes, I don't say a chore, but the excitement of your 12th time isn't nearly what it is your first time, because the 12th time you're like, man, I'd love to just like go kick my feet up and do nothing. So it is a lot, but you get back, and by the time practice was coming around Tuesday, I was ready to go.
Kevin Huerter Show brought to you by Jiffy Lube. One of the great things about being able to talk to you is we say things on the air and then we can actually go to the source. There's the pride from the fan point of view of having representatives, and everybody was there. In fact, even Harrison was there doing Players Association meetings. Everybody in the starting lineup was there. But I worried, and I said this, I was worried because you guys, knock on wood, have been by far the healthiest team in the NBA so far. You're playing a lot of minutes. And from a straight up basketball point of view, I wondered, hey, I want him to go. I also want him to be on a beach for, a week. It's interesting how you explain that, though. In some aspects, physically, you're saying it's maybe better to have a little bit of a schedule and not just have a week off, at Sandals, surfing.
I do think that. Like, I think that's the case in the off season too, that it's never really good to just take a week and do nothing, where you completely pull away. You don't do any sort of body movements. You don't stretch. You're not on your feet. For me, I found personally in my experience, and from I think most of the other guys, like when you do that, you come back and you're always sore, and it takes a little bit for your body to adjust back into how much it takes to do what we do every day. That if you kind of try to stay and you do a little bit each day, those things add up, your body stays in the right spot. And then you come back Tuesday and you haven't lost a step. You don't feel weak. You don't feel fatigued. That it is like All-Star break. They tell you like, hey, take a couple days, make sure you get away, make sure you get to a beach, but like, make sure you work on your body. You're not sitting there and you're taking 5-6 days and you're sipping on margaritas, and maybe you're not getting the same sleep you used to, and you're not doing anything for your body. That's like for the level of athlete that we're all at, especially at this point in the season, it's never good to just fully peel away.
Well, then you get back to work, and it's 3 and 4 nights, 4 and 6. I mean, they put you right in the grind. And Dave alluded to it earlier. I mean, the first game was the Blazers. It was a win. It was awkward a little bit the way that one played out. But then if we go to last Friday, I know you tweeted after the game, the highest level of basketball that you've ever been a part of. And as fans, I mean, it wasn't just the end of regulation. It wasn't just overtime or the second. From the first quarter on, Kevin, that was unreal basketball. What was it like to be a part of that? And how soon in the game did you realize, I think we're onto something pretty special, both us and the Clippers.
It was honestly right from the start of the game. It was just like the shot making from both sides. It felt like both teams came out hot. I'm not sure what our percentage was in that first quarter, but it felt like offensively we got off to a good start. And we know what their roster is. We know they got potentially 3 or more Hall of Famers on that team. And they need to start just like we do. They need to keep winning to keep pace with the rest of this pack. So we knew how big of a game it was going into it. And I felt like we got off to a good start. We were moving the ball. We were making shots. And it was a tie game where we were down. And so right away, that's like, okay, that's a bad sign. Like if we're shooting like this, it's tough to keep up. Like it may not go our way. And like both teams just all game, no matter both teams went to their bench. Obviously our bench all year has proven and has been a really nice weapon for us. But our bench came in playing well, making shots, moving the ball. That right away, the lazy fan is like, wow, there was no defense played in that game. And that's where like I challenge people. Like I've challenged friends to go back that said they haven't seen is like go watch that game. Watch like the level of shot making, like any open shot, like everybody was making. And so you get to the end of regulation, it was 150 to 150, let's call it. But like you look at everybody's percentages, like 4 for 7 from 3, 3 of 4, 5 of 6. Like everybody on the court who played contributed something. And those overtimes, I mean, there were so many moments where we could have packed it in, even in regulation. I'm not sure how many we were down with 3-4 minutes to go in that fourth quarter, down 11 or 12, and made a run to tie it. Right away, we have all the momentum. They kind of responded early again in the first overtime, and we came back. And it's almost like it's expected from De'Aaron at this point, even though that's not a fair thing to say. In my opinion, we expect De'Aaron to do that because he's playing at a insanely high level, and his shot making in all these games is just extremely high level basketball. So, but he's come to like it's been a thing that we can quote unquote expect as teammates and as fans. But like Malik, I think in a large part in that game was the one who was truly just making so many plays and carrying us and made big shot after big shot. And where it looked like they may be able to pull away, he comes down and he made a 3, or he really went 1-on-5 and scored a layup. Like Malik was really the one that kind of felt like he was willing us to that win. And then, no one remembers those games unless you win. And so to be in a double overtime game for as high scoring as it was, and to grind out, a back-to-back, a win in their gym with the excitement of Russell Westbrook joining their team and all those guys I have over there, for us, it had to have been the best win of the year so far.
It's the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're going to pause here real quick, take a break. When we come back, we got to finish this conversation about one of I think, the greatest regular season game perhaps ever played. A really nice award for Coach Brown, and, of course, tonight's rematch with the Clippers. It's the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're right back on Sactown Sports. Us right now. Joining us right now, it's been a while. A lot of stuff to catch up on. He is home. He is hopefully rested and ready for a fun weekend of basketball at Golden One Center tonight versus the LA Clippers. Boring games with the Clippers so far this year. Hopefully they can entertain us at some point this year. Brought to you, all of us, by Jiffy Lube. Kevin Huerter, what's up, buddy?
How we doing? You say it's funny you say it's been a while, and it's already March. Like all these weeks just jumble together. I couldn't tell you if we did this last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, yesterday. Don't know how it's March already. It feels like February just started, but here we are. We're at this point in the season.
I mean, you're a busy dude. You went to I mean, we go all the way back. I'm glad you said that, because it is funny how the mind works. So we wanted to start out by leaving off where we left off, which is your weekend in Salt Lake City. But to you right now, does that seem like 2 weeks ago, or does that seem like 2 months ago?
It feels like a month ago, at least. Like it feels like so much has happened since that weekend that it's just like I think we've only had 4 games since All-Star break. It feels like we've had 10.
Wow.
So I swear. But that's, like I said, that's where you get to this point in the season and everything is downhill past All-Star break, but it's just like you play so much so quickly.
Well, so fill us in. Best, worst. What was the best part of being a part of All-Star weekend and just the whole weekend for you?
I had the best. Like obviously, it's just like the aura of being there. Like you can feel it's like a different level of excitement. Like the hotel to the players that are there to the fans and the experience and every brand that's in there. Like you could tell it's just the biggest single weekend of the year. It feels like during the NBA season that it's just a lot of fun. It's super fun to be a part of. There's a lot of different moving parts. You're pulled everywhere. There's so many media things you have to do. There's a lot of appearances and there's so many people there that want to meet with you, and there's meetings, the NBPA. There's so much going on in the weekend that it is a lot. Like it's definitely not you're kicking your feet up in Salt Lake City and hey, it's All-Star weekend, let me just show up for my event on Saturday or Sunday. Like it's a whole week-long thing. That part is like you need a vacation from your vacation. You go
us right now. It's been a while. A lot of stuff to catch up on. He is home. He is hopefully rested.
Again, that it's just like I think we've only had 4 games since All-Star break. It feels like we've had 10.
Wow.
So I swear. But that's, like I said, that's where you get to this point in the season and everything is downhill past All-Star break, but it's just like you play so much so quickly.
Well, so fill us in. Best, worst. What was the best part of being a part of All-Star weekend and just the whole weekend for you?
I had the best. Like obviously, it's just like the aura of being there. Like you can feel it's like a different level of excitement. Like the hotel to the players that are there to the fans and the experience and every brand that's in there. Like you could tell it's just the biggest single weekend of the year. It feels like during the NBA season that it's just a lot of fun. It's super fun to be a part of. There's a lot of different moving parts. You're pulled everywhere. There's so many media things you have to do. There's a lot of appearances and there's so many people there that want to meet with you, and there's meetings, the NBPA. There's so much going on in the weekend that it is a lot. Like it's definitely not you're kicking your feet up in Salt Lake City and hey, it's All-Star weekend, let me just show up for my event on Saturday or Sunday. Like it's a whole week-long thing. That part is like you need a vacation from your vacation. You go to All-Star weekend and you're like, all right, now let me go get away for a couple of days. But it was super fun to be a part of. Obviously outside the competition, I had a lot of fun. Just being able to experience it for the first time in person after so many years of obviously watching on TV. That it's something I get to experience again.
Well, let's talk about the competition, because I only wanted it because I know you want it and it's fun and there's pride and I know how competitive you are. So I totally get it. But I get the results weren't what you want. Was the process fun for you?
It was, after I think our last game was Tuesday in Phoenix. I got to stay here. My dad came into town. He had some other things, but I was practicing for a couple of days, shooting off a rack. The process of going there, practicing, and they had like a warehouse. They had a court and a warehouse, or their conference center and a back room that you got to go practice on. And then, obviously before the competition, you had time to practice. So the process of doing it was a lot of fun. It was obviously my first time. I had been in a 3-point competition in high school. That was actually during Final Four weekend. So it was like my second-ish time preparing for something like this. thought I prepared really well. Actually, obviously everybody does really good behind closed doors. And obviously the competition, like I didn't start out great. I remember Tyler Hero got off to a bad start and he was able to find it late. He got hot. And I remember thinking like it's super important to obviously start off well. Like that gets your confidence going. And it's, once you fall behind, it's super tough to catch up. And I think I missed like my first 7. And I think my 8th was the first one. And the way that I had practiced it was, shoot, watch the ball go up, and then immediately go into and find the ball for your next rack. And as I'm pulling back the next ball, I can see the previous shot either miss or go in. So it's all like there's a process to doing it, and it all happens super quick, obviously, if you need to make your time. And so the competition just went, and it was like before I knew it, I was on the opposite elbow shooting the 3-point or the 4-point shot, whatever it was. And you look up and you're like, damn, I only got like, I don't know what the number was, but it's like I haven't made anything so far. Getting to my money ball rack, and it just like continues to just kind of like just couldn't find it. Like it wasn't like it was one of those things where I knew I was missing or I felt off or like I was all over the place. Like I was shooting normally, going into my next shot, looking up, and it's like, all right, miss. All right, go to the next one, next shot, and all of a sudden you're on your last rack. And so it all for me, like it happened super quick. There was like such a long process, and it was, the excitement of being in that competition for, to me be out there for 70 seconds doing this competition. All of a sudden you snap your fingers and it's over. For me right away, I think the second I went to the bench, it's like, oh, damn, I can't wait for this. Next time I get to do this, like next time is going to be a lot better. So it was a lot of fun. Like I said, the experience of doing it, obviously I wish the results are different, but it was just one of those things like it was before I knew it was just over with.
So from when that ended to, I can't remember when you guys had to report, like maybe Tuesday. I can't remember when you guys had to be back here. What did you stick around there? Did you get any chance for a break? How did you spend the rest of the time?
Yeah, I had family come in. I had college friends come into town, so I got to spend some time with them. Went over to Vegas for like 36 hours just to get some sort of break with my college buddies. Lost a lot of money really quickly. And we
nice break.
Yeah, we had practiced Tuesday night, so I came back Tuesday morning. So I got a couple days. I think I got 1 day off of not shooting, I think was the final day. Like, so it was really like 1 day off from the court. So that part was that was brutal. Like even mentally, like going into it's like sometimes you just need like the mental break of getting away from the game, not as much the physical. Like we get in such a rhythm with our bodies that it's, if you take too much time off, you come back and you're sore and you feel out of shape, and you're not, maybe you're muscle wise and fatigue wise, you're not in a great spot. So it's super good as your body to just kind of think of like a train. It's slow and steady all year long. Your body's in such a good spot. It's really like All-Star break is your mental just break from the season, and just let me get away, let me decompress. It's you need the break. And for me, it was my first experience. You can kind of see why there's guys like LeBron and Luke is going to be one of those guys, and Kevin Durant. That's kind of like All-Star break becomes, I don't say a chore, but the excitement of your 12th time isn't nearly what it is your first time, because the 12th time you're like, man, I'd love to just like go kick my feet up and do nothing. So it is a lot, but you get back, and by the time practice was coming around Tuesday, I was ready to go.
Kevin Huerter Show brought to you by Jiffy Lube. One of the great things about being able to talk to you is we say things on the air and then we can actually go to the source. There's the pride from the fan point of view of having representatives, and everybody was there. In fact, even Harrison was there doing Players Association meetings. Everybody in the starting lineup was there. But I worried, and I said this, I was worried because you guys, knock on would have been by far the healthiest team in the NBA so far. You're playing a lot of minutes. And from a straight up basketball point of view, I wondered, hey, I want him to go. I also want him to be on a beach for, a week. It's interesting how you explain that, though. In some aspects, physically, you're saying it's maybe better to have a little bit of a schedule and not just have a week off, at Sandals, surfing.
I do think that. Like, I think that's the case in the off season too, that it's never really good to just take a week and do nothing, where you completely pull away. You don't do any sort of body movements. You don't stretch. You're not on your feet. For me, I found personally in my experience, and from I think most of the other guys, like when you do that, you come back and you're always sore, and it takes a little bit for your body to adjust back into how much it takes to do what we do every day. That if you kind of try to stay and you do a little bit each day, those things add up, your body stays in the right spot. And then you come back Tuesday and you haven't lost a step. You don't feel weak. You don't feel fatigued. That it is like All-Star break. They tell you like, hey, take a couple days, make sure you get away, make sure you get to a beach, but like, make sure you work on your body. You're not sitting there and you're taking 5-6 days and, you're sipping on margaritas and maybe you're not getting the same sleep you used to, and you're not doing anything for your body. That's like for the level of athlete that we're all at, especially at this point in the season, it's never good to just fully peel away.
Well, then you come back, get back to work, and it's 3 and 4 nights, 4 and 6. I mean, they put you right in the grind. And Dave alluded to it earlier. I mean, the first game was the Blazers. It was a win. It was awkward a little bit the way that one played out. But then if we go to last Friday, I know you tweeted after the game, highest level of basketball that you've ever been a part of. And as fans, I mean, it wasn't just the end of regulation. It wasn't just overtime or the second. From the first quarter on, Kevin, that was unreal basketball. What was it like to be a part of that? And how soon in the game did you realize, I think we're on to something pretty special, both us and the Clippers?
It was honestly right from the start of the game. It was just like the shot making from both sides. It felt like both teams came out hot. I'm not sure what our percentage was in that first quarter, but it felt like offensively we got off to a good start. And we know what their roster is. We know they got potentially 3 or more Hall of Famers on that team. And they need to start just like we do. They need to keep winning to keep pace with the rest of this pack. So we knew how big of a game it was going into it. And I felt like we got off to a good start. We were moving the ball. We were making shots. And it was a tie game where we were down. And so right away, that's like, okay, that's a bad sign. Like if we're shooting like this, it's tough to keep up. Like it may not go our way. And like both teams just all game, no matter both teams went to their bench. Obviously our bench all year has proven and has been a really nice weapon for us. But our bench came in playing well, making shots, moving the ball. That right away, the lazy fan is like, wow, there was no defense played in that game. And that's where like I challenge people. Like I've challenged friends to go back that said they haven't seen is like go watch that game. Watch like the level of shot making, like any open shot, like everybody was making. And so you get to the end of regulation, it was 150 to 150, let's call it. But like you look at everybody's percentages, like 4 for 7 from 3, 3 of 4, 5 of 6. Like everybody on the court who played contributed something. And those overtimes, I mean, there was so many moments where we could have packed it in, even in regulation. I'm not sure how many we were down with 3-4 minutes to go in that fourth quarter, down 11 or 12, and made a run to tie it. Right away, we have all the momentum. They kind of responded early again in the first overtime, and we came back. And it's almost like it's expected from De'Aaron at this point, even though that's not a fair thing to say. In my opinion, we expect De'Aaron to do that because he's playing at a insanely high level, and his shot making in all these games is just extremely high level basketball. So, but he's come to like, it's been a thing that we can quote unquote expect as teammates and as fans. But like Malik, I think in a large part in that game was the one who's truly just making so many plays and carrying us and made big shot after big shot. And where it looked like they may be able to pull away, he comes down and he made a 3, or he really went 1-on-5 and scored a layup. Like Malik was really the one that kind of felt like he was willing us to that win. And then, no one remembers those games unless you win. And so to be in a double overtime game for as high scoring as it was, and to grind out, a back-to-back, a win in their gym with the excitement of Russell Westbrook joining their team and all those guys that have over there, for us, it had to have been the best win of the year so far.
It's the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're going to pause here real quick, take a break. When we come back, we got to finish this conversation about one of the, I think, the greatest regular season game perhaps ever played. A really nice award for Coach Brown, and, of course, tonight's rematch with the Clippers. It's the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're right back on Sactown Sports.
That's 916-603-2000.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Christopher Lott with your Sactown Sports headlines. Kings are back in action tonight when they host the LA Clippers. The Clippers are coming off a 115-91 loss to the Warriors last night. They'll be without Kawhi Leonard due to load management. For a preview on tonight's Kings-Clippers matchup, check out Frankie Cardicelli's preview on SactownSports.com. Kings coverage on Sactown Sports starts with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner with game night at 5:30 and tip-off scheduled for 7 right here on Sactown Sports. And now more with Carmichael Dave.
Carmichael Dave
on Sactown Sports.
What's the ATO after timeout play? Inbounds to Fox. Shakes, drives it inside. Up and down move. He scores. Now the Clippers get the ball. Kings are going to have to foul. In the backcourt, Westbrook wrapped up. Fox takes the dribble to the left. Hesitates. In attack mode. Drives inside. Kicks to the corner. Here's Monk. He launches for three. He's got the triple. This game's tied. 1 second to go. Inbound pass to Kawhi Leonard. A 60-foot three. Hits the front rim. And we're going to overtime. Then he gives it up. Driving Westbrook. Drops it off the baseline. Kawhi launches. Bounces once, twice, 3 times. And it falls in. Slowing down with each bounce. Back iron. Fell in. Comes Kawhi off the curl, drives it inside, floater off the dribble, in and out, no good. Rebound cleared by Monk, sprints up the floor, splits 2 defenders, goes strong for the 2-hand hammer. Oh, what a drive up the floor by Malik Monk, who now has 33, make it 35, I believe. Checking the feeds to Plumlee, goes to the rim. He scores. Monk got a hand on it, but he powered through. 2-possession lead for the Clippers, 173-169. Quick run to the rim. Fox is rejected as he came in transition on the right angle, and the Clippers get the ball back. Powell drives inside, up and down, move off the rim, no good. Ball tipped out of the wing, and Fox has it. Fox cruises up the right side of the floor, puts on the brakes at the free throw line, gives to Monk, rocks, fires for 3. He's got another one. 45 points for Malik Monk, and the Kings are right back in it, trailing by 1. Batum to Plumlee, knocked away. Fox with a steal. Fox now heads up the floor. 40 seconds to go. Everybody's on their feet here in Southern California. Fox off the dribble. He scores the 15-footer. The Kings have taken the lead. 36 seconds to go. It's 176-175. De'Aaron Fox has 42 points. But Kyle Ledbetter back in our flagship studios, just relaying in my ear that 186-184 is the all-time scoring record in the NBA. Well, here we go. Ball game on the line. Second overtime. 6.1 seconds away from ending. Will the Clippers win it, or will the Kings win it? Or will we go to a third overtime? Inbounds to Powell. Left wing. Up fake. Kicks it out to Batum. Launches for 3. Misses it. Rebound loose. Kings grab it. Malik Monk has it. And Sacramento, from 14 down late in regulation, has come back in double overtime to win one of the most memorable games in their 38-year history in Sacramento. 176-175 is the final score. You talk about making a statement. You talk about proving that you're worthy of title contention. What a victory this is for the Sacramento Kings. The second night of a back-to-back with travel. They come in here and they take care of business despite the fact that the Clippers rang up a season-high 26 made three-pointers. Sacramento ends up with 88 points in the paint tonight for a 40-point advantage. And they win this ball game in double overtime. The final 176-175.
This game out. We're on the second night of a back-to-back, but it is what it is. We have a younger team than them, so.
So I'm assuming the chain comes from that stretch where there was 4 straight turnovers that you guys forced.
You got 3 of them.
You got 3 of them, and it led to kind of that infusion of energy you needed to make this happen.
Yeah, man. This is obviously that's one of the better teams in the league, one of the deepest teams in the league. At the end, I just wanted to try to make it tough on PG. Just trying to pick up, do whatever we could do to kind of speed them up. Obviously, that's an older team, more vets. very physical. You know, they want to slow the game down, and that's all we did. We just tried to speed them up.
That's De'Aaron Fox post game. That was Gary Gerald narrating you through perhaps the greatest regular season game in NBA history. And you've got the rematch tonight. Golden One Center wrapping up an undefeated road trip, and your Sacramento Kings as they chase down the Memphis Grizzlies for that 2 seed while simultaneously trying to hold on to the 3 seed. They are favored by 7.5. That is up a full 2 points from when I checked the line at 5.5. Kawhi Leonard is out. That was at 7 a.m. this morning. Kawhi Leonard is out. Paul George sounds like he may be out too. It's all lining up for Sacramento, but you got to play the game. We'll take a break. When we come back, we got news and notes, celebrity birthdays, and more. It's me, Christopher Laud, Sports 1140, Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for
Time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories,
Hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross.
Jason is off for this final hour. He came in early, so we're splitting that up. Jay Marr's back in here.
Imagine not staying for the full 5 hours.
I know,
Am I right?
I mean, who would possibly do that? Hey, you know how he goes, the voice guy goes, this is none of those things.
Right.
Is it supposed to be these are none of those things?
I don't know.
Okay. Celebrity birthdays coming up here momentarily. I'm going to ask them. I'm so excited. And then you and Christopher Lott are going to guess.
A true battle about to ensue.
Yeah, because you always kick my butt on these. So
not all the time. You cheat sometimes and win.
That is 100% not the case in you, or I would be doing much, much better at this stuff. I don't have a ton of news, but I do have this because this is fantastic. And if you haven't heard this story yet, you're going to love it. Kike Hernandez of the Red Sox.
Former Dodger. World Series champion with the Dodgers.
He was
kind of.
So this is former Dodgers. So he was reunited with Justin Turner in Boston. Okay. And I don't know if they were I think they were doing a podcast or something like that. And Justin Turner asked him what was his most embarrassing moment during a Major League Baseball game. Kike Hernandez said during a 2020 playoff series, he was taking antibiotics for a tooth infection a few years back and had a lot of side effects. So he was super pumped up after the team got a big out in the division series. He was DHing. He went out to lead off the inning, and he misjudged something. And there was a mess. And so he kind of straddled to the plate, leading off the inning with his shorts full of more than just his athletic supporter. And he struck out on 3 pitches.
Yeah.
Went immediately.
I remember the at-bat.
Do you actually?
No.
For you, it wouldn't surprise me. The Dodgers
sliding into home.
Kike Hernandez misjudged it, and he. Speaking of themes earlier, he pooped his pants.
Yes, he did.
Do you even go out and thank God they weren't the home team?
Also, why does this only happen to like baseball players? It's like anything that might be sophomoric or something. It's always baseball players.
I feel like it's happened to football players.
Happened to CM Punk the same way.
Did it really?
Taking antibiotics.
Yeah.
So pro wrestlers and baseball players.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or is he a sports entertainer?
Sports entertainer.
Thank you.
Today is National Soup It Forward Day.
National what?
National Soup It Forward Day. How do you observe Soup It Forward? You haven't asked. Well, make your favorite soup and deliver it to somebody you know who could use warmth and kindness in their life. I know Chris does that on a regular basis anyways. Host a soup making event.
That's right up your alley.
Like, honestly, guys, I send out a group text. I'm like, guys, I'm having a soup-making event this Saturday, or let's say in a few Saturdays at my house. You want to come over. Like, how do you, A, just make up something as to why you can't go, or B, just straight up, like, don't even screw around? You're like, dude, that's stupid. I'm not going. Do you take the time to make up an excuse, or do you just not go?
I don't go.
Who's making the soup?
Well, we're all making it. It's a soup-making event.
Oh, so each one of us has some.
Yeah, and then we share each other. Like, do you have a go-to soup, Chris?
That I make?
Yeah.
No.
Do you have a favorite soup?
Yes.
And it is?
I don't know if it would be considered a soup. Like pozole. I love pozole.
That's a soup.
Is that a soup?
Yeah.
What's in pozole? I know how to spell it. I just don't know what's in it.
Pork, hominy, spices. You're thinking of menu. Though.
Yeah, I am. Okay. I can't, I love foods.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do the stuff with the intestine in it or whatever. Tripe. Is it? I think tripe's in there.
That's still good.
I can't do the.
Why?
You'll eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it tastes good, you're not.
I 100% admit it's a little kid response of mine. I get it, but I can't do
Is this the same thing with the eggs? Why you don't eat eggs?
Well, eggs are a thing a little bit more accepted than tripe, but like pho, Vietnamese pho.
Mm-hmm.
That soup.
You've never had pork rinds, chicharrones.
That's skin though. Right?
Still.
It's in the same territory.
Yeah, no, you're right. And skin's in Oregon.
By the way, pork rinds, excellent.
They stink, though.
That's fine.
Pho is one of my favorite soups, right?
Mm-hmm.
but like I can't do the one that has like it'll literally list the ingredients and one of them is tendon. I know. I can't do tendon. I'm sorry. It's use hashtag hug in a bowl if you're going to observe National Soup It Forward Day. Today's National Anthem Day. Do you have a favorite non-United States anthem?
Canada.
I think Canada's a great
Canada's
national
solid.
anthem. Chris.
I liked Argentina's in the World Cup. Theirs is pretty cool.
I remember that. I'll have to listen on the way home. I like.
You're going to actually do that. That's the best
promise you I
part. Like,
will.
he's not saying that for the radio.
No,
when he
I
gets
will.
in the car, he's opening
I
up
also-
Spotify.
The Soviet Union.
I was just saying. And anyone who's seen the movie Hunt for Red October knows what we're talking about.
Or watch the WWF in the 1980s.
I'm telling you, honestly, like all politics aside, okay, the USSR national anthem was a banger, like straight up. Like it was
Slapped.
It slapped. No cap. It was a good national anthem. It was tunically, not a word. Harmonically,
It works for me.
better than the Star Spangled Banner.
Wow.
Yeah.
Better than
right,
the Star
Tommy.
Star Spangled Banner isn't that great of a song.
I don't think it is either.
There's so many better American songs than the Star Spangled Banner.
What is it? America the Beautiful.
Yes.
That should be our national anthem.
I think it should be This Land Is Your Land.
Do you?
Mhm.
Today's National Cold Cuts Day.
I'm not even like trying to make a joke there.
You're
I seriously
not?
think it should be it.
See, I never know with you, and I don't know what I'm stepping into. What was it the other day?
Stepping into this good
I
goddamn
never know what I'm
country.
stepping into. Today's National Cold Cuts Day. Gentlemen, your favorite cold cut?
Salami.
Turkey.
No pastrami, no roast beef, huh?
I like them both.
Is pastrami a cold cut? Because it's usually warm.
I mean, I've had it cold.
I'm feeling a good sandwich today.
So
I told you-
we're soup and sandwiching it up.
I
this
told you
weekend?
guys earlier. Yeah, I told you earlier. I really sounded like a nice big fat roast beef or pastrami sandwich today. Good stuff. Today's
A lot of
national
sodium, by the
a
way.
lot of sodium. I'm gonna have to drink some water.
Yeah.
Today's National Mulled Wine Day.
I love molded wine.
National
Oh,
Employee.
wait, isn't that like warm wine?
Isn't it like yeah? Isn't it like wine that
Oh, it's so good.
Okay, so isn't mulled wine? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't mulled wine basically warm sangria?
I think so.
Or it's because it's like brewed, simmered.
You can always
with
just
like,
Google it. You have 4 laptops.
I know.
in
I'm just
front of
saying
you.
it's
As I was making my way through Croatia, gentlemen, it
Wow.
was fantastic.
He's a world traveler. No, this
That
guy's
is a
seen some
flex.
stuff.
Hey, when you used to be on my night show, had you ever traveled before that? Like going back to like 08,
Yes.
09. You had?
I went to England in high school.
Oh, that's right. But then since then, you've kind of stamped that passport a little bit.
A little bit.
What-
Just
Croatia's pretty cool, dude.
England,
Yeah.
Croatia, and Mexico.
What is where in Mexico?
Mexico City.
Wow, so that's okay. Where's your next stamp gonna be?
I think I'm gonna do the England trip again, and maybe like Italy or Spain. I'm trying to make it with like.
I'm trying to do Italy in December.
Really?
Yes.
No, that's my number 1 bucket list. I
Yeah.
really want to see Italy. I
Trying
wanna
to make
see
that
Rome.
happen.
Are you gonna go to Rome?
Venice.
What's wrong with that?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no,
if
you know,
go to-
Venice, the slums of Italy,
you
apparently.
go to Italy, you got to see the Colosseum and Rome
Why?
and the Vatican,
For
right? And all
what?
that stuff for the history.
Bro, I haven't been
There's
Catholic
history.
since
The
86.
country is like. First off, the country's like less than 100 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the Rome history.
Eh.
Colosseum?
Go to like Milan.
You don't want to see the Colosseum.
It's on like DVD.
There's like the Colosseums around here are like way better.
I agree.
Okay.
They don't even have suites in there.
It's true.
Better Coliseum right now to watch a baseball game in. The Roman Coliseum or Oakland Coliseum?
Roman.
Yeah, I think so.
Less poop.
More luxury boxes.
Less sewage.
Less animal infancy.
Yeah.
Newer amenities in the Roman
Oh, Roman for
Coliseum.
sure.
All right. Do we have a thinger for celebrity birthdays? No. Okay.
Thanks for paying attention to your own show.
Celebrity birthdays.
Thank
There
you.
it is.
Thank you, Chris. All right. On this day, is it Camilla Cabello or Cabello?
Cabello.
Cabello.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Camila Cabello.
All right, Camilla. Oh, they don't even give me the age. They just tell me what year she was born in. All right, I'll do the math. Don't worry about it. All right, Camilla Cabello. How old is she? She's a singer.
Go ahead, Chris.
How old is she today?
I'm gonna say 24.
I was gonna say 26.
She is 27.
Wow.
Today.
Getting old.
Let's go with Jessica Biel, the actress. Like Jessica
Loved
Biel,
her in
the
Summer
food service
Catch.
worker. Jessica Biel is how many years old today?
Go ahead.
I like how he always goes second, like he's doing me a favor.
He always goes second with me, too. That's
I'm
his
going to
trick.
say 42.
45.
Jessica Biel is 41. Wow, we're 1-1 here. Hold on, I got to write this down here. Jay.
This is an epic battle.
Well, I just want to see you get your ass kicked for once ever. Sometimes we'll bring up a dead person. This is an important one.
Talk about them, not bring them up.
Speaking of talk, that's a good point. Speaking of talk, a lot more talking done because of this person. The inventor of the telephone, allegedly, Alexander Graham Bell, would have been how old today?
I'll go first so I don't cheat. I'll say it was a bit of 147.
It's funny. I was going to say 146, but then I think I get a little bit younger. I'm going to say 150.
150. And what did you say?
147.
150, 147. Chris takes the lead. Alexander Graham Bell, 176 years old today. He is
pop. Am I right?
All right. Let's get back to sports here. Jason Tatum, Boston
Tates.
Celtics, turns this today.
Let's say Tate's. Good like that. 25.
27.
Circle gets the square. We have a tie game. 25 years old exactly. Former football great, and that's it. And that's all he's known for ever. 100% his football career, and nothing else. Herschel Walker turns this today.
Hirsch?
Mentally? Or...
Yeah, I knew it's coming.
Hirsch is 62.
I'm going to say he is 58.
58. Jay takes lead at 61. It's 3-2. Herschel Walker, 61. Did either of you guys watch Married with Children?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Bud Bundy, David Faustino turns this today.
Say
Jay.
Faustino is 51.
I'm going to say 53.
48
No,
years old.
no
Yes.
way.
A very, very young.
No. I've seen him recently.
I know. I'm not.
Loved him in Entourage.
Oh, you got to cut him open and count the rings. Let's see here. What's a good one here? Wow, there's a bunch of lame birthdays tomorrow.
I think we got to go soon.
Do we?
Yeah.
It's 56. What's our out, Chris?
We have to go now.
Okay. Okay. Last one. Landon Donovan, real quick.
Oh, who cares?
Landon Donovan is
42.
42?
45.
45, 92, 02, 12. He is 41 years old today. Congratulations, you guys tied.
Shout out Lance.
For Chris, for Jay Mars, for Jason Ross, for Kyle Draper, for Kevin Huerter, I am Carmichael Dave. Go Kings, light the beam. We'll see you Monday. Be safe. Bye-bye now.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
How do you pick the golf balls you play? Is it by price? Or do you play the ball your favorite player uses? Golf balls come in many different designs and materials, and